right, so this is a quick pre-opening show checkup with you guys. So we're starting in 3 minutes. So please, all the guests that have arrived to our beautiful venue, Splendid Palace, take the best seats you can while they last there.
Decades, but days. And while we at the Baltic states not seeing it, the climate change is happening. So how healthy is the heart of our planet? Are we nurturing the lifeblood that keeps this world alive, or are we allowing it to wither and fade? These are not just questions, but a stark reality check of the urgency of sustainable growth. Sustainability. It's a term that's been thrown around for decades, but what does it truly mean? Sustainability is not just a buzzword or a trend, it's a promise to our planet and to future generations that we will preserve and protect the world we inhabit. This journey began in the late 20th century, when the concept of sustainable development was first introduced. It was a call to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Over the years, the understanding and adoption of sustainability have grown. From an abstract idea, it has transformed into a tangible goal, a target that countries, businesses, and individuals strive to achieve. Leaders play a crucial role in this journey towards sustainability. Their decisions, their actions, their commitment to this cause can and will shape the future of Baltic states. From implementing green policies to investing in sustainable technologies, leaders have the power to drive change. But the journey is far from over. We stand at a critical juncture today. The state of our planet demands urgent action. The clock is ticking, and every second, every decision, every action counts. The role of leaders in this journey has never been more significant. As we navigate the complexities of our modern world, it is the leaders who must take the helm and steer us towards a sustainable future. They must champion the cause of sustainable growth, not just in their words, but in their actions. We find ourselves in the middle of an unprecedented global crisis, with the health of our planet hanging in the balance. Let's make sustainability an impact more than just a hashtag. But then again, let's start with just a hashtag. You and me here, making ripples in the digital ocean. Make a post with #It'sTime or share this movie, and let it loose on social media. Each post, each share, is a tiny moment that adds up to a tidal wave of change. And no, I'm not just kidding. Do it. Capture the moment or share this video. Make it count. Together, let's show how the power of collective tiny moments can indeed make a difference. Now is your moment. To not just start, but to make a difference. To not just act, but to support a movement. To not just be an observer from the sidelines, but to become a part of the collective narrative. Together, we can bring vital issues into the spotlight, elevate awareness, and drive real change. This is more than an invitation. It's a challenge to join us at the forefront of sustainability. Be a part of the Baltic Sustainability Awards and Forum. It's time.
Welcome today, and I'm CEO Christoph Seros of Baltic Sustainability Awards. I'm grateful that all of you are here. That movie which you saw was from the last year, and the next movie I think will be kind of a good jump start for this day. So enjoy it, a little bit think about it, take a pause, and let's start Baltic Sustainability Forum. Thank you. Enjoy.
I could save time in a bottle. First thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you.
Are you guys seriously this calm?
Relax, Stuart.
So good morning, everyone. How are you feeling? Let's do a quick temperature check. How are we feeling? Good.
Woo!
Good. So my name is Maria, and this
And
is
my name is Liva.
Yes, this is my beautiful co-hostess Liva today, and we're gonna be making sure you guys understand what's happening on this stage, the main stage. Yeah, so it's wonderful to see so many bright minds here gathered today, a room full of individuals who are all working super hard to ensure that we have a future on this planet, right? And that future doesn't necessarily involve us sending recycling bins to the moon.
Now, we all know the world is facing a lot of challenges right now. We have climate change, we have resource depletion, and so many more. And sometimes it can feel like a puzzle of 10,000 pieces with like a few of them scattered around and missing. But here's the good news. I think we are the missing pieces, and everyone here right now. And we have gathered today, all of us, to share some ideas and look for solutions and think of ways on how to build this impact together and solve these puzzles.
Indeed. But before we start with the official agenda, I think there's few good folks here, right, today gathered also, who want to say a few words.
We have a very important people here, and they have, I think, quite a few good things to say about this topic.
Yeah, so let's invite the first one, right?
Yes, please welcome the Minister for Climate and Energy of Latvia, Mr. Kaspars Melnis. Woo!
Good morning, dear guests, participants. Sustainability. Alongside words like climate and environmental, is one of the most popular terms today's fast word of information. Sometimes used more often than necessary, not always reflecting the true essence of this concept. However, today in this room I understand that essence of the sustainability has not been worn out as a result of being overused. The people here today are aware of the essence, significance, positive impact of sustainability on all of us now, as well as invaluable contribution of our future. And this award is about action. It's about population, and what's most important that we see, it's just not about talking about sustainability, but action, doing, because it shows that if somebody can, that we all can. And there's a future where we're going, if we're thinking about it, and we want to make it better for our children, then the sustainability is the key. And the most important is better positive actions, and sustainability is a positive butterfly effect that we can feel not now, tomorrow, and in 10 years. And the sooner we shift our thinking from resource wasting, short-term consumptions to fruitful, resource-saving, high-quality, sustainable goods and service circulations, the sooner we can turn waste into stable raw materials, and we can think more and do for our future. So I really hope you will have a great event today, and I'm really thinking the winners of awards are doing their best for the future, for our children, for our home, for our planet. So thank you all for your contribution and sustainability. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Kaspars. And thank you also to the Ministry of Climate and Energy here in Latvia for supporting this event for the very first time. I think that states something, right? So up next, please welcome on stage our very good friend and a partner for a very long time. She is the Corporate Responsibility and Compliance Director at BALTICS. So put your hands together for Zanda Shadre.
Honored Mr. Minister, Madam Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you today to the 4th Baltic Sustainability Awards and Forum. And this event is important to make a green transformation that is much needed in our region, in Europe, and the whole world. With only 8% Latvian companies measuring their CO2 impact, and Rimi is one of them, This number will need to change substantially in the coming years. By making our energy sector greener, by integrating the EU Green Deal into our business practices and making our society more inclusive. Can Baltic region become the green tiger of Europe? I think there is hope. Seeing that for the 4th year in a row, around 200 companies submitted their innovations to the Sustainability Awards jury, we can see that there is development, and we will need those scientists, we will need startups, mature companies, organizations like Helve, who organizes such a great event, to make this change together. And yesterday we celebrated the award winners, 17 companies, and congratulations to you again. And today we're here to be inspired and to leave this event with a hope. And I really wish you to have great connections, a fruitful day, and it's time for Baltic Sustainability Awards Forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zanda. I think Zanda said it very well. Can Baltics become the green tiger of Europe? And we all know that there's also one very, very crucial thing for us to do that, and that is energy. Without energy, we cannot solve this puzzle that we are talking about. So please let me welcome our big partner, the CEO of Ignitis Renewables, Thierry Ellens. Welcome.
Good morning. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. As Ignitis, of course, sustainability is in the essence of what we do, especially as Ignitis Renewables. But not only Ignitis Renewables, which tries to fight climate change on a day-to-day basis, the whole Ignitis group has decided to go down the transformation path. We want to be the first, or one of the first in the region, to be able to offer you permanently green energy 24/7. We've been investing massively to do that in Lithuania, in Latvia, and also in Estonia. Sustainability is for us not only a site thematic, it's at the heart of what we do in everything we procure, in all projects we do, but also how we will end them. And that's something nobody talks about because it looks like 10 years, 20 years ahead, but that's a decision that we take now. So I hope you enjoy the day, you enjoy the conference, you enjoy the panels, and I wish you a good day and a constructive day and good networking. Thank you.
All right, so before we get started, a few practical things that I wanted to run with you guys. So first of all of you have the QR codes on the back of your badge, so please do the scan for that, and you'll be able to see full agenda, what to expect from both stages that we have here today, also the workshop area. And there are coffee mugs and water glasses we use in the venue, and all of them are reusable. So please do not throw them right away. Once you've done with your drink, reuse them. And yeah, as mentioned, we are having 2 stages in the workshop area. On the main stage, you'll be able to hear everything starting from sustainable cooperation business models between startups and larger companies to what's happening with the energy ecosystem, and beyond that. Altogether, we're going to have here 10 amazing keynotes from different industry-leading companies all across Europe, 8 panel discussions and fireside chats, and that all will equal to 50 amazing individuals who have come here to share their knowledge, insights, and also, obviously, inspiration with you here. On the second stage, we're going to have loads of other different shenanigans. So, for example, CSR Latvia is hosting their special Beyond Zero, the Business Transformation Imperative film screening on that stage where we actually were yesterday with the awards. And also, you'll be able to hear there from different various female entrepreneurs, starting from Future Heroes Project and ending with EIT Latvia Community, where 10 Latvian female entrepreneurs creating sustainable food solutions will present their pitches. Last but not least, we are going to have the workshop area offering 5 deep dive workshops with practical insights and advices led by experts across Europe. You're going to be able to hear from all the way from Sweden to UK to Finland to Latvia and to Estonia. So there's loads of content to make sure that you do pick the right ones and go learn, inspire yourselves, because this is why this event is in the first place, to make sure that we all leave inspired and they then take action, obviously. Yeah, so let's start the official part then. And first off, we are going to have witnessing a beautiful formation of alliances between Baltic Circular Hotspot and Baltic Sustainability Awards Forum. And for that, to give a bit of a brief on it, I will welcome on stage founding partner at Nordic and Baltic Circular Hotspot, Agnes Alksne Benson. Round of applause.
Good morning, dear participants. Good morning, those who are listening to us. Thank you for this honor to be today on the stage. My name is Agnes Alksne Benson. I'm a co-founder also of CSR Latvia. That's an NGO that started to create the sustainability and corporate responsibility community in Latvia in 2013. So we have been here for several years around. And this year, 2024, is a brilliant year because as an organization, we have launched not only Baltic Circular Hotspot, what will I briefly talk about you now, but also Zero Tolerance Against Corruption initiative, what took us like 7 years to launch. So something is changing in the air. Business community is ready to be transparent, sustainable, and work towards change. Today it is my honor to be here represented by Baltic Circular Hotspot. I'm not alone here. We are 10 partners today and hopefully to join Baltic Sustainability Awards today. But to briefly explain to you what is this collaboration about. This collaboration is a proof that we are enough mature today to put aside our differences and work together for the common goal. And what is our common goal? We think that added value economy is a survival kit for our small economies in Baltics. We need to work towards development of the region through innovations and for better environment and just society. So all 3 pillars. How we will do it? In this movement, we would like to recognize the value of what we have. So material flows, stakeholder practices, projects, innovations, understand how to use it wisely, data, projects, a lot of finances is needed to change. Create a system where this experience is crucial for development of planet, measure our impact, and work with regulation. How can we stay relevant? To be in front of the curve and to be invited and be part of the movements that create this change. We are honored to that Baltic Sustainability Awards is giving us this platform to invite you to join our movement and together transition from linear to circular economy. As you can see, this is a circular economy, something that you already have seen several times throughout your sustainability journey. And we would like to come Kristaps Cirulis today on the stage and sign the Memorandum of Understanding and be part of this community officially.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, I think that that's one of the things which each of us need to do is join all these initiatives. And I believe, and Baltic Sustainability Awards believe that everyone can achieve something greater only when we collectively act. So this, I think, is a good initiative which we should encourage and should try to drive forward. So let's sign.
Please. and welcome.
Thank you.
One is for us and one's for you.
So
We can make a
afterwards-
picture like this.
Yeah. Whoa. So there's a picture. Maybe
Picture?
someone will. Yeah, but the idea is that you can afterwards find Agnes and join it and learn more about this movement, because without it, we will not have sustainable future. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I think we can come here. Ah, you're mic'd up.
Quite a tricky thing, because you need to have both business growth and financial growth, but you still want to do good. You want to do good for the world. And what they will be discussing today is that sometimes these mistakes aren't what you think, and some of these mistakes can be avoidable. I hope we will get some great insights of ours today. So let's welcome to the stage Paul Finch, the co-founder at Growth Studio UK, Graham Jawad, the co-founder at Growth Studio as well, and his partner is Brian, Janet Whittaker-Ward, the head of Patient Beauty for Invention Lessons UK, and their moderator, Maria Jessica, my partner in crime and the founding partner at Outlet on VC.
Guys. All right. So how are you feeling? Good?
Very good, thank you.
Good, really good, thank you.
Good. So are you guys ready to kind of dive into the challenges, the victories, and some of the hilarious moments, probably while, working on those beautiful projects of yours? Because let's be honest, like scaling sustainability can be a comedy of errors sometimes, right?
Well, I mean, if you can do it in the first place. Like, what do you mean when you talk about scaling sustainability? What we're really talking about is scaling businesses that are sustainable, right? And I think we see this all the time, both across Europe, across the world, really, where we have companies coming to us saying, well, we want to create a sustainable business. And our response is generally, don't. Right? Don't create a sustainable business. Create a business that is in harmony with the planet, and that's the right way. Because in 5 years' time, that's going to be the way to do business anyway.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think this is one of the probably kind of, already chasm mistakes at some point, because founders think that they're building climate tech companies while they're actually just building their business, right? And okay, but let's maybe then do like quick intros of yourselves and how you got to here in the first place, and to your partnership as well. So let's start with Paul then.
Hi, I'm Paul. I'm one of the co-founders, along with Ryan, of Growth Studio. As with every great endeavor, got here completely by mistake. Worked in marketing for years, helping very large organizations change what they do, how they do it, and decided that I just didn't like the pace. So we started a business helping startups originally to scale their businesses. We pivoted into sustainability-led startups, but we work with large companies that are desperate to change what they do and how they do. And a large part of that solution for us comes from the emerging technologies and startups that help them, which is how we also met Jenna, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
Good.
Great, and my name's Ryan. I'm the other co-founder of Growth Studio. And essentially, where my superpowers really come in, I guess, my skill set is really around helping sustainable businesses, or businesses in the space of sustainability right now, understand when they're validated, when they have product market fit, and how do they get over that long gestation period that comes with an emerging market. It's long and it's arduous and it's lonely, and my God, you don't have much money at all because investors are troubled by that period, that length of time it takes you to turn your idea or a concept into a thriving business. And that's my area of specialism. So.
Jenna?
And I'm Jenna, so I lead all of transformation for a retailer called Boots in the UK. I don't know if everyone will know Boots. We're the #1 health and beauty retailer in the UK, the #1 beauty website, really big presence in the UK, so 90% of the UK live within 10 minutes of a Boots store. We've got almost 2,000 shops of all different profiles. Some are pharmacies, some are kind of beauty concept stores. And we're really trying to make a big impact in a positive way on the environment by 2040. So we've got our boot print, which is our sustainability pledge, and that's how we ended up working with Paul and Ryan and Growth Studio about bringing some of those initiatives to life.
Good.
Jenna's trying to change an organisation that's 100 and... How old is Boots again?
It's 175 years old this year.
Oh my God. It's like, wow. Wow.
The one
yeah,
woman on a
that's
mission.
one old company, I would say, a legacy type of a company in that sense. Just to maybe give a quick background, I think Boots UK would be equal to Drogas. Yeah, Drogas that we have here, just for the comparison here. But all right, and when did you guys meet, and how did you got together in the first place?
Are you talking about the two of us, or are you talking about...
Three of you.
Okay, so Paul
Because
and I,
you share history, right?
we've got shared history, yeah. Like so Paul and I met. We used to work for a digital transformation agency. Never really worked with Paul, but then around that time, so I was in the space of data, looking at numbers, and we could see how like there was legislative pressure and there was consumer pressure for business to be done differently, and the people who were really creating solutions for that were startups, and that's when I left the world of big consultancies and started exploring these technologies. And then I had to drag Paul away with me from his nice big job to work in my startup. And then we ended up kind of working together with companies like Boots, for example. And companies like Boots would come to us, and Jen, I'll let you pick up from here, but they sort of come to us because they're seeing this change, and they need to action this change within their organizations. And that's where we kind of come in to take their business needs and innovation and kind of bring them together. So.
Yeah, I think in the UK we saw a really big trend to accelerator programs.
When was that?
Probably about 3-4 years ago, we became aware of the Amazon accelerator that Growth Studio had done, and also some work with Tesco in a similar kind of vein. And that's when we started exploring actually to get sustainable initiatives into a big old company. Can be quite difficult, but actually if you set up it more as an accelerator program where it operates differently, it has different governance, it has different budgets, different stakeholders involved, actually it really can help you cut through a really big business that's structured in a way to interact with other big businesses and implement kind of slower big tech changes. And what we wanted to do was do some things at pace that we took a bit more risk on and really tried to move the business forward. So that's how we came across Growth Studio, and we've worked together ever since.
So what came first for Boots UK? Was it the overall, there's usually like the strategy and then the goals, and then it's something that the company makes like for 3 years, and only then we're going to start the pilots. So how it happened for you guys also, the strategy was put in place and then you were like, okay, we have now the targets, let's move forward, or did you start like earlier than that?
Yeah, so it was a bit iterative, really. I think Boots as a company, we've always been a bit ahead of the game on sustainability. So in the UK, we banned testing on animals within Boots 10 years before it became a government legislation. We were, as part of some change makers on some laws around plastics in the UK. So we've always had a really progressive mindset, I think. So we knew where we wanted to get to. Mm-hmm. And then I feel like through working with Paul and Ryan, actually it helped us shape the goals a little bit differently and think about it differently. So I think a little bit of both, really. We were clear on where we were going long term, but we weren't as clear on how to get there, and that's where Growth Studio have really helped.
How to get there, how to get to action.
So I think what's really interesting about Boots, unlike most massive companies in the UK, there's an environment where good ideas are able to come to fruition. And I mean, how this relationship came about, we'd worked with Jenna a little bit with some of our other programs, but I was in the shower one morning using a startup product, a brand new product that we had worked with, and I was like, Boots should have this, and Boots should have lots of things. I rang up Jenna in a panic, and I was like, "You've got to do an incubator. You've got to work with startups." And I think that'd been at the back of your mind anyway. But what is really interesting is most large organisations, when you come up with a new idea that's quite different, that's quite not implementable into processes, oftentimes it gets thrown down the line 2 or 3 years. And Boots, Jenna was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So. Although it may be the specific idea we'd had maybe wasn't on page 1 or 2 of your strategy, you were able to incorporate it because that's the type of organisation that you are. And that's really rare, and that's been really fun to work with Boots. Mm-hmm.
But how did you get to the right concepts then? Like what to start with first? Because obviously it's a lot, there's, the targets are pretty high and so on, so how to kind of like nimble them down?
I think for us, there had to be a solid commercial reason for what we're doing in the first place. And I think
money,
absolutely.
Where is the money?
Money, perception, and it's got to have commercial goals. So for sustainable products that are coming into Boots, they've got to make money. Boots are, at the end of the day, an organisation. They're a real estate company if it's selling stuff on shelves, if it's being on the right place in the high street. And so that's got to be front and centre of any idea that you have. And so that's how we first positioned it. How do you make it easier for better brands to come and that Boots can sell higher volumes of? And how do you create the environment and the processes that can happen? So any great idea coming from Latvia could land on Jenna's door, and if there's a good reason for Boots to stock them, Boots can now get them in a matter of weeks rather than 8 to 12 months, which is quite standard in the UK. So they're miles ahead of everybody else in terms of being able to jump on good opportunities.
Money and also trends. What do consumers want? Mm-hmm. Profit and purpose are not diametrically opposed, and never should they be diametrically opposed. It's perfectly possible, now more than ever, to turn purpose into a profitable opportunity. That's the first thing. But what consumers really want is the value proposition that they buy into is really around what does this product do for me, first and foremost, right? That's the most important thing. No point being sustainable if you don't deliver on your core value proposition. You can deliver on your core value proposition and be sustainable, that's the best place to be. So looking at the trends of what do Boots consumers want, and also what does the outside market that's not core to Boots, what do they want, really drove decision making about what the right products were to add to this accelerator, and will now be in 50 stores. Jenna?
Yeah, so we launch next week actually. So the beauty products are in our top 100 beauty doors, and the health and wellness products are in our top 50 health and wellness stores, and then on boots.com as well, which is the equivalent of our biggest store. It's really big for us.
Can you walk us through some of the products you guys have launched? Is it like physical products that are ending up in
Yeah, so we've had quite a few actually. So some of them have been more in our own brand space. So we've taken technology that people have developed and they've offered it us as like a white label for us to do under our own brand. So we've got baby wipes that are plastic free. Our cotton wool, we switched to organic cotton wool, which is much better for the farmers growing it. It means they can grow food alongside it. And they're all products that we sell in huge volume. So actually the impact of going after those really big formats was really significant for us. But then I think there's also things like menstrual cups to try and change consumer behaviour away from disposable tampons and pads. Things like period products, there's beauty products that are really sustainable, refillable. We have quite a lot of refillable fragrance now so that people aren't buying a glass bottle every time. So there's quite a lot of initiatives and more sustainable products that we put in. And on the back of that, we've also launched our recycling scheme where people can bring back products that in the UK are quite hard to recycle, so often small beauty products don't get picked up with your usual household waste in the UK. So through our loyalty scheme, if you recycle 5 products, you get £5 worth of points to spend back in Boots. So we're really trying to, we call it like the systems thinking, where we try and think about the whole chain, the whole way through. So it isn't just about offering better products up front for people who aren't quite ready to make that switch. We offer something at the back end around recycling or other initiatives that can help.
So Boots UK is obviously pretty large company, and it has many employees working there, and everyone obviously tends to make money. So beyond the kind of commercial part, which is always a bit of a struggle to kind of, you know, how to like put this angle towards the board so that they understand it makes sense. What maybe other obstacles have you guys occurred, you know, along the way? Can you share some of that? Like, while trying to place these, you know, new products on the shelves?
Yeah, I think we've had, I guess for us internally for Boots, we've had quite a few challenges that seem quite small, but actually for some of these businesses are really significant. So things like how we're set up commercially. So normally we work with big suppliers who've got big budgets. So for example, people will create, we call it show material, but POS, so, you know, like information that goes on the shelf. Usually suppliers would just pay for that as part of a listing in Boots, whereas some of these businesses, like, they just don't have the cash to do things like that. Or our payment terms are slightly longer because we're used to working with big businesses who that cash flow isn't as big a concern for them. So we had to change quite a lot of the fundamentals of how we were set up to work with brands, because they didn't have a lot of cash, they didn't have the budgets available to support some of the things we do. And we've worked with them really differently on marketing, so we have a lot of marketing channels, and we've really been laser focused on the ones with the highest return, like more social channels where they can talk more about the brand story. So we've really had to tailor how we operate in a lot of ways to get these businesses on board and do it in a way that works for them and for us.
Paul, Ryan?
I think what's also really interesting is Boots is a heritage brand. It's one of the most loved brands in the UK. It's, as Jenna says, you're never more than like 8 meters away from a Boots or something like that. But actually, in the beauty industry, there's been such a change in environment. TikTok has obviously decimated retailers in the UK in terms of how people find brands, how people relate to brands, what influencers and where they buy from. Sephora, is, I'm sure everybody here will know, is big in Europe. It's getting into the UK. So where people buy their products has changed quite dramatically. And so we did a lot of research with Boots for early stage beauty brands to sort of see what the perception was of the shop and where they want to be and how they want to get there. And I think that's also really interesting because every single large corporate is in a real state of change. And so Boots has to be relevant for the new brands because suddenly they've got so many more places to go and be stocked. And I think that's where the transformation that Jen is looking after to really be a premium beauty store, plus the processes to allow smaller brands to work there, plus the ability for one of the largest companies to work with, someone that might have 5 or 6 people in their business. All of it has to work and align. And that's what's been really complex. I think a lot of large organizations that we work with, from Amazon to Tesco, they're not set up to work with small businesses, and they feel that just because they're massive, small businesses will desperately want to work with them, and that's not always the case. And I think that's where Boots has been quite leading.
I mean, we contend with this very issue all the time, right? So when you look at, and I think I might expand from Boots just a little bit, if that's okay, Jenna, because what we find is large organizations have the same ambition that you had at Boots. They really they see the opportunity. They fear that someone else is going to take the opportunity. They want to be able to capture it. But what's incentivizing the everyday people in that business to just do something different? Probably not very much. And so there's a structural change that needs to happen from the top. Another brand that we work with, where we started working with you, Jenna, is Amazon. So we work on Amazon's Sustainability Accelerator. And I remember a really interesting conversation that we had. And for context, the Sustainability Accelerator is consumer products that are better for people and the planet than the traditional alternatives. And we've had some really good products that have come out of that. But one question that we always ask brands when we work with them, as we did with yourself, is why? Like, why are you doing this? And money is always a good answer. There's nothing wrong with that answer. But Amazon gave a really interesting answer to me. They said, well, look, there are many reasons we could be doing this, but at the end of the day, we know it's the right thing to do, and there is going to be a way to make money from this. And I think that's a really good answer, because I think every brand knows that there's two things. One is, how do you make money? But the other is, are we doing the right thing? There's so many legislative pressures on organizations to sort of make these changes. So whilst the ambition's there, I think where we kind of come in is we say, look, let's navigate the existing structures of your spaceship, your business model, the core business, and work out how we can make this work. And when you have that first success, and we're hopefully about to see that next week with Boots, then that's when things can really start to grow for an organization, when they see the value.
Good. So, all right, now we've gone through an accelerator program, we got those products on the shelves, everything is set. What's next? I mean, and I think that's the trickiest part, right? How to kind of communicate this to consumers. And that's another type of, level challenge.
100%. I mean, I think what's next for us is obviously a 5-year contract from Boots.
And you're like, okay, we're done. Good luck, have fun.
No, I think it's. I'm always a really big proponent of when an organisation does something like this, you've got to announce it to the world, because then you're committed, and you can't crawl back. And so I think we're coming up to Christmas. Boots is it's a retail organisation. There's a lot of noise going on, but I think this is the very first step of something really exciting for Boots. And I think the other thing that we found, we focus very much on validation and product market fit for startups, but actually when we were working within Boots, every single department we spoke to got really excited about the concept of this accelerator program. We'd be in meetings with the data people, the CRM people, the operations manager, people who are notoriously unexcited about stuff. And you'd start talking about the accelerator program, and they would lean forward and they'd desperate to help. And I think that for me was a really good indicator that Boots was doing something really interesting, because people internally were excited about it. And I think that's something which means it will have longer term success within Boots. And if you don't have people at your core organization excited about what you're going to do, it's not going to succeed long time. And I think the other thing is, one of Grace's colleagues announced something about it on LinkedIn about a month ago, that she was working on this accelerator, on this Ignite. And apparently her inbox just went of all these brands, like desperate to find out more, desperate to get in. So, I mean, we haven't PR'd it yet, but all of the indicators feel that you're onto something really exciting.
Definitely. And I think it is about that announcement to the press, which we'll do. But I think the other thing we've done as part of the organisational design is there's a small team working on the accelerator, but all the structure around it is ready for scale up for these brands. So if they are successful in the space that they have in store, they're ready to go into kind of the BAU part of Boots. So I think when we were talking about what happens if the brands work, if they don't, we've kind of got a plan for both routes, which I think is really important because you hear so many horror stories of brands working with big retailers that get big orders. It then has a really crippling impact on their business. So we've worked really hard with the brands to say, is even in the beauty stores where they can have 100 doors, for some of those brands they've only taken 25 because that's right for them at that time of what they're able to produce and manufacture. So we're working really carefully to nurture those brands so that as they roll off the accelerator into working with Boots, that we're setting them up in the right way for that as well.
So, but it's the communication of this, I think, is critical. It's also probably the easiest part, if I'm honest, because what's interesting about the concept that we kind of built for Boots here is, I mean, just by show of hands, how many people here are on TikTok? Oh, very few on TikTok. Okay, we've got a few people on TikTok.
No Gen Z here.
Sorry?
No Gen Z here.
Yeah. Okay. So
unfortunately, actually, they should have been here.
They should.
They're the only ones who care at the end of the day.
But by finding the right products that are actually trending on social anyway, then actually the communication strategy about these products becomes quite easy. You don't need to basically buy this online. You don't need to wait days. Walk into your local Boots and buy it from there. And I think that's where things get quite interesting. So.
It's also a really interesting proof of concept. So again, Boots, massive organization, huge supply chains, really complex logistics, shipping things around the world. And actually, if you do something in retail that's exciting, it means that you can also innovate elsewhere in the business. And I think, organizations out here like Rimi and Drogas who have the same problems, if the business is open to testing new technologies to save costs, to cut down your sustainable impact, it actually creates an environment where you're more likely to test new things, you're more likely to save money, you're more likely to experiment a bit more. And I think that's where a lot of large organizations get stuck. They're so defined on their process, they're so risk averse, that actually they're way behind where they should be in terms of keeping up with new retailers or people that are doing it very differently.
But I feel like we're still, like, we've also at HAL have been working with corporate innovation for quite a few years right here in the Baltic region. And then we started out in 2018-ish, something around that time. And at that point, there was always the key to success was that you have this one kind of innovation champion within the company, then who, feeds his kind of contagious energy then to the board and then to other colleagues and so on. And fast forward, we're still here.
Yeah.
We're still on the same path. What do you guys feel like? Because that's what we feel within this market.
Yeah. So I mean that's a problem. That is a problem. I believe, and I think we're seeing this happen. That there won't be an innovation department soon. It should be the expectation of innovating should be across the business. Now, I'm sure Boots has an innovation person and all organizations have an innovation person, but actually when you think about the number of organizations, teams, people, layers that were involved in the launching of this Boots accelerator, everyone was required to do innovative thinking. And again, just referencing Amazon again, Amazon have got a great framework called Working Backwards. So they don't have an innovation team at Amazon. Amazon, you think, huge innovative company built on the basis of fundamentals of innovation. No innovation lead.
That makes sense.
But because there's an expectation.
If you start ground up with the mindset, but then you have to maintain it all the way through while you're scaling. So that's a different challenge. But I hats off to Jeff Bezos.
but essentially that's the model that we believe is going to take over. But also that's the model that every business wants, right? Every business wants their colleagues, their superiors, the people who work within their team to be constantly thinking about the next iteration of what the business could be. So, so what we are finding though, Maria, just to kind of put a positive spin on why we still have innovation managers, is there was a time that innovation directors, innovation managers were, I guess, the graduate with a beanbag in the corner, right? that was the innovation team. Innovation is being taken more seriously now in many organizations. They have big budgets now. They're more influential. They're no longer seen as the thorn in the side of every director. So that's a very positive sign.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And actually, there's a very good keynote speech at 11:50 about innovation and sustainability.
Is that by you by any chance? Is that you? Okay.
I think, yeah, innovation, sustainability, they're two sectors, they're two departments, I think, within large organizations that everybody feels they need to have. And they've got a transformational remit, but they really are able to transform. They often have smaller budgets that they need. They work in very different silo departments, even though they're both trying to transform the business. And I think what's interesting for Boots, and I'd love to get your reflections on, Jenna, is that you're looking after transformation. You're finding big problems and then changing them from the inside. And I think what we found is innovation managers or leaders often don't have the authority, they don't have the budget, they're not well connected to the business as usual, and they're trying to change an organization that they can't actually influence. And I think there will probably always, I disagree, I think there will always be innovation departments, but I think it's not going to be a 26-year-old, 27-year-old with an Eric Ries book who worked at a startup as a graduate. I think they are going to be taken more seriously. And I think what's interesting about Boots is that you've got someone who's focused on transformation and the actual making it happen rather than thinking about innovation. But I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree, and I think there's a couple of reasons why at Boots it's successful. So I've worked at Boots for over 20 years, and I think exactly that. I've done a variety of roles. So actually I have a good overview of how the business runs, from in-store to the support office, all of those functions. So it is definitely the people in that transformation team are generalists who've worked across the business, and we actively recruit people in there that have been in different departments, so that it is, there's a lot of experience of how to navigate through the business. And I think the second part is all of the transformation work streams are sponsored by our CEO. So we've recently had a new CEO, but Seb, our old CEO, I met with him monthly, went through everything we were doing. Anthony, who's just taken over, his first meeting of his new tenure was the transformation programs, and we went through all of those. So I think that sponsorship and connect to the board, it actually, all of the usual blockers you have, like not enough people, not enough budget, those things become easier, I'd say, because the sponsorship is there, they're completely bought into what you're doing, like they're in the vision, they're building it with you. And I think sometimes where those innovation managers become less impactful is they're probably in a team that's a bit left of centre with little exposure, and actually then their sphere of influence becomes quite small. Even with them doing a brilliant job, that's not in a disrespectful way. I just think the org design isn't always set up to give them the platform.
I think that, well, in general, what we're still lacking, and there's a bit of a long way to go, is this kind of mindset shift towards immediate gains versus like looking, rather in future. Because I feel like all of these also, pilot products and new innovation and new processes that you're kind of introducing within your company, it takes time, guys.
Yeah,
it takes time for you to get the ROI that you really want. It's the same with the, VC funds. We invest in companies, and then, it's year 6 or 7 at this point already. It used to be like not that long of a haul, but now I feel like to really get the company off ground takes, 6 to 7 years. But then once it gets there, the returns are nothing you've seen before, right? And I think in this setup, we should also look at these type of kind of transformational partnerships.
Yeah, I think that, innovation in the, I guess, purest sense of the word, I would agree fully. But what's to say an innovation, a transformation division, that the person responsible for innovation can't change the processes now that can have an immediate impact, right? So innovation doesn't necessarily have to be about that big idea, the huge, disruptive model. it can be doing something differently that can actually make a huge difference to the bottom line today. And I think that's kind of how, you know, like when innovation comes together with sustainability, which is sort of what you're talking about later on.
At 11:50.
11:50.
Keynote downstairs. Limited places.
Okay, everyone be there. When innovation comes together with sustainability, I think that's when we do need to think across the short-term horizon, the medium-term horizon, and the long-term horizon. And I think that I think to me that's core to the job, to think about what can we do now versus what are the gains that we can get later.
And we also need these, yeah, of course, like the large kind of paydays coming a few days later, but we have to have also these, quick successes to be able to like really maintain this kind of inspired and, ambitious environment.
But it's also working out what those successes are. And I think this is the thing, is like I originally came from a branding and marketing background, and trying to explain to an accountant at a large organization why they need to invest in brand when they can't conceptualize it, they don't understand it, it means nothing, was always really tough. And I think for both sustainability and innovation, they're seen as cost centers. They're not seen as really having tangible ROI. And I think what's interesting about Boots and Amazon and these other organizations is you go, right, here's a financial opportunity. It might be return on investment, but it might be more innovation accounting based. Yeah. In terms of the perception that your customers might have, in terms of retention of those customers, actually you can usually make the link between sustainability and your customers staying for longer and buying more. One thing that always gets overlooked is actually talent and acquisition, and particularly younger people now. Working in an innovative and definitely a sustainable environment, and working for an organization that puts sustainability or puts importance on sustainability, means that you're attracting much better talent that's going to change and transfer the organization, but also they stay longer. So there are different metrics you need to be aware of that might not just be the short-term ROI, but they've got to have commercial metrics. Yeah. And for me, all of those metrics are commercial metrics, but you just need to be a bit more creative about which ones are going to be focused on in the short, medium, and long term.
Yeah, I mean, that's the core question that everyone has to answer. Like, how do you measure the value of an idea when all traditional metrics, financial metrics, are zero? That's the question everyone has to answer. And it's going to vary for everyone, but you do need to know what those metrics are that you're aiming for, what those indicators are, and that's what you work towards.
So Jenna, perhaps then you could shed a bit of light also towards how you see retail industry evolving in future in this sustainability kind of scope. Like, what's next? What are the trends that you're like really like looking forward to?
So I think there'll be a lot of things that we can do. I think the hard thing with sustainability is sometimes it requires the consumer to have quite a big behaviour change. Like the example of moving from disposable period products to a reusable menstrual cup. Like, we can offer that at the best possible price. We can do marketing that says actually over your lifetime you'll save hundreds of pounds. There's quite a lot of benefits as to why you do that over and above the environment. But the consumer change is big. And I think where retailers really need to support is to help nurture these brands in doing the education piece around that consumer change, because I think if we don't help consumers come along that journey with us, we're going to limit the scope of what these new brands can do. And I think, like, a good example, I think, is when we changed our cotton wool. We took out all normal cotton wool, so there was no option but to buy organic. And when we changed our baby wipes, all of the wipes we sold, whether they were Boots brand or branded, became plastic free. Like, we just removed the plastic option. And I think you can kind of help through education with customers, but you can also help by just removing choice. So if we know that there's something that's really bad for the environment, like we often discuss, like tampons with plastic applicators, actually, should we be offering consumers that choice, or just say, we just don't sell them anymore, like they're not available? And I think where retailers can really kind of nurture new innovations coming through and help consumers with that transition is to help nudge them along in that journey, along with there's loads of things we can do around shipping, transportation, logistics. It's not really my area of expertise, but I think from a consumer product point of view, there's still a lot more we can do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stay in the consumer product space here for my answer as well. For me, the future belongs to SMEs. I think SMEs are the rate at which we're seeing new products that are so differentiated from each other is not going to stop. We're seeing new and differentiated products with different USPs coming out every single week. We're seeing new and innovative sales channels and ways of buying coming out all the time. So I think large organizations, to stay large organizations, have to work out exactly what this means for them. And collaboration is what they should be looking at rather than competition. And what that means needs definition. But SMEs, which already are the backbone of many economies, are really going to be taking over this space. So companies like Unilever and Reckitt, they should be afraid about what's happening right now. They should be afraid. I think so. So I would not be surprised if in a few years' time you're going to walk into a Drogas or a Boots and you're going to see an array of products that all do very, very different things, and that stock gets turned around very fast. That's my view.
I have no idea. Absolutely none. I think retail's really exciting because, we're at a stage where people are really innovating their product, their supply chains, their experiences. In the UK alone, if you want convenience, you'll go to Amazon because something will be delivered tomorrow. If you want experience, you'll go to a bricks and mortar store where you can touch, feel, and look at the product. There's people like Boots now doing pop-ups and really quite experimental and creative different ways of presenting their products to people. If you want to find out about whether something works for your skin tone, you'll probably go to TikTok. TikTok will basically influence
All the answers
you
are there.
everything. It's why my skin is absolutely beautiful and I look 20. But TikTok is influencing things. So the entire dynamics of how you buy and where you buy has completely changed. And to talk about menstrual cups, we've just been working on a menstrual cup startup for the past few months. You buy it today, it will last you for 10 years. And that's going to do really well in retail, but it's also mind-blowing that you're trying to sell something into retail where your customer's probably not going to come back for 9 or 10 years. Where's the incentive for a retailer to stock something where you only buy it once?
Such a huge transformation, actually, yeah.
So it's really exciting. I've no idea which direction it's going to go, but it's definitely fun.
Yeah, it's good to have these comparisons from time to time. All right, so we're almost done with our session. So perhaps any last piece of advice to entrepreneurs wanting to tackle some of the corporation challenges here?
Be brave, have fun. Sorry, did I completely just jump in on you?
That's like, okay.
Be brave,
we've heard that before.
Use data. So did I do the same thing?
Use data, okay.
It's a bad day for mansplaining and
patriarchy. Use TikTok. Who needs data when you have TikTok?
Well, TikTok has that for me, the source of it. Use data to drive your decision making, I think would be my key advice. And continuously keep on using data because you want to keep up with all the changes.
Jenna?
Yeah, I'd say, I think we've mentioned it a couple of times, but be clear on what the proposition is over and above sustainability. I think as we move forward, the expectation is everything will be better for the planet and sustainable, so make it cool, make it interesting, make it differentiated. Don't rely just on the sustainability credentials.
Good. I like the fun part, but also take it seriously. Okay, round of applause to our wonderful panelists here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks again to our amazing and inspiring panelists. Up next, we would like to talk about the future of food and how our consumer choices are transforming the future food systems and how our choices and decisions and our conscious decisions can change and make the future food more sustainable. I would like to welcome on stage Saskia Neuten, the Chief Brand and Communications Officer from ET Food Holland. Please welcome.
Thank you, and welcome all. It's great to see you here. Let me shortly introduce myself. My name is Saskia Neuten. I work at EIT Food in the role of Chief Brand and Communication Officer. EIT Food is an innovation community supported by the European Commission. Our role is to fuel, to fasten innovation and to create food systems transformation. We are part of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and we focus, well, the name says it all, on food, the food system. We have 3 missions. One has to do with healthy diets, so healthy lives through food. One has to do with net zero food systems, and the third one with a fair and resilient food system for everybody. Today, I'm going to speak to you about the critical role of consumers in revolutionizing the food system. In today's rapidly evolving world, where consumer preferences shift quickly and sustainability becomes more and more important, involving consumers has never been more crucial. I'll discuss some challenges that we see there, and also I'll discuss with you why trust is so important if we want to come to a more sustainable food system. Innovation is one way to contribute to a healthier and more sustainable food system. Innovative technologies, collaborative approaches, they are very important and they deliver accessible and healthy food products. The underlying need is clear. We have a really rapidly growing global population. And the current food system, will it be able to feed all these people? But this is not the only challenge, this food security challenge. Because actually, our agricultural food system is heavily impacted by climate change, another challenge. Think of extreme weather circumstances causing floods, but also think of heavy droughts, not having enough water. And the food system is not only impacted by it, the food system actually is an active contributor to this climate change. Just think of things like land use, the water footprint, and let's not forget greenhouse gas emissions. People are more and more aware of what they eat, and they are demanding healthier, more sustainable, and ethically produced food. As the end user in the food value chain, their needs, wants, and ideas need to be integrated at every step of that chain. And unfortunately, still too often, consumers are regarded as just the receiver of the food supply chain. Rather, we should involve them in every step, making them part of, for instance, innovation processes. A closer relationship between consumers, manufacturers, retailers, and authorities is essential to create a food system which is better for health and for the planet. And EIT Food has measured trust in the last 6 years. Farmers are the most trusted actor, actually, in the food system. And the least trusted are authorities. And here you can think of European institutions, but also your local, your national agencies. Retailers, food manufacturers, they're a little bit above authorities, but also not that high. We notice a clear lack of trust. to the actors in the system. And I will get back to that also throughout my speech. I want to take a practical example. Let's talk alternative proteins. Over the past few years, alternative proteins have gained attention due to their health impact that they can have, the environmental impact that they will address, and also the ethical concerns that many people have compared to traditional animal-based proteins. One of the compelling arguments that is used here, so used for reducing meat, replacing meat by alternative proteins, is one of more sustainability. But what does that mean to the consumer, and does it really motivate them? So, if we look here, it actually does. 76% of Europeans are motivated to be more sustainable. That's great to hear. But there's more. Only 51% of Europeans really take into account sustainability into account when making their food choices, so when they're actually buying their product. And then another fact comes around the corner. Only 35% of consumers believe that their food is produced in a sustainable way. Hey, here trust comes around the corner again. I want to take you to innovation. It's obviously a big word, especially also in the institute that I work. But there's a challenge around innovation, especially in food. So yes, consumers believe there's a need for more sustainable food products. But still, only 37% of Europeans are open to adopting new foods. The topic of innovation in food is actually the least popular topic when you discuss food with consumers. Doesn't matter any other topic they are more enthusiastic about. Many people indicated that when their reservations for adopting food innovations has a lot to do with the fact that they don't know what's in the product. They don't understand and know what it actually means longer term, for example, on their health. So there's a wariness towards innovations, especially the ones that are seen as too industrial or unnatural. And interestingly, when we asked our participants about innovation in food, they actually came with topics that we would consider as old ways of food production. So a lot about being organic, using only natural resources, homegrown products. So there's a sharp contrast between changes like this, which consumers think of, and technology-centered approaches, which they often see as scary. Another interesting nugget on the topic of innovation that we came across was there was this growing feeling of resentment amongst participants towards what they called as forced innovation. They felt like they had no, influence on which innovation actually reached the market, and as a result ended up on their plate. They often felt that innovations were forced on them by campaigns and advertising. And when we talk with them about sustainability, sustainability in food also brought actually another challenge. And it has to do with what is sustainability in food. And to illustrate that, let me first give another example, which has to do with healthy food. So what we found was that a lot of the people that we interviewed, which were 100,000 in total, they had a good idea of what healthy food is. They understood the concept. The difficulty was obviously eating healthy, sticking to it. So it's a difficult choice. It can be because of price, you have a busy lifestyle, you don't have time, so you buy something on the go, something easy. So people might not do it, but they had an understanding of what it entailed to have a healthy diet. But with sustainability of food products, it became more unclear. It was less straightforward for them, because what were they now really buying? Is it about environmental aspects? Is it about other aspects? In other words, when you buy a sustainable food product, is it environmentally friendly, or was it resource efficient to create it? Or are we talking about it is ethical responsible? So there are different elements coming into play which are not clear to the consumer. And obviously, when I talk about these consumers who want to buy sustainable, I usually talk about affluent consumers. We also talk to a lot of people who are lower incomes, who indicated sustainability often is not a factor in their decision process. Simply their basic focus is getting food on the table. But to come back to the definition of sustainability, actually consumers are unclear of what it is in food, and they realize that they need to trust the external forms of confirmation by the actors. But they actually trust in these actors is low at the moment. So that's a difficult point. And that circles me back to the beginning of my presentation, where I said we need to move away from looking at consumers as just a receiver of the supply chain. Rather, we should involve them, have closer relationships between the actors, between food manufacturers, between retailers, between the authorities and the consumer, and to increase that trust. If we want to create a food system which is better for both health and the planet, this trust is needed. And I would love to hear what you are doing in that respect. So I'm hoping some of you will approach me today and tell me a little bit more about your ideas and what you are doing. But what do people then trust? We also asked that. And we got 4 interesting points. 1 is technologies which improve ways in which the food is made. Not so much technologies that actually alter the food product. Secondly, it's food technologies which can guarantee a health benefit or a more sustainable food origin. Innovations that can help becoming more connected to the natural environment was more trusted. And 4, which had to do with marketing and campaigning, products without over-the-top campaigning where they feel pushed by. So to conclude, the food transition is essentially a change in consumer behavior. But the consumer is not responsible for this. We, the actors, we are responsible. The developments in technology, they play an essential role, but to be effective, we need to make sure that people are willing to accept these new technologies and new foods as part of their daily diet. And that is on all of us. I would like to thank you for your time, and I look forward to the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Saskia. Saskia, please wait. Thank you so much. Thanks once again for this amazing insight in the future of food. Up next, we want to get serious about cities. I think if there is one thing that is true, that I've found out to be true in both business and innovation and sustainability, is that it's very hard to get to results without metrics. You have to measure so you can get to a point where you can say that you have achieved something. So I would like to welcome, to talk about cities and introduce the Circular Economy Index. Agita Balbade, member of the board at Klinar Gruppe. Please welcome.
Thank you, Eva. Hello, everyone. I'm representing Klinar Gruppe, environmental services group with the main business line in waste management. And let me share with you today the story about the first and unique measurement tool for circularity for Latvian municipalities that we have created. We at Klinar Gruppe are looking on circular economy as a response to climate change. It's a way for smarter management, a way for more efficient use of resources. So why did we launch this initiative? Circularity in our house and home, in the Klinar Gruppe, we have built in the whole life cycle of our services and products, starting with sustainable design solutions for sorting and collecting in infrastructure like underground waste containers, also into the logistics, like more than around 70% of our special vehicle fleet we have low emissions, and almost half of our passenger fleet we have already electrical. But the main fact in this picture is that more than half of waste that we collect, we return back to economics, back to circularity, not as a waste, but already as a resources. And having business in waste management, we often have this attitude like circular economy equals waste management, but it's not. Waste, no, not waste management, but circular economy affects all the industries. Waste the same. But circular economy from energy sector till agriculture. But at the same time, in this whole European Union Green Deal universe, still circular economy is only the one of the policies. And in the latest Deloitte Circular Economy Gap report, they reveal quite interesting facts. In last 5 years, we have talked, discussed, made publications 3 times more. It's a huge amount of talks, but the results don't follow. And the most important figure here is minus 21%, meaning almost 5 times, more than 5 times, the share of secondary materials consumed in global economy have decreased. In last 5 years, more than 5 times. So how to move forward from talking to actions? How to walk the talk? So we started with exploration, what are doing other countries, what is the circulation, what is the situation with implementing circular economy in international arena. And 3 facts, 3 common things. Data, 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 of course, data as a source of quality decisions. And also, around the world, around the globe, municipalities are the ones who have the greatest impact in implementation circularity, in enhancing, empowering it, and also serving as role models. And also, I think everybody can agree here, stakeholder engagement. How to engage, how to involve all of our stakeholders and work together towards the goal. So science-based tool is needed here. Tool that can help municipalities as the ones who can be the most important ones to assess their current state of circularity, and also to help them to see where is the place for improvements. So together with more than 20 Latvian scientists and experts and the leading scientists Zintra Atstāja and Andris Saulītis, we started a work towards a first tool in Latvia how to measure circularity. We started with calculation method, so we put in place circularity indicators, also assigned a significance to each of them, and started to implement two types of surveys. So one is self-assessment tool for municipalities, and at the same time, residents have their own survey. And we ranged results in two ways. One way how to look on the results is the groups, from the hesitants to conscious ones, to practitioners, experts, and leaders. And you know, we have not so a lot of the hesitants and not so many of leaders, but there is a good thing. We have a lot of practitioners, and there is a hope. And the other way of how to look on the results is categories, topical categories from resource management, business transformation, community engagement, as I mentioned, and also efficient management. And this is the tool that municipalities can work with. They have their own individual results. They see what their residents are thinking and saying about them, and there is the place for improvement, and there also they can see their strengths. So what are the key learnings? Interesting enough for us, but I believe the most interesting for municipalities. So what are the places and hotspots where municipalities meet with their residents? What do their residents think of them and their actions? And according to residents, municipalities manage their operations maybe even more better regarding circularity than residents themselves. But of course, there's always a place for improvement. Residents think all around Latvia that their municipalities can be more frugal or, let's say, cost efficient. And also interesting thing, there is in place infrastructure for circularity. You might ask, what is infrastructure for circularity? Like very simple examples, like publicly available tap water places or shared co-working spaces. There are this infrastructure, but there is no usage. So again, question for municipalities, how to empower our residents, our people to use this infrastructure. What's next? Of course, activities, actions should be put in place. And the most effective way how to utilize this tool and these results of the survey is, of course, work with your residents. You see your results as a municipality. You see what do you do and what are evaluated the best from the residents. You can use this data as a snapshot, as a state of play for today, and use this data in your planning, policy planning documents, how to improve, how to work better, and of course, learn from each other, learn from the best. You can see the results of other municipalities, you can learn from their mistakes and also from their best practice. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Agita for this amazing insight in metrics. Before we go forward, and we will go forward and talk a little bit more about cities and Cities 2.0, I just wanted to remind you that workshops are starting very soon at 11. You can find on your badges on the other side a map. There you will see where the workshop area is. The first workshop that will be happening is by Robert Höglund, a carbon removal strategist, and he will share a little bit about offsetting, beyond offsetting, and it's a carbon removal masterclass. So if you're interested in learning a bit more about that, I very much suggest that you go downstairs and use this opportunity to learn from the experts. And after Robert, there will be quite a few other masterclasses, and you can see them on the agenda. But let's move forward right now and talk about Living 2.0, cities on the edge. So we know that urban transformation is creating billion-euro opportunities while killing traditional business models. So we want to get inside of this topic. And I would like to welcome on stage Egle Šlipaitė, partner at Children Agency, Lithuania, Denis Gatica, country general manager at Schneider Electric Baltics from Lithuania, Raul Potiseb, the CGO and co-founder at Eleport from Estonia, Katarina Wangler-Björk, the head of Impact and Exponential Roadmap Initiative from Sweden. Please welcome. And last but not least, Marek Srachko, the Technical Department Director at JCDecaux, Latvia. The stage is yours.
Is my mic working? Yes, it's working. And I'm very happy to see my panelists. You've been already introduced, so I'm happy to jump into our topic. Cities worldwide are setting quite ambitious goals for zero emissions. And some of the cities have a goal to reach zero emission by 2030. And I would like to, together with my panelists, to discuss how public and private sectors are working together on this. And are these goals achievable, a reality, or a distant dream? Quite an edgy insight, but let's see where it takes us. So first of all, I would like to ask you, Dennis, where would you like to live when you retire? In a city or in a rural area?
Yeah, I believe I am probably the person who would like to live in the city. Yeah, in the sustainable city, I would say, and the efficient city. So, and for me, you know, when I look on the city itself, I think that we need today already think about the city, how it will look after their 100 years, in fact, I mean, and from the different angles. Why I'm saying so, today, city, you know, faces many different challenges, and we need to address specifically, you know, for the cities going renewables sources for sure, for the cities going and prioritizing the energy efficiency for sure. Yeah, so for us, you know, for us to feel comfortable, for us to be part of this community who want to commit to the sustainability. And looking from that perspective, for sure, there are several aspects that would play a significant role of them. So it's, I would say, innovation and technology would be the key elements. Especially when it comes to technology, we like looking on the sustainable smart city. It should definitely have a holistic approach to it and integrates such aspects as energy, mobility, and of course the governments. When I'm speaking specifically about the energy itself, yeah. So we speak about.
So what innovations could we expect in the energy optimization? There are already a lot happening, and I know that AI is already there.
Yes, indeed. So if you look on the city, so it consists of their, let's say, the buildings, sustainable, and in the future definitely will be sustainable buildings. It consists of the smart infrastructure and the smart grids. So looking from this perspective, what is the technology? Technology is playing a crucial role in order to address sustainability. And what kind of? And especially you mentioned about artificial intelligence, because the technology could help to make energy more visible. What does it mean in practice? So when we do here in the Baltics, when we do a lot of projects with our partners within the buildings, we have our building management systems in there, many of the newly built buildings and so on. We aim to address the technology what could help, first of all, to address the CO2 emission, becoming the more energy efficient. So making that we can definitely collect all of the information, collect all of the data which is needed in order to make this building efficient, to make this building more resilient, to make this building definitely more comfortable for the people and so on. And we see that sustainability from this point of view, like when we speak about the cities now, could definitely becoming way more wide from the perspective, because today we speak only somehow sustainability from energy perspective point of view, which is true to some point, but it's not only the case. Now today, innovation and the technology definitely just start to accelerate, and I believe that we just started to see this AI just really beginning part of the story, as AI is basically will help and helping in some cases will help definitely to do what is to help understand a huge amount of data. Today, building or the smart infrastructure and so on, it's a lot of data today. Tomorrow it will double, it will triple, and it will go forward. So first of all, people itself, I mean, we are human beings, will not be able to make any insight of it. Second point, with the innovation and technology. Look at this, I mean, today, smart buildings, they're not possible without smart infrastructure, smart grid. So why so? Because, you know, we are going to the more decentralization. It means that each building, its site, not only consuming the energy what we had before from the utility, but we start also to produce on our own. It means that AI could play here a crucial role, how to, you know, how to make sure that the patterns, you know, when to produce the energy from the renewables, solar panels on the roof panels, and that will help here, like in Riga, Vilnius, and Tallinn, and so on. It could help you to understand when you can actually, you know, charge your electrical vehicles and so on. Another part we have also here report,
Yes.
like how to. It's not only about, you know, there's a lot of limitation on the smart grid itself, because today we see the massive scale
Dennis,
of growing.
you have mentioned
Yeah.
the electric vehicles, and the mobility sector is also changing in a very fast pace. Raul, you work with that a lot. I have one story to tell you. On the way to the airport, I took a Bolt electric car and spoke to a driver. How does he feel driving an electric car? And his answer was amazing. The only issue was that, don't know how about other countries, but people are so excited about this new, this innovation that they are cutting charger cables. And I hope that this issue will not impact this huge expansion that is happening now. So could you tell us, please, about the next steps and what is going on in this industry?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. So at Eleport, we are building an EV charging network for, obviously for electric cars throughout the Central and Eastern Europe. I was on a road trip with an electric car throughout different countries, and I know personally how difficult it was to, and perhaps it is still, to make a road trip from one country to another, because there are different networks in each country. So Eleport wants to sort of change that, or build a big network so you can drive cross country without any hassle. So we started in the Baltics. Now we're basically up to Croatia. So I think e-mobility offers a lot of opportunities for the cities. So one obvious thing is that you don't have the tailpipe emissions, right? So at the moment, all cars all internal combustion cars are emitting not only CO2, but they're emitting other obnoxious gases, which cause a lot of illnesses for people who live in urban areas. So generally, it's like the bigger the city, the bigger the pollution problem. So e-mobility can, immediately have an effect on the air, or the air quality of the city, and also actually the less people that get diseases from pollution, the less budget we have to put to the healthcare system. So
yes, and it's one of the main reasons, or one of the main ways how to convince the public, the people, to really choose or to change their behavior into more sustainable, because it affects them very personally. And health, I think it's one of the most important things for all of us. So all this transformation, can it be possible without the policymakers, without the support of, let's say, municipality or government? Marex, I know that you have something important to say, and I wanted to ask the public if there's any representative from the government or municipality now, because we have an important message for you. Please, Marex.
Well, yeah, I would like to drop a little bit of tar in this honeypot, and I think there is a huge lack of communication from state and municipality side. As an example, I can bring up the thing that I haven't seen in our industry any tender or any auction or any procurement process with included ESG criteria as evaluation criteria. That is a huge thing. You can talk whatever you want, you can speak out loudly, but if you do not show people that in practice, that will never work. As we touched with our zero emission zone as an example in the city, you have to educate people and have to bring them to make conclusions by themselves, not to push them to do some stuff. And that is the main issue, I would say, that municipality and state really have to spend more on communication and educating people. Big international companies as ours, we have the support from Corp. We have been educated, and we are trying to educate municipality. But the problem is that they're too cautious, too afraid to start new things. Public and private partnership projects and such stuff. We do not have any. We have one in Latvia, but still we do not have any more. So that is the huge issue.
Yes, we will come back to the education topic. I would also like to ask Katerina. You have been working with sustainability. You've been engaged in sustainability for so many years from a very young age. And at the moment you work with companies in transformation. How do you see this collaboration between the public and private sector? And do you have any examples of companies collaborating together, and sometimes even with competitors? And which way does it go? Does the public sector has to make a push, or the private sector is doing, in reality, the push towards more sustainable solutions?
Through history, I think it has evolved differently. At the moment, definitely business side has the leadership. But it wouldn't be possible if it was an interplay between policy and politicians and the businesses. I started very early, a bit too early, trying to drive sustainability in businesses. And at that time, it wasn't really possible because there was no policy engaging businesses. That was 25 years ago, so you could say that I was a bit naive also, or before the market. But anyway, but now I think there is a huge momentum in businesses, and I see that from when looking at the exponential roadmap, which is a corporate network gathering large corporates such as Apple, Google's, and Ericsson and IKEA's in engaging, but also pushing their own boundaries and ambitions and delivering on climate agendas, but also collaborating together with new solutions that could be like the future fit companies, being the businesses that should be the ones leading in the net zero economy. And we need collaboration between both the large ones and between the ones in the different value chains, but also between the small up and coming, being part of the supply chains, and also, having procurement from large companies, from the new ones, but also exploring, because we're as we speak, we're innovating and trying to commercialize and make it happen at the same time. And we need to have spaces where we act together, set the floor, but also set the ceiling and ambitions together, and also discuss and learn from each other, because we're not going to succeed in everything we do, but can we spread the learnings that we do, then we could go much faster, and we need speed.
Yes, so education also comes from the private sector a lot, right? From doing and communicating what they are doing, right? Dennis, you have
just
to add
a few comments maybe to that. I mean, usually this public and private. I mean, I think key problem might come from the expectation, from the alignment from both parties. I think if we just look, I mean, what we could help to each other, what is the added value. So let's say if we look on the public sector, I would say there's two things. One thing is the long-term vision. So this is super important for the small business, for the mid-sized business, for the large corporation, you know, to have this. Second point is, and second point is regulatory framework. That's what I expect, let's say, or the company could expect from the public. On the private side, what private could bring to the public, you know, and how we can make this collaboration more engaging. So it's definitely innovation, it's definitely the education, what was mentioned for sure, and nevertheless the investment money fund. Yeah. So, and by making all of that, I think sometimes we have, you know, the different expectations, and making that it would have more healthy discussion, more kind of possibilities to sit together and to work on the common framework, you know, common
Raul?
vision, and to engage these communities, you know, in the cities. So.
Raul, I think you have something to say from your experience, right?
Actually, Katarina, you mentioned speed. So, very concrete example, we started in Tallinn, in Estonia. We had many meetings with the city government. I think the first one was in 2018 about creating a tender to install electric car chargers all over Tallinn. And until this date, there's no tender, there's no like municipal charges. So I mean, that's why we have only worked with private companies like us. I mean, private or public companies. Otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be any network. So I mean, I think the speed is really crucial. The companies are moving much faster. I think maybe the difference is that shareholders are much better to push the management and employees of the company than I don't want to, you know, hurt anybody who's working in the city government, but I think sadly, well, my experience is that it's true that companies are moving much more faster, and we need to drag a bit city governments or municipalities along. And I understand that they are saying to us every time, this topic of EV charging, e-mobility, this is number 53 in their agenda. Their voters, they have other problems to solve. And this is, for them, that's a low priority, and that's why they're not moving fast with it.
Also, when it comes to financing, I know that electric vehicles, they get subsidies from the governments, but at the same time you have investors, right? So both financial support from both sides is also important. Or would you have made it without, can you imagine this business without subsidies? Could it have been started?
I think it would have taken much longer time without subsidies. That's the biggest difference. So, yeah.
And Katarina, from your experience, are there companies who even collaborate with competitors and would not even need subsidies to start their businesses? Or,
I mean, both then definitely collaborating with competitors to set sector levels in various perspectives, and also to set like standards. So we shouldn't compete on this level. We can compete on other things, and I think that is needed. Look at that. at the climate and nature agenda or sustainability in general. There is so much else that we could compete about, but it's also about creating new markets where you might need to collaborate in, at least with your peers, maybe also compete at the same time, but if there's only one actor in a new market, maybe there is no market, or it's not going to be a market, and we need to create markets. And that is also going back to, we need still collaboration between policy and businesses and investors to create those new markets, either it's locally, regionally, or larger than that. And I see that there is, with some of the venture capital, there needs to be an educational effort also to push their awareness and the capabilities in actually working together with policy to create those markets. So, because we need larger markets than what we have in the Nordics and the Baltics, we need to be quite able to go global or international for many of these solutions that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And that is thinking exponentially from start and acting likewise, and that is hard for many. So it's about collaborating in another way. It's about thinking something beyond your own silo and your own solution, thinking and innovating systemically, which is, I think, hard because we haven't been trained so.
And one of the motives for our businesses to really transform is also having proof that there's profitability in that, in investing in sustainability. And this week, I already heard the news that we have data that businesses who transform into more sustainable ones, into a more sustainable model, they really profit, and they profit a lot. How do you see this motive? How it is important to also maybe educate on it or spread the message about it, and how much businesses should speak about it louder?
It has to be spoken not only by businesses, it has to be spoken by government, by politicians, and by municipalities. So what you touched about the long-term strategy, ESG and sustainability, that's a long-term strategy. And the problem is that our politicians usually think in 4-year terms and thinking about their electorate. And that is a huge problem. We, as the big international companies, see it in much more long-term than state or municipality. So that's why this collaboration between both parties has to be very strong, and we have to push them to think long-term. That's the only way I think that should work.
Just a few comments I would say. Definitely on our company, been many times awarded on the world scale for different sustainability awards, and we prove it already that sustainability and the profitability could go hand in hand, for sure. I mean, no doubts. And today, for example, I would say it's difficult to imagine any of the business who would actually not commit to the fight with the climate change, because it will impact many aspects. First of all, from the investors' point of view, they don't want to invest in the company who doesn't commit to the climate change and so on. The second point, talents. Now it's a huge fight for the talents. Yeah, we experience here in the Baltics. I mean, I can tell you from our company, with each year more and more. So, the criteria of choosing one or another company for people is changing. I mean, for different, by the way, different generations, not only, like young generation and so on. So this is the second point. And the third point is actually about financing. Yeah, so financing also playing a crucial role. So if you're not committing to this, to get some kind of financial aid and so on. And the first element is, competition itself, because sustainability is also about, being efficient. So each business, which was created, like example of Heliport. So what is sustainability is about going long term, meaning that everyone expects the business to run for the long time. This is all about sustainability, and it means, you know, like, so if you trying to separate or trying to put the sustainability something fancy, something super expensive and so on, I think it's just a wrong expression of that, and there's a lot of examples already here in the Baltics, and I mean they just go hand in hand, but the key point is to make this awareness, to have all of these examples to educate, to show us why it's so, and not look on the specific only one part of this. Because what we usually also forget, I'm talking about the cities also, diversity. It's, I mean, another huge pillar of all the sustainability. It's not only about energy. Energy, I mean, it's clear because, I mean, climate change is about energy. The way how we produce energy, the way how we consume energy, there's a lot of waste. A lot of waste equal a lot of CO2 emission. That's why usually for us sustainability is about the fight with the or addressing the challenge. Yeah.
I completely agree that sustainability equals efficiency, and at the end we have profit. That's how it should work, and it seems that it's really working like that. Raul, you have to add something?
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts on the thinking long term. I think, yeah, not only politicians, but also sadly companies, not all companies of course, but many companies still also think short term, and that's how to make profit in a given quarter, especially the public companies. Their stock price depends on it, and the management bonuses, etc. depends on it. So I think it's really how to make companies as well as people, citizens, and governments think long term, because I mean, let's take the huge problem, climate change. I think the problem is getting worse day by day. We can see that we're not doing enough. What we have promised, for example, the Paris Agreement in 2015, it was agreed. This is, I think, we'll not make it this 1.5 degrees as a humanity, right? So previously, it was calculated that we will reach 1.5 degrees in 2045. Now it's 2034 already. So there's shorter time. There's more and more to do, but it's still business as usual. So that's a struggle for a company like Eleport as well. How can we make a change quicker and also invite other companies and other municipalities, governments to recognize that the problem is actually huge, and yeah, it's like humanity's future is at stake. There's nothing less.
Yes, and my last question, as our time is running fast. At the moment, we see that the political atmosphere is changing around the world, and we see quite some skepticism from the politicians already towards sustainability. What do you think? Will the companies and businesses who are already committed to sustainability and profiting from it, do you think this role will keep on going despite of changes in political environment?
I can come, yeah.
Katarina, please.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think the climate and politics might slow for a bit, but the trajectory is clear enough. We're going in the right direction, just a bit too slow. I think also what is needed for any politicians in the room and everywhere else, we need to depoliticize this area and issue. It can't be a left or right issue. It's about sustaining the planet, humanity, etc. It's about actually being relevant in business in a few years. So you just have to, and also politicians should just stem in, because there will be no jobs for anyone. So just cut the crap for all politicians that try to make it a left-right wing issue. And I think businesses has already invested very much in creating the markets, So it's going to happen, and it's happening as we speak, but we need speed and scale and new solutions. Also trying to change from the business as usual business models into the solutions that are fit for a net zero economy, where nature is thriving also.
Dennis, you also want to...
Yeah, just a few comments. If you look on the global level, that with each year we see quite massive growth of the companies committing to the sustainability. I mean, with the fight, climate change fight. So we see this number of growing, starting in 2018 with their just some 50 companies actually going, now up to 4,000 or 5,000. For example, I'm specifically talking about science-based target initiative, when the company committing to the CO2 net zero target. So this is definitely good news. I mean, on the other side, we see like the biggest problem, I mean, is that when you look on the achieved results so far, we see that only 8% or 10% of the companies able to achieve. I'm talking about private business here, yeah. I mean, of course, there's commitments coming from the governments and so on, and this is the biggest challenge. And I mean, it's not only about companies they don't want to. There's still so far a lot of areas why it happening. So the key point is to understand one of this is data. It's a big part of this. How to get the right data. Like what to report and so on. This framework, reporting. Now there's in European Union, there's new framework is coming, and depends on the size of the company and so on, that will definitely be applied to, to report and so on. The third point is the stakeholders. Like they actually is it coming from their just top down, I mean bottom up approach and so on. So there's various reasons on this, but I mean definitely we see that in despite of all of that, there's huge commitments done, the huge investment done. I mean, it will definitely stay with us. I mean, and I don't think so that even having different kind of skepticism, if you like, in the different corners in Europe and so on, but I think there are a lot of things put on bet. And just look on the recent examples, what happened in Spain, yeah, in the place like in the region of Valencia. So how can we sure today, and how can we be secure that it will not happen tomorrow in our region? How do we know? And this is basically now, like, and more actually the skepticism is disappear unfortunately, when the similar situation appeared. And then everyone start to rush a lot. But I mean, the question is maybe that we should already start to act now. And this is the key point.
It's a very human nature to start acting when facing a disaster. Let's hope we won't have to face it and start working on that. Raul?
Yeah, I just remember this. There was a movie called Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore in 2007, I think. There was a good example how the frog was thrown into the cold water, and then the temperature was gradually rose, and the frog, became dead, cooked. If the frog was thrown to hot water, then it immediately jumped out. So I think we, as people and humanity, we should also recognize that, the temperature is rising literally. It's not just a frog example, but yeah, we should recognize it before it's too late. And I still hope that we can, as a species and as a society, we can make the right decisions.
Yeah, but to achieve that, we have to start from very small things, from local things, from, we can talk about world, we have to start in municipalities, right? So, and if we are talking particularly about Latvia and Riga, we have a huge lack of that here. We do not have a strong leadership from the state side.
So our time is almost over. I would like to say, let's not be frogs and take action, both businesses and public sector, and we also need support of all the people as well. So thanks a lot for my amazing panelists. I think we've got a lot of good insights, and the one that I'm bringing with me is that sustainability equals efficiency, and it really can be profitable. Thanks a lot.
Well, how is everyone feeling? I hope you feel inspired and impactful. Right now, we would like to follow up and talk a little bit more about biocultural diversity and how cultural knowledge can help us inspire new pathways and tackle the challenges that we currently face. Please welcome Vicky Ngari, the founder and CEO of the Rural Retail from Sweden. The stage is yours, Vicky.
Hello. Sveiki, Latvia. I hope I said it right. So, good morning. I'm Vicky Ngari, and my life's work has been exploring indigenous practices for modern design in the fashion industry. So today, I want to start by asking you to approach today's conversation with the ground beneath your feet and Mother Nature in mind. Imagine for a moment you are in your favorite place in nature. You take grains of soil in your hands. Now imagine those in distant lands doing exactly the same. What would you be doing with grains of soil in your hands? What do you imagine they would be doing? And why? You see, while we may not have daily reasons to touch the earth in the way others do, survival is often woven into their purpose, and it's this very survival, their connection to the earth, that teaches us about sustainability. Today, as we navigate our collective journey through innovation and all our forward-thinking approaches, all connected through the spider webs in data banks, while we touch our laptop buttons more than we touch the soil, indigenous people all over the world touch the earth, the same earth that we're trying to save more than we do. It's how they approach sustainability. By connecting with the natural world and its deep-rooted wisdom. How often do we listen through the roots? How often do we listen through the rivers? Because this is the very essence of their unwavering connections passed through generations. Sometimes it comes so naturally to them, but our fast-paced influence isolates them and encourages them to abandon it for more formal education, often gaslighting their knowledge into seeming inadequate or irrelevant. See, when I first started producing my woven baskets with rural women in Kenya, a traditional kiondo bag, a national emblem from my Gikuyu people, an agricultural people. See, typically nowadays it's made using different materials, plastic, synthetic dyes. I encourage them to return to the traditional method, completely natural. The plant, a cactus that needs no fertilizer and is abundant and robust. They taught me it was dyed with tree bark, and different trees would extract different colors during different seasons. The material also had medicinal properties that support gut health when consumed. And the shape of the bag, a wonderful philosophy of community that starts at the center and is woven round and round, representing how a village would gather arm in arm around a tree, an emblem and representation of how humanity should center the trees at the central axis of life. They thought I was crazy to go back to tradition. Why would I not want all the flashy colors that people usually do in fashion? I explained to them, this is biodesign at its best. But it really hit home when I met Michael, a fisherman on Lake Victoria who was making beautiful premium packaging out of water hyacinth. Water hyacinth, an invasive plant that threatens the ecosystem of Lake Victoria. Global problem. So we sat on the boat, meandering, strategizing how his approach could help other communities like in India, Uganda. And then he mentioned one minor detail, that he also sometimes converts the water hyacinth into fuel for cooking for his family. And I'm like, so this man in this little community could potentially disrupt the entire fuel industry while solving an ecological challenge. I explained to Michael, this is biofuel, a genius, and very lucrative opportunity. Anyway, so I would go back to London, Sweden, and my colleagues are using terms like photosynthesis coating, which is bacterial pigment dyeing on fabrics and garments. And then I'll translate this back to the communities. And they would be like, oh yes, we have something similar. But we also use the leaves as soap to cure certain skin conditions, also medicine for the stomach aches, and it also eliminates, etc., etc., etc. So while my colleagues are getting global recognition, stages, traction on innovation, offices, exciting equipment, VC backing, they are young men and women in villages making electricity out of plastic waste and waste of fruit fibers, but they are not seen. In fact, the whole village is probably clapping and paying for them collectively to go into the city to study or to come to places like the Baltics to study as engineers, doctors, lawyers, leaving behind cultural knowledge that could be trailblazing innovation. Which is why biocultural diversity is key to future of solutions. It's the intersection of cultural and biological diversity. It's understanding that the health of our ecosystems is tied to different cultural practices. More importantly, it's the adjustment to recognize that those who do not look like us can hold powerful, rare knowledge that is simply not structured the same way we're used to in the West. In these times of heightened alert, when the planet is under increasing strain and people in division, sustainability has an important opportunity to transcend becoming like most other industries. Another mountain for Black, Indigenous, and people of color to climb. But sustainability arenas can be the central axis for all communities to be woven arm in arm, laptops and soil. Just how sustainable agriculture promotes crop rotation for nutrient-rich results, instead of having a large farm with one type of crop, avoiding monoculture. Just how fashion gets fatigued, and occasionally you need to get a new piece for your wardrobe, or a new person in the room to bring some spark. What good is having seasonal collections if the same product and experience is being rotated? We know that department stores in big cities have been struggling. Consumers are waking up, and brands are grappling with traceability in their supply chains. Yet niche cult brands are thriving because they bring an authentic experience. Perhaps it's escapism, perhaps it's radical purpose. So let's just imagine a little bit more. What if that extra fashion piece you bought wasn't instantly delivered? Instead, you had access to an interactive documentary which allowed you a window into the lives of who make it, how they make it, what they make it with, the materials. And then you have to keep watching the next episode to see your item join others that have been ordered and shipped as a cohort. And then when you collect it in your favorite store, it becomes a festive event for people collecting all their items, one community sharing the impact of the products and learning and connecting about the lives in another community. This is the rural retail journey. We envisioned automizing the journey of transparency to power rural makers to engage them with the end customer while providing a structure for retailers to provide education and entertainment. And we tested this in boutiques in London, and the shop showed 50% increased footfall, which led to double the amount of sales. It's not about disrupting the fashion and retail industry. It's about diversifying the experience, not just the products on display. It's about identifying new trade policies, distribution channels, knowledge exchange. So whether it's a basket bag or a bold new SaaS tech idea, the exchange reveals more to those that take the journey than to those that just claim it. This region of the world demonstrates a wonderful exchange through the amber route. The Baltic people of agriculture as well created an ancient trade route that began in the Baltics, extended through the Adriatic Sea, through Italy, and reached the north of Africa. Amber and its powerful properties. It didn't reach sub-Saharan Africa. We did what we do best and created our own amber, African amber. You can check it out. And don't worry, I'm still working on the Scandinavian-African connection as well. Right now, I'm obsessed with the Sami. But what I do know is that the connection between Baltics and Scandinavia has much more to reveal through its shared oral traditions, food, culture, and handicrafts. The journey of Amber is symbolic because we have an opportunity to share sustainable practices, valuing lessons from the past for modern day. Not by taking from indigenous cultures, but by entering into an equal exchange, a trade of knowledge, collaboration that respects biocultural communication and fosters growth for all, not just with us to access to AI. Sorry, excuse me. And AI cannot go unchecked either. I have to just get my notes. Because while AI can predict deforestation and help us model more efficient land use, and even optimize sustainable practices, it can also miscommunicate land management and conservation strategies, prioritizing economic commercial opportunity, which undermines indigenous groups or worse, conflicts with their land use and cultural practices. Just imagine AI suggesting to dump waste on sacred land that has precious minerals that benefit us anyway. So integration of indigenous knowledge and mapping out the knowledge of local ecosystems and biomanagement techniques is a must to help reflect the realities. AI can be democratized, but we must prioritize equity, accessibility through education and opportunity. We need this for culturally informed frameworks. Look, most data hardwares are made in US and China and not programmed for other areas. So sustainability as an arena has to prioritize being the vehicle of inclusion and diversity. And I just want to add that while we are adding the human loop, please ensure the agencies that companies are outsourcing are not just outsourcing to developing nations like Kenya and paying people peanuts to look at graphic content. That's just another sweatshop. But instead of sewing machines, it's digital. It's at early stages, so we need to get on that now. The ironic beauty about being here in the Baltics and Nordics is that diversity is barely a conversation because, quite frankly, it's a baby. It's just being birthed, and for the mamas in the room, it feels like that ring of fire sometimes. If you know, you know. Most migrants here are first and second generation, meaning that diversity is at infant stage and hasn't yet been tainted with a reputation of colonial devastation. Take Africa. It's the world's fastest growing continent, both with economic potential and population, with most people in the nation in their 40s and one of the fastest growing middle classes. This means that for this part of the world, Baltics, Scandinavia, there's an opportunity to set a new tone that the rest of the world hasn't. Stand with indigenous people of the world ethically, not as saviors, but as equal partners. And if we don't avoid it and are brave enough to feel uncomfortable through it, just like Mother Nature, the combination of great complex craftsmanship supported with beautiful streamlined structure, it creates the most beautiful synergy. So collaborate with the people of the world and include the voices from the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was super nice, super insightful. Thank you. All right, so we are continuing with our agenda for today, and I have bits of issues down here. Okay, solved it. Yeah, so next session, we're continuing with probably one of the most anticipated discussions for today, the CEO Roundtable, Embedding Sustainability in Core Business Strategy. And then within this session, you'll be able to get inside of the minds of CEOs who aren't just talking about change, they're betting their businesses on it. Learn how the market leaders of the Baltics and beyond are turning sustainability demands into competitive advantages while others, let's be honest, are struggling to adopt. And for this session, let's do a warm applause to Kadi Ristkok, who is the moderator and also CEO at Cleantech Baltics, Valdis Turlais, Country Managing Director at Rimi Latvia, Juris Gulbis, the CEO of Clean R Grupa, Liene Dubava, the CEO of Nasdaq Latvia, and last but not least, Thierry Allens, the CEO of Ignitis Renewables. Round of applause once more.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We will start this panel a bit on the gloomy end, but it's only so that we can finish up on way brighter signals. So as you know, we're living in a poly-crisis era. We have gone through, over the past few years only, gone through COVID crisis, the start of war in Ukraine, then the energy crisis, climate crisis, and that's just naming a few, also cost of living crisis. And I think in this kind of a era of a lot of crisis going on at the same time, we cannot focus our time anymore to window dressing or marginal innovation. We need to really focus on solutions that can contribute to solving all of them, even a tiny bit of all of them. And I think sustainability in that way is the golden key. It can contribute to solving many of our crises at the same time. And sadly, in the beginning, regulation and policy was the ones driving sustainability. It's no more the case. Now it's up to collaboration between the public sector, the civil society, and the private sector to really bring it about and make the real change happen. And that's why I'm really glad to be in this panel with our business leaders that are driving that change in the Baltics. Just to dive into those business leaders' perspective on sustainable business in the Baltics, I would like to ask all of you to share your experience of, when you had to defend sustainability, sustainable action, strategy, investment, and how did it go? What arguments worked? What didn't work? Can we start with you, Liene?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Being part of the Nasdaq group is somehow easy in a way that we have relatively large company, quite a lot of resources to use, take the best, apply the best, and
operate further. But due to the business specifics, so we are cooperating a lot with different companies. And here in the Baltics, like Nasdaq Baltic market, we see actually quite a lot of companies actively operating here and trying to do the business. I have to share that my strong belief is that sustainability in general starts with the letter G. I don't know who put those letters in such order. Perhaps it was just due to the pronunciation issue, but really, because that's the governance is the place where all decisions are generated. So everything related to E or S comes from the G. And that has been our strong belief also a lot of years ago when we were stock exchange here, more local stock exchange. We were not part of the Nasdaq group. And at that point, we decided that it would be good to have a corporate governance code, the first one. It was the beginning of 2000 years. And actually we drafted this code, again, learned from our Western markets and countries, took the best and created our own. And then I was young specialist at that time, and my task was to go out and talk with the companies, listed companies, and explain them what this code is about. It's a brand new thing. And you cannot imagine the reactions. So there were in best case, we were questioned. We were questioned a lot, meaning whether this is really something, have you thought it through? Probably it's okay, but not for us, and etc., etc. And in some cases we were, honestly laughed at, saying that, come on, guys, you don't know how the business is made and where the money comes, and it's nonsense, and we don't have a time for that, and it's maybe for them somewhere in West, but not for us. And then imagine me, young, passionate corporate governance enthusiast, came out from those meetings and came back to the office, and really I started to question myself as well. Really, maybe really this is just something those really wealthy countries can afford, and we should really concentrate on doing business, making money. And but then somehow I think the core thing, how it all ended up successfully, was that it is very important that you are surrounded with the like-minded people. And then you come back home or in the office and you talk with your colleagues, and they share the same values. They really have the same belief that this is something really good you are doing. And this what made me at that point next morning wake up and go again and meet them again and again and again. And now, like 20 years since then, we again have a brand new code, like it was launched 2 years ago, and have to say that the discussions are totally different. So my point here is that every change takes time. It's just a matter of consistency, belief, and action.
So Lena's experience with change taking time and needing a support team behind you through that change. Juris, how about you? What was your experience? Was it similar to Lena or something different?
Well, in our company, I have no problem defending sustainable investment since our shareholders, supervisory council, and the management board, we are all on the same page. Our founder, Gunter Skokarevich, said to me when I was joining the company, he said, you know, Juris, since I come from financial background, I'm counting money a lot, and I was skeptical about sustainable investment. And he said, you know, sustainable investment doesn't necessarily improve EBITDA, but it improves EBITDA multiplier. So it's important for the company value, you have to appreciate. And since that time, when I joined in March of 23, I learned a lot of things about sustainable investment. And our business model, we cover the whole circular economy cycle. It's collecting of waste, it's sorting, it's recycling, so it's asset-heavy, CapEx-heavy business. So we have to calculate return on investment and on every new thing, basically on a daily basis. So we have established a team that looks after these things. We have a ESG analyst, we have ESG lead, so 2 people working full-time on collecting data, analyzing and presenting it to external and internal stakeholders. And as a result of that, in accordance with EU taxonomy, half of our capital investment is green. It's all the waste collection cars, it's sorting lines, it's our state-of-the-art plastic recycling factory. So we have no problem defending sustainable investment. Our business is driven by sustainable investment, and it's at the very core of our business and our values.
So for you, sustainability is core business.
Yes,
and core
exactly.
value creation.
The whole our business model is built around sustainability. Exactly.
Thank you. How about you, Valdis? You're in a sector that is kind of on the front line, very close to the customer, end customer. Who have you had to defend sustainability to, and how did you do it?
What we have seen is that the easiest way to get these projects going is that more winners you find in the process, like more win-win-wins. If you have only one winner, then it's more difficult to prove it. Like last couple of years, we are focusing very much on decreasing food waste, and in this project, we can see that there are a lot of winners. We as a company, we have less cost. People who are in need, they have more access to food, and nature and environment. We are not using resources unnecessary. So this is one good example. This year alone, we have saved about 560 tons of food being wasted, but given out to those who need. It's like 22 trucks. That's a very, very good project. So usually the good projects are happening and supported when you see how it will be beneficial for more sites than one. More sites are benefiting, easier it goes.
Thank you. And in the energy business, do you have to defend sustainability, and how do you do it?
Not really. I don't want to brag here, but everybody talks about sustainability, but if the energy that supplies every business is not green, there's no sustainability. In every product, there is energy. 60% of the world GDP is energy. Shopping at Rimi in the dark or with fridges that don't work and the yogurt is not good, doesn't work. Nasdaq has no computer that runs without power. So if the power is not there, and if the power is not green, it's not sustainable. And in our environment, it's very, very often dictated by political commitment. And the political commitment for energy has been taken in Brussels. We're all part of the EU, and a lot of people don't think about it, but in 2040, the energy supply for every single person and business in Europe has to be 100% green certified energy. We have 15 years, and in 15 years, it has to be completely green. So our driving force is governance. It's the political commitment that this is the target and you have to fulfill it. Then the cascading effect is important because, and especially in our region, the people have a very strong focus on energy being as cheap as possible. And energy world is also dominating by historical large state companies who have always had the habit of buying in their procurement the cheapest possible. So when you want to go into sustainability, it's basically managing your supply chain, and managing your supply chain means very often not buying the cheapest, it's buying the best, and assessing what is the sustainability of your product, of your whole supply chain, and what is the life cycle footprint of your project. We are in large asset investment with long lifetime, minimum 30, 35 years. If it's not sustainable, it doesn't work. Changing the mentalities and saying, no, we're not buying this because this is not good, it's not sustainable, the mining behind is not good, it's using child labor, I don't know. But this is not what we want to do, this is not how we do business, but for a state company, changes that approach, and not buying always the cheapest is a huge change.
Thank you, Thierry. Joris, I'm coming back to you. From Clean Our Group's perspective, in your sector specifically, what are going to be the kind of big disruptions coming up in sustainable business? And how are you already preparing for those? And how do you do it inside of your organization?
Well, the biggest disruption to all of us, as already Thierry mentioned, politics, it's obviously political decision that in 2035 only 10% of waste should go to landfill. At the moment in Latvia we send about half of our waste to landfill. So our business model is such that we collect, sort and recycle the waste. So that's how we basically are operating, and obviously supporting this target is important with extra investment in all of our business areas. So we will obviously continue investments both in sorting and recycling of materials and putting them back into use, because otherwise this target of 2035 is not sustainable. Obviously we have to look for new technologies such as usage of artificial intelligence in sorting facilities, which is coming. It's a new technologies for plastic and other material processing, which we should be looking for. And obviously there is lots of educational work and working with different stakeholders on data collection and understanding of where we are going. In this respect, for example, my colleagues have developed a circular economy index, which was presented a couple of hours ago. So here, so that helps municipalities to understand where they are on circular economy, how they are approaching this target of 10% waste sent to landfill in 2035. And yeah, I think that's the biggest disruptor that we should all be prepared. Not only those who are working in waste collection and recycling, but also the whole supply chain, because everybody uses packaging. It contains wood, cardboard, plastic, non-recyclable plastic. There is a new tax for non-recyclable plastic this year, which makes these things expensive. So it's a way to go, and there are various mechanisms to push people towards this target. But I think it's going to be a big challenge for everybody.
I think we have here innovators, policymakers, quite a diversified crowd. If you could make like one call to action, like what needs to be changed to really unlock the circular economy?
Well, it's obviously change in your habits, more sorting and less creating of less waste. But obviously, the people across the whole value chain should look for improving their products so that they are reusable, recyclable. They don't go to landfill to such extent. So I think that's most important.
Thank you. I'm coming back to your theory. Energy security, energy sustainability, energy affordability, the trilemma that we're trying to juggle at all times in energy. In the backlash of the energy crisis that we recently went through, and there's still kind of a shaky situation, and our disconnection from the Russian grid beginning of next year in this context. What is your main challenge? Is it which one of the trilemma components is the hardest, or where is the main challenge there in the coming years?
The main challenge is public acceptance, but let's take them one by one. Disconnection from the Russian network in terms of frequency regulation and voltage control, because that's what we are talking about. Is not a problem. Technically, it's not an issue. Now, by entering a synchronous market like Western Europe, did the energy minister leave? No, I'm just asking, because we've given away the sovereignty on the decision. We enter a fully integrated, regulated market. We accept the rules of that market. That means we will have to play by the rules which are determined in the EU. We had a certain form of independence, that's gone. Okay, so our networks, our trading, etc., will be done by those directives. So that's not a problem neither. And then sovereignty will come with enough investment. So the local politicians have to create the right environment so that investment continues. And for investment to continue, we need full integration in the Central European market. We need interconnections. We need to overplant renewables to be able to auto-supply as long as possible. We need the right energy mix. That's all good. But then there is the problem of affordability. And on the long run, affordability is not a problem. What people do not understand is that when you build renewables, you hedge your price. So you might see a hike on your bill now, but once you are running 100% on renewable, there is no price increase. There's no fuel, and the price, the capex of your project is front-loaded. So yes, when you invest, there is a hike in your price, but then for 35 years it's hedged, and there will be no hike of price. Anything where you burn a fuel will keep increasing according to CPI and to commodity price index. Renewables, you know the day you invest, how much is your power for that asset for the whole lifetime. So each time we build a new asset, yes, there is a little price hike, and everyone who's done a little bit of finance understands that when you put a new asset, you need to write it off, you have this, so there is a price hike, but then it's flat. The problem is that asking people to think 10 years ahead is complicated. People always think about how am I finish the month, how am I going to pay my credit, how am I going to educate my children, and asking them to think 10 or 15 years ahead is complicated. And we see it in the discussion about climate change. Everybody has good principles, everybody has morale, but usually morale and principle stops when you touch someone's wallet. Then it disappears. It's gone, they forget their principles, and they think about tomorrow. And what is climate change? It's the first thing worldwide that we are not doing for ourselves. We're doing it for our children and our grandchildren. Climate change and energy transformation is the ultimate challenge of altruism. And the people usually that resist climate change and the energy transformation, sorry to say, are egoists. So, for discussion, food for thoughts, for discussion with your friends in the future, when they resist climate change and energy transformation, you know how you can call them. Please don't quote me.
But I'm moving from one essential need, which is energy, to another, which is consumable products and the retail industry. Well, what are the kind of sustainable disruptions that you see that, we've kind of made it, now it's done, and what are the ones that you want to see in the coming year?
A couple of things probably are similar to other large companies. So this new regulation, reporting, compliance, EU deforestation, and we need to understand how to deal with it, how to process and how to adapt our things there. But one thing maybe more particular to us is sustainability and affordability. For a couple of years we have felt kind of crisis, semi-crisis, high inflation, less disposable income, and I rightly agree that in this moment people are kind of looking more to wallet, cheapest is the king in a way. How we as a company can continue to provide sustainable choices, affordable. That I think is not only for us, of course it's also for suppliers, producers, also for customers, but it is one kind of a big challenge how we all together can keep sustainability on agenda, even if people has less disposable income or less money to spend on daily goods. That is a real challenge.
Yeah, the cost of living crisis is really kind of impacting us all, and it puts into perspective again that we're not only fighting for sustainability, but really durability in a way, that we can have access to what we need, we can afford it, and that it doesn't come at the price of next generations, as you said, Jerry. Lena, I left you the last to dive into your sector specifics, because I feel like when energy is driving all the sectors in a physical manner, so to say, then financial sector is driving us, giving us means to actually do those things, right? What do you see as the main sustainability trends among the investor community? What is being done already, and what should appear in the coming years?
Yeah, no, I would say if like 5-10 years ago the kind of thing was green, blue, sustainable bonds and all that thing, then now the feeling is that investors get used to it already. So it's not like something wow, but something like more regular thing. It's good that you are doing the green bonds, and that's it. Now, given this geopolitical situation, the industry in general is really looking into this defense sector. I think this is also something which is really related to sustainability, because that's our safety. This kind of having country to do the business in. And that hasn't been so some time ago. Like years ago, it was even called military sector, and investors, a lot of funds, were not even considering investing there because of this ethical concerns, and we are not financed the weapons and etc. Now industry is renamed, so we have defense ministry, we have defense sector, and of course we know all why it is so and what it is about. And there's a really strong push from the investors and activity around this sector recently. So financial investors are eager to invest and eager to help governments to strengthen the border and this sector in general. So my belief is that in coming couple of years we will hear something from this side.
That's very interesting. It's really tying it together all with resilience and sustainability as one. I'm working a lot with clean tech companies, providing the sustainable solutions, and their main challenge is we need demand and we need financing. And oftentimes the demand side is behind the fact that there is a green premium, and the financing side is behind the amount of risks that the investors are willing to take in sustainability investments. Would one of you want to comment on how can we solve those issues that are keeping back the kind of real green transition being kind of brought out of the... I feel like the green transition right now is behind some sort of a barrier. We're doing little steps, but I'm still hoping that at one point, the barrier is going to be opened, and we're going to, this is going to be the mainstream action that we would be sustainable in everything we do. What is the key to that?
Well, I can give an example from our industry. I think it's pretty much, it can be pretty much driven by state and municipalities by setting up terms for procurement and for tenders. For example, in Riga municipal waste and infrastructure maintenance tenders, there are requirements for green vehicles, for specific cleaning equipment which passes the green criteria. So, and that from one side it helps the green investment. From the other side, it takes out from the market companies which are not thinking about sustainability and green investments.
Yeah, in that sense, we want the public sector to put their money where their mouth is, right?
Yes, that's where the money is. So yeah. if you have the money, you have to make others dance, right? Yeah. In according to your rules. I think that's pretty simple.
Yeah, Thierry.
I'll come back to far more basic things. And I think you're right in your statement saying that sustainability is on the verge of becoming the standard. But I think the people are not reading the signals coming from the legislator in the right way. People are not looking 3 or 4 years ahead in what are the new regulations which are coming. And you were talking about it about waste, you were talking about it about ESG. I think the signals are there. In an environment which is the rule of law, a government has 4 ways to stimulate or to control what's happening. They legislate or regulate, you can call it whatever you want. They forbid, which has been proven not to work too well. They subsidize, which is what green energy and all sustainability things had in the past. We were emerging, therefore we were being subsidized. And the last way is the least popular one, it's tax. Okay? But where are we coming now? We're coming to the fact where in 2030, green will be the majority of the system, and therefore you see it with CBAM and other regulations, we're switching to tax. So how do you make sustainability and green mainstream? By making everything which is not sustainable and not green unaffordable. I can tell you that the day that 1 liter of benzene or diesel cost €10, nobody will drive a diesel car anymore. And it is starting. The rule has been started that as a company, you cannot write off cars which are not sustainable anymore. Don't forget that if you look at the Baltics, new cars are mostly bought by companies, okay? The normal people, they're buying second-hand cars, I'm not going to say from where, but from everywhere. And if the new cars coming to the market are all green, then you start the snowball effect. So it's by switching the way we incentivize or tax the system that we will make sustainability the front runner. Now the problem is always, why should Europe be the only one and nobody else is doing it? But you are seeing that on a world scale level. And of course there are political changes, big economies, electing funny people. So it can have an impact also for us. But I mean the signals that we are switching are there. It's just people look, I'm repeating myself, until the end of the month, and a lot of people are not looking 5 years ahead. The problem is in infrastructure, in climate change, in energy transition, you look 5, 10, 20 years ahead, not end of the month. And so this decoupling between rule makers and everybody else is a problem. We're not spending enough time explaining to everybody what we are doing. And they don't understand that the energy transition and all the consequences of it is the biggest change of mankind. Everything which has been powering the world for the last 200 years, from coal to nuclear, etc., we would not be where we are without massive affordable energy. And we are changing this. We are saying what has been running for 200 years will have disappeared in 20. And people don't realize what it means.
It's interesting, this time perspective on the changes brought about, and the fact that you both bring out public sector as the one holding the key to bringing about the longer term change, because it's true that both from the financial and business perspective we do look at the shorter time horizons, and from people's perspective, from a consumer perspective, we look at even shorter time horizon. I'm looking at the end of month, not at the next generation, probably. But you talked about the fact that EU legislation has an important role in sustainability, which of course most of our sustainability regulation is on EU level and applies to all of us. Right now, when we look at the new Commission taking office, their main topics is clean industry and our competitivity and reducing bureaucracy. One of the things that companies often say is that sustainability is increasing bureaucracy. How can we bring those objectives together from your perspective? We all know about the CSRD regulation with all the lines of data that we need to fill, but at the same time, can we do sustainability without the necessary metrics and reportings? Is there anyone who would like to comment on that?
Well, we have done our non-financial report for 2023, and it was done by one person, basically, but now we have two people working on the bureaucracy side of sustainability. So it's not a big burden, but there are technologies around. You have artificial intelligence and you have IT systems which can handle that bureaucracy. I think it's obviously these requirements are huge. We have 16 sheets of Excel with tens of lines of information. It looks huge, but once you set up procedures and processes, once you get proper technology in place, I think it's manageable. I don't say it's easy, but you have to work with it. If you are serious, you can do it.
If I may add to this, like the stock markets and the listed companies and Ignitis and Clean Air are listed here in the Baltics, so you know that there are, like, again, another book of things to follow just because you are listed. And that has been so that those listed companies are always the pioneers, so they are applying the first things first, and which is of course amazing because you are like the front runners and you show the pace, etc. But I totally agree that the government should be joining the run, because otherwise it will not make the change. And one example, not a great example, but example is currently now the Latvian government is considering to change the law in regarding to diversity. and there are like strong position that it should be applied only on the listed companies. And we were bringing this up and saying, no, it will apply, considering those size criteria, it will apply to 2 companies listed in our market. Whether really that was the aim of the directive to make sure that there is a diversity in those 2 particular companies, probably not. And that's where there was like government and state and municipality-owned companies can step in and show the kind of example to private sector to follow. So, and this is the fight we are fighting currently to push this initiative and broaden the scope of this rule. And whomever wants to join us, please let me know.
You're all leading big companies, but I feel like the most struggle is with the smaller ones, actually. For them, sustainability topics for many are still new ones, and I think for, if not all, then several of you have those smaller companies somewhere in your supply chains among your partners. How do you help them to get on track with the sustainability regulation or action side? What is your collaboration on that end? And I would really like to hear all of you to kind of wrap up our thoughts on that.
Yeah, maybe I can start then. Yes, we do. Not only small, with all companies. We have different ways how we cooperate, and we sign different agreements. And for some years already, we discuss, agree, and sign something called Sustainability Appendix, where basically we go through these mentioned topics and kind of agree that we both understand what it is, in what kind of time frame things can move to desired direction. It is, I don't know, mutual understanding, agreeing, promising each other that we will try even harder. So we have that process already for years, actually.
Thank you, Valdis. And I'm looking at the time, and I'm afraid that we won't manage to all answer that question. But I think it's also a very good point to kind of stop here, because we have made a full circle around all the stakeholders of sustainability. And I'm glad to see that you're really working with all of the points in there. Thank you very much for leading this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't fall. No.
Thank you. So, next up we're continuing with a very amazing keynote speaker, and with her you'll be able to dive deep into the often overlooked environmental and ethical challenges behind the products you and we both use every day, and explore how the beauty industry can redefine itself to meet the demands of continuously growing customers. So, let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker, Lotte Tissenkova-Iltner, co-founder of Madara Cosmetics.
I heard your questions pretty.
They changed the sound at some.
Hello, everyone, and this is my favorite topic to speak about, so I'm really, really pleased to be here. And my name is Lotte, and I'm one of the co-founders of Madara, which is a company that develops and produces organic skincare products and makeup products for more than 18 years. And Madara was born like from a very, very, I don't know, like a passionate dream to create better products, like for the users, for the founders and members of the company, and like a better product that would also treat our Mother Earth, more gentle way. And sustainability has been actually like a very natural way of existing for Madara, for approaching product development process, production process, and so on. And today I will share with you some bits and pieces of what we practically do. In the beginning, I'll talk a little bit about cosmetic industry, so how natural cosmetic producers differ from conventional product producers in Europe, the first topic, and then later on guide you through some practical examples. I also have some practical examples in the box to share if I have time left. All right, so let's start with kind of a global picture. What natural cosmetics actually is about. You can maybe think of a global cosmetic market through three perspectives. So one would be really a global cosmetic market that includes producers all across the world, including in Asia. So that area is the least regulated, poses most of challenges to environment regarding packaging, regarding beauty chemicals that are used in products, and so on. Also responsible for really using still so-called forever chemicals that are persistent in the environment, over packaging, and so on. Then we have European Union, which we are part of, that has actually much better regulation and guidance concerning raw material safety, raw material biodegradability, and packaging. But there is still, a lot of challenges that beauty industry has also in Europe. And just maybe to mention you some examples that, I don't know if you, now Christmas time is coming and we all love makeup and perhaps glitters and eyeshadows. And you know what those glitters are made of? They are actually microplastics, which is still an issue in the European Union, covered with foil and colored with synthetic colorants. And this is all, not biodegradable. It's polluting the wastewater recycle systems, and eventually, it's difficult to process. Then another difficult area of the raw materials are sunscreens. In conventional cosmetics in Europe, we use synthetic sunscreen filters that are very, very persistent chemicals. And they're also quite bad for the ocean ecosystems, for aquatic systems. What else are problems? Different kind of synthetic hair care raw materials. You know that we love our hair to be soft and beautiful, but sometimes we use those raw materials that are really difficult to, get rid of the wastewater. Maybe silicones is a good example. And what else? Silicones are actually very, very good example because we have them in conventional makeup, for spreadability, in hair care products. And they are really difficult to process when they go down the drain. Then having all of that, raw material issues, there is also packaging challenges. When we go to a beauty store, we are actually buying experience. And this is what cosmetic producers and brand marketers realize. They need to provide experience, which very often means over-packaging. And over-packaging using different kind of, inadequate ratios for content of the product and the packaging. Which is something that little by little is going to be addressed now in the cosmetic industry, but also using a lot of non-recyclable packaging formats, like non-recyclable plastics, decorations that make products difficult to recycle when if the product is sorted out correctly in the waste system, and then another issue is that big amount of products that it's just not possible to recycle and they are just going to go to energy waste to be burned in the best case scenario, or float somewhere in the ocean in the worst case scenario. So having all of those issues, so what can we do? Can we go to shop at Sephora, or can we go and really like buy whatever we want? That actually has, environmental consequences. And natural cosmetics is addressing most of those issues, really confining and making the limits of what is acceptable much, much tighter, smaller, and that applies to raw materials, like using only natural raw materials. That applies to packaging, using only recyclable packaging formats, like really limiting decoration process and design, and offering much, less, a product with a less footprint on Earth. So this is what natural cosmetics is about. And if this blue ocean of European Union is regulated by EU cosmetic directive, then for the green, the natural organic segments, there are voluntary regulations that in Europe that is called Cosmos. Again, a drawback to that is that Cosmos is non-obligatory for everybody who wants to claim their product organic. So that makes a possibility for many like greenwashing cases that adding just like one little drop of whatever organic chamomile oil to a synthetic product, there is no legal limitations for claiming this product, organic and so on. And maybe just like shortly some examples from Madara, how exactly we are, living within this very, very limited, tight regulation that we have, gladly accepted and proposed for our company. So ingredients, raw materials are coming from natural origin, and 95 of our plant material, of our plant raw materials, are organic certified. So this is a big proportion. Organic farming supports biodiversity. Production process, because we have our own laboratories with 22 people in research and our own factory, like having altogether 220 employees, and we are very, very focused on attaining high standards for efficient production, like reducing the temperature we need to mix the products and so on. Dermatological testing, or working with developing a product that is highly efficient and really takes skin from A to B, having a real result, actually helps sustainability, because consumer needs to buy less product, needs to use less product to get skin to a certain result, desired result. And earth-conscious packaging, we'll talk in a minute. The team I can just perhaps mention that sustainability is a big, big part of our culture at Madara. And if it's some companies, we have, a sustainability director, we also do. But here at Madara, sometimes the team is like, every individual is like more of a sustainability advocate for the rest of the company, saying, no, but this has a little bit of risk, so let's not do that, let's do that. And this comes from, employees from our team. And society, of course, that's more of a social interaction. We have like very, very much beloved partner organizations that we've like for decades worked together, for instance, Marta Centers, to contribute to society. And maybe some practical cases, just, to really nail down those general points. 4 cases and maybe a little more in the box. For instance, retinol alternative serum. First of all, we developed natural alternative to synthetic retinol, which is a highly active and well-known cosmetic active ingredient. We packaged that in an airless bottle, which means we can use the product almost to the last drop, like 99%. We managed to have one material, like monomaterial. It's a big keyword for the packaging, so we can separate. We don't need to separate it parts. We can recycle that. Then a conditioner. Again, I mentioned hair care products are quite difficult for the environment because of their chemicals. So here is a conditioner that is created completely using natural raw materials. And we experiment with plant-based plastics, plant-based packaging material that actually, even though it's plant-based, it can go through a regular recycling process. We just launched a men's range as well called His, and here we use a product packaging that's ocean-prevented plastics, meaning that plastics is collected from mostly third world countries where recycling systems are, not that developed. At the coastal line, approximately 50 kilometers from the coast, to prevent them into going to ocean. And when you go to, a beach somewhere in the eastern part of the world, I've encountered when the waves come like your direction, there's everything, flowing, different kind of packaging, ice cream, spoons, cosmetic shampoo, but whatever. So there's a lot. So that initiative prevents packaging from going into the ocean. And then another recently launched product, a blush, which is again created without using very specific chemicals like talc, and using natural pigments, which is another, laboratory has to be really, really creative not to use synthetic dyes, but to achieve color with natural resources. So a lot of research and creativity there. But then again, packaging, we really had to negotiate with our packaging supplier here to change products packaging from non-recyclable plastics formats to recyclable, and it already has a post-consumer recycled plastic in that packaging, and it's fully recyclable. And something, maybe if you notice something unusual for this packaging, anyone who uses a blush or a compact powder on this morning? It has no mirror, right? Because whenever we put an extra decoration, we glue something, we can't recycle. So we made extra press form for this with a little hole in it to be able to push out the aluminum pan. So that's another case. And I have 1 minute left, and maybe I show you another specific thing of cosmetic industry. And this is, by the way, how we package our online orders. So recycled and pressed paper. But, for makeup retail, sometimes we have little lipsticks and mascaras that are not that stable on the shelf, so we need a special furniture for makeup retail. And when you go into whatever beauty store, you usually have those, big stands, which are made of organic glass or plastic, basically, sometimes heavily decorated with different combination of materials, which makes them almost impossible to recycle. And when Madara launched makeup 6 years ago, inventing a new type of retail furniture that would be recyclable was a really big challenge, and one of our core focuses next to developing perfect formulations. And this is just a nice example of what we managed to do. Instead of using plastics, we were able to use metal, which is, very easy to recycle, very small recycled polymer insert, and a paper, back wall that you can separate that easy. So this is a small example. Bigger stands are the same, and that took us many, many years to source and to be able to deliver. So this is another part. Retail part is again, another section in the product life cycle that is important to consider. Okay, so this is basically it from me today. Some key points, how difficult the industry is, and we still have like a lot of things to improve. And Madara is really, really passionate to contribute and maybe change 0.1% of cosmetic industry practices. If we do, we are happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lotte. Round of applause once more for Lotte. So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but yes, the music. But the innovations we need in order to tackle all of the impact problems are already here. But only some companies will survive the transition in general. So for the next keynote, you'll be able to get clear insights on which changes matter now as we speak, and why waiting for the right time is the riskiest strategy of them all. So let's welcome on stage Courtney Saw-Lawrence, the climate innovation strategist, all the way from France. Round of applause.
Okay, so hi everyone, how are you doing? I can see the slides are, I'm giving you the preview before we even start. So my name is Courtney Saw-Lawrence. I'm based in Paris, but I have lived in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and I'm from the United States. I'm an entrepreneur, researcher, and also advisor with United Nations Development Program, and today, really what I wanted to share with you is a bit of a balcony view. Today we've had lots of conversations that have dived deeply into regulation, to the challenges and opportunities around being an entrepreneur in this space, or even being a corporate and scaling for impact. So ultimately today, in the next few minutes anyways, I wanted to talk about the rules of the game. Because I feel, and I sense, and also having attended the Sustainability Awards last night, a lot of what we are discussing is around just this, the transition that is happening now in the short-term horizon, the long-term horizon, and as this talk is titled, 2025, is it too late? So I would ask you to ask yourselves, what do you think? Is it too late? There's so many aspects to this. There's the science that tells us that change is happening. There's the financial and regulatory aspect. And then, of course, there's the social piece. So when we're talking about the green transition, again, taking a balcony view, today I wanted to share with you a few things around, first, the big picture context. Many of you, I suspect, have already seen this visual from the Stockholm Resilience Center. It's really around our planetary boundaries. This is the science that's telling us in real time precisely what is going on. We know that we're having more and more natural disasters, we're having more and more ecosystems collapse. We know that the COPs that are happening have tremendous challenge with policy and aligning the whole world to get on the same page. But technically speaking, 2025 is right around the corner, and if you just look at the trends here, even from the visuals, with the colors demonstrating where we're hitting these planetary boundaries, it's quite obvious. Now, the other piece to this, of course, is the human and social dimension, right? The challenge that comes from all of the geopolitical tensions that have also been mentioned. There's a science behind why the human psychology and behavior is moving in this direction. And so this visual here is just ultimately to demonstrate from one framework point of view where that stressor is coming from, and also, similar to the last panel, as mentioned, where might we be seeing the signals and what can we anticipate and change in that, understanding that. Maybe some of you, as I mentioned, I'm based in Paris. The Change Now is a conference that happens every year, bringing together regulators, governments, academics, others. But they put out this piece too. So we're talking a little bit around the just transition. So today, in the next few minutes, again, mentioning here, I'm going to offer a few balcony view frameworks. I personally found that quite helpful when I'm teaching systems transition with students and executives, but also in my own journey when I was doing research, but as an entrepreneur. I think most of us, and this is the Berkana two loops model, can see that we're in this transition state. There's a lot of pioneers that you'll notice that are bridging the future that we want to see, and then we have an incumbent legacy system that we're up against. And that's okay. The point here is that where in this space are we operating? In this emergent space, bringing the future forward. The other next visual that I think is quite relevant for the audience of this specific gathering is really around where are we playing in this game. If you look at, this is kind of an overwhelming frame. This is from Gilles and Johann Schlott. It's about socio-technical transitions. And if you look at that middle, almost yellow, if you can see the color, regime level change, this is exactly where the tension lies. We see these challenges at the cultural, policy, business, technical stance. And where do the innovations that were celebrated, for example, last night in the awards, or even those that are in the incumbent system, where are we playing? Where is our role? Now, I'm not trying to demonstrate that this is a easy visual to digest, but what I do think is quite helpful is it makes sense of what something feels very chaotic and complex. And so if we can locate where each of us is playing in this sphere, in this space of transition, then that gives us a whole other language to accelerate about narrative, about storytelling. Even when speaking with one of the entrepreneurs in the hallway 2 hours ago, just thinking how difficult it is for him to gain capital to scale what he's doing because of the narrative. But if you can think around how to frame that story as a niche innovator, bringing on the next dominant system, it's a different kind of logic case, a different kind of pitch, if you will. So as I mentioned, there's just a few things that I thought were kind of interesting provocations to share, particularly in this rules of the game. And one is just to acknowledge our own psychology as humans and our behavioral bias that exists. So if we're looking for solutions of the next generation, the world that we do want and the world that we believe matters and is needed, are we looking in the right place? And I think most of the people at this maybe conference probably are thinking more expansively, but it's human tendency to look within where we already know, where we sit, where is our comfort level. So this is the streetlight effect in terms of one of the common biases that happened, where we are not necessarily looking for the solutions in the most uncommon places, but the most common places. So that's just some framing. As one of the co-leads for the Oxford Climate Tech Initiative, we had a report funded by the Skoll Foundation that came out last year. And there's a huge obvious trend in VC and capital injection into climate tech. You can see it here. That's great, right? I mean, I think most of us would say that's fantastic, that we have more capital being directed towards green, clean initiatives, the transition too. But where is it being directed? There's not always an equilibrium, and there's not always a calibration for what is needed, where is capital going where it's needed, versus where it's making sense for the investor or the IRR that want to de-risk the long horizon that it takes sometimes to bring some of these different technologies and things to scale to capitalize. So knowing this, again, going back to the narrative, to the storytelling, it can help us step back and rethink how we are packaging, sharing, and shifting what we are presenting to the market. Another very quick anecdote is yesterday I sat next to one of the finalists for the Circular Economy Awards, right, for the segment of the Circular Economy Awards. And he said, you know, at the end, which he didn't win, or his company didn't win, but he said, we probably should have been in a different category. Not circular economy, but the energy. And it's, again, about how do you tell that story? How do you know where in the system you're playing? How do you share that narrative to where it matters so that you can ultimately win what you need, which is the capital to move forward and scale in this case. The last thing that I'm mentioning here in terms of trends, and I thought this is quite interesting because we were just talking about metrics on the previous panel just an hour ago, right? Thinking around ESG, GSE, all of this. But metrics, are they helping us? Are they hurting us? In some cases, they become handcuffs for progress. In some cases, many of the companies that we are seeing being quite brave, trying to champion and pioneer new systems, are either overweighed by the challenge of trying to get the data to reports, or actually they're proceeding in offering very interesting climate innovations that are not acknowledged on the balance sheet or acknowledged in the reports. So this is a piece that was led by one of the leads of the Net Zero Alliance from Oxford University in Harvard Business Review just 2 months ago. And I thought it was quite interesting because at their initiative, they are trying to mainstream the concept around net zero and how is that being measured, monitored, and also progressed. But even in their own experience of trying to, as a practitioner, mainstream that with companies around the world, they're noticing that in some cases this is becoming even more of a challenge. for companies that need to have recognition for the great work that they're doing, but maybe is not necessarily acknowledged in that kind of metrics reporting. So going back to this innovation game, I'm also a co-author of a book called Inclusive Innovation. And ultimately, and maybe some of you are familiar with Mariana Mazzucato's Value of Everything. A lot of this is around the EU Horizon initiative, but innovation has a direction. It can be something that really helps cure and basically build solutions, or it can also create a lot of unintended consequences. So the book and my co-authors and our research, ultimately we're looking at the risks of innovation. Often we glorify innovation, as it should be, in many cases, done. But there's also a few things that are common myths that sometimes we don't step back and actually reassess. One is that everything is happening in these centers such as Silicon Valley. Of course, a lot is happening, for better and for worse. I was also at Slush last week, and I could see it all on stage in Helsinki. Really interesting things that are promoting the classical incumbent status quo, and other things that are breakthrough technologies that are really going to get us where we need to go from the lens of green transition. The other one is that it's a small amount of people. It's a few individuals. But actually, of course, and the word I've heard so much in the past 24 hours is the collaboration. It's really about sharing knowledge, about collaborating, about ensuring that these types of information networks and nodes are actually there to optimize the whole ecosystem of innovation. And then lastly, and this I think is really important, is that innovation is not only about individuals. It's not about the human-centered aspects. It's also about maintaining these different types of planetary boundaries. So if we can reframe the classical notion and, let's say, perception of innovation, it's quite helpful for opening up new possibilities. So our book, it's more of a textbook, but it's available also for free download, where we kind of unpack it. But these are the kind of key things here. It's going beyond tech. It's also thinking around the holistic piece, not just people, but planets, and then also the agency. There's so many individual innovations that are happening, even as highlighted by one of the previous speakers, in communities of indigenous bioregional wisdom. Those are innovators on the ground. Are they on the cover of Forbes? Maybe not yet. So where do you have a role to play? This is one visual that I think is quite helpful. In many cases, we're playing at multiple levels in multiple ways. But again, it's just having that self-awareness, either individually or as an organization, as a company. Where are you going to be able to make the most intentional change? And change, by the way, and this, for those of you that are familiar with systems approaches, systems change, you might be familiar with the metaphor of the iceberg, where we see the symptoms of things on the surface, but deep down is really where the most powerful leverage points for change happen. And if you notice here, I'm using a tree, because with the UNDP, I usually work on land-based things. But ultimately, behaviors, values, mindsets, that's at the bottom. These are the intangibles. And just similar to what we're saying here, a lot about this, a lot of what we're trying to do is aid a shift, a cultural shift, an orientation to understanding that green transition is super critical, and that their everyday actions individually can also make a big change. So just again, reinforcing a way of, a frame, I should say, to perceive and think around the systems type of change that we're intending to have. The last thing I'll mention, and this might be of interest for some of you, with the United Nations Development Program, one of the key projects in my portfolio is that we're launching something called the C3 and Collaborations Lab. This is funded, seed funded, I should say, by the Global Environment Facility, which, if you're not familiar with the Global Environment Facility, it's around 4 to 5 billion of capital that's deployed collectively, but accrued through government donations, right? So it's under the World Bank, but it's deployed to initiatives and projects around the world. And what we noticed is that one of the key things getting in the way of systems change around climate, biodiversity, and food nexus, which is the thematic areas that we're operating for our pilots, is that a lot of solutions exist, but it's fragmented, it's siloed, and for a variety of reasons, they're there, but they're not joined up. So this lab is attempting to bring together multiple sectors, private sector as well, public sector, academia, the diversity of who you really need when you're thinking about systems change, and working together on different initiatives. We're going to pilot in Kenya and Thailand, but also have our global lab. So again, if it's something of interest, it's in deep collaboration with a few different agencies and many, many more different actors. So we're also looking for like-minded people that understand where we want to go with this. And with that, I'm going to say thank you so much. I'd be happy to chat more. I hope stepping back, taking the balcony view, thinking about where your work interplays with the big picture can actually help you be more strategic. I know it has in my work, and it's also helped me use that kind of language as a process to help guide a larger group along the way in that journey. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm happy to be here in Riga for my very first time. So looking forward to hopefully connecting with more of you soon. Thanks.
Good job, good job. Yeah, just drop it somewhere there. All right, so I think enough was said already today regarding the fact that in order to really transform the businesses and the way how we work these days and do business, we need collaborations, right? And that's the key essence of really making it. And for this, we actually have a new formation of alliances that is building up here in Latvia. Kristaps, may you please join me on stage to tell a bit more behind what's the deep tech ecosystem formation mean?
Yeah, so today that's the second kind of thing we want to sign off. And basically the Deep Tech Association is all about the science and helping all the scientific breakthroughs really get to the market and be deployed and implemented. And one thing which Anton, who is one of the founding kind of managing partners for this association, said is that the main 5 key activities which association will take is developing financial instruments, building strong partnerships, advocating for fiscal policies, enhancing connections, and creating, of course, a map where you can easily see what is the companies and what is the breakthroughs we should start to implement. And if we look on the sustainability and deep tech, then I would say that deep tech is one of the main core angles which we should start to kind of drive forward to really manage all our problems which we have and can't solve with the simple solutions. So that's one of the things. And if we change a slide, today there's a
lot of people joining, yes?
A lot of people and companies who are signing this for this launch. So Maria can introduce.
Yeah, so let's welcome perhaps each of those representatives on stage. So Krišs Pujāts, co-founder of Gravity Team. Andrei Doktorov, founder at Intelligence VC. Kristaps Krafte, founder at Digitālās veselības biedrība. Imants Mārtiņsons, member of the board, Green Tech Cluster Latvija. Artjoms Astrians, Latvian Blockchain Association. Andris Lūriņš, member of the board at Commercialization Reactor Residence, and Ilona Gulchuk, chairperson of the board at Commercialization Reactor Fund. So, congratulations! This is a historical moment for you.
So, as you can see, a lot of guys and one female. Let's change that for the future. You can easily scan the code QR and join to this movement. Because who knows, maybe in the next few years you will need some deep tech and scientific innovations, and you could be part of that. So let's sign. You start first. Let's, lady. So with that, memorandum is signed, and let's hope that this will bring a brighter future. Thank you. Let's go. Ah, the photo. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's do that. Of course.
We see some things are being built and new things are coming into motion. So once again, wonderful news on the signing. Right now, we will move on to talk about life cycle assessments, the missing key to your company's green transition, from theory to practice and from green promises to proven impact. I would like to welcome on stage Paul Lindqvist, the co-founder and CEO of Environmental Impact Academy from Finland. Please welcome Paul, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. All right, so the topic of my speech today is life cycle assessment as an enabler of the green transition. Now, why do I think that's important, and why do I think that it is actually true? I'll try to wake you up a little bit to begin with. As we all know, probably all of us in this room, 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries for human existence have been crossed, and the 7th one is kind of on the limit. So I want you all to raise your hand if you think that hashtag it's time to do something. Yeah, everyone's in the right conference? Good. Raise your hand again if you think that it's time for businesses to step up and lead the way in the green transition. Yeah, well, thank you. I agree with you. This is a good start. And I'll explain in a moment how, what does life cycle assessment have to do with all that. But I'll begin with explaining first, very briefly, what life cycle assessment is, just in case someone doesn't know. I believe most of you do. So environmental life cycle assessment is a scientific methodology for assessing multiple environmental impacts for the whole life cycle of a product, or the whole value chain of a business. You can think about it like that too. So starting with raw material extraction from the ground, or growing a crop, or whatever that is, manufacturing, which can be a complicated value chain in itself, distribution, delivery, retail, then use of a product or a service, and then finally end of life, which could be recycling or waste management. And you assess not only global warming, but also impacts on biodiversity, so impacts on ecosystem, fresh or water scarcity, depletion of natural resources, and direct impacts on human health or pollution. So what does this then have to do with enabling the green transition? Well, quite many things. So life cycle assessment can benefit compliance, communicating green claims, designing environmentally friendly products or business models, making sustainable decisions, fact-based, and it can be a basis, an enabler of your sustainability strategy. And I'll quickly go through what this means for all of these points in practice. If we start with compliance, the EU Green Deal includes a lot of different environmental regulations. And what most of them have in common is that they talk about value chain. You need to disclose information about your whole value chain, not just your own operations. And in many cases, based on your double materiality assessment, if material, you also need to disclose other impacts than global warming. So global warming you always have to report, but then in many cases also these other indicators. Yeah, still about compliance. Life cycle assessment, doing life cycle assessments does not automatically make you compliant. And actually none of the regulations in the EU Green Deal say that you have to do life cycle assessment. It doesn't work like that. But how it does work is that between the lines in those regulations, it's quite clear that the regulator has had LCA in mind. And doing LCAs will give you data for many of the data points you need to report, and it will give you a lot of visibility. Just the process of doing LCAs will give you a lot of visibility to your supply chain to help you do those reporting activities. All right. The next point is then communicating green claims. With a life cycle assessment, you can actually report fact-based, transparent numbers, quantifiable numbers of here are my environmental impacts. Here, this is my environmental footprint for this product or service or whatever it is. And it helps you stay in the area between greenwashing, that we all want to avoid, and green hushing, where you don't really dare to say anything. So that's a good help. All right, and when you communicate the results of an LCA study, I just want to point out that you need to have it critically reviewed by a third party before you do that, because that makes it actually quite reliable. Not perfect, but relatively reliable. All right, now this is the important part. We get to designing environmentally friendly products or business models. Life cycle assessment is an integral part of eco-design. And this is super important because when you design a product, that's when you actually decide what its environmental footprint is. Not just the kind of making of the product, which is, has to do with the raw material extraction, which materials do you use, and the production, how is it produced, how much material do we need, and so on. But also all the other life cycle stages. All those impacts are decided when you design the product. So we start with the first principle of dematerializing. Do you need a product in the first place? Can you live with less products? Can you do product as a service? But when you move on from that, quite often you do need something physical. Then, look at which material do you use? Avoid toxic materials. Can you use less materials? Can you reduce waste? How is the product manufactured? Is that part of the design process? Then, weight and volume and packaging, which, let's say, in the case of a smartphone, it's not so relevant because it's a relatively small impact. But then if you have a product as a service, then that's basically all about logistics. How does that work? And is it, does it make sense or not? Then we have, during the use phase of, again, a product, how durable is it? How long does it last? Is it high quality or not? Can it be repaired? How much energy does it consume if it's that kind of product that uses energy? And so on. And then finally, after hopefully many uses, repairs, reuses, repurposing, the product will reach its end of life. And there it's relevant to think about things like, can it be disassembled? Can you separate the materials for recycling? Are the materials in the first place recyclable? Or will it just go to landfill or incineration? So all this is decided in the design phase. And that's why life cycle assessment is such a crucial competence to have when you do product design. Another couple of topics then where LCA is relevant: decision making. Now what we looked at a moment ago seemed a bit scientific and complicated. And if you want to do an LCA that you communicate externally, Yes, you need to spend some time on it. Yes, you need to follow a strict procedure and you need to be critically reviewed and so on. That's a bit heavy. But for internal decision making, most life cycle assessments are actually done for internal purposes to support a decision. Do I go left or right? And what are the implications? And that can be done very quickly. You can do quick and dirty, good enough LCAs in minutes or hours instead of weeks or months, if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, then that's a bit dangerous. You might get the wrong conclusions. And related to decision making, also related to eco-design and why not strategy, one concept I want to bring up especially is that LCA helps you avoid something called burden shifting. One example of burden shifting is, for example, electric vehicles. So when you drive an electric vehicle, there are no CO2 emissions from the tailpipe. And if the energy for that electric vehicle, if the electricity is produced from renewable sources, then basically the use phase looks pretty nice. But there is a burden shift from the use stage, the global warming impact in the use stage, to global warming impact in the manufacturing stage. Because producing batteries for electric vehicles consumes enormous amounts of energy. And that energy is unfortunately quite often produced with fossil fuels, which is a bit weird, but that's how it is. Also, there's a burden shift from global warming potential in the use phase to biodiversity loss in the raw material extraction stage, because all the materials for the batteries have to be extracted from the ground, from the minerals and metals are taken from mines, and mines usually have a devastating effect on local ecosystems. So this is the concept of burden shifting. And this is quite an obvious case, but similar cases are all around us. And these things can be captured when you do an LCA. All right, last but not least then, life cycle assessment also helps you with your sustainability strategy. For a business to be sustainable, you need to take into account your impacts on people, planet, and profit. And life cycle assessment helps you quantify and make more concrete the planet part. You still need to cover the other stuff with other methods. Let's skip Polman for now. So to do a strategy is a roadmap to get from here to there, right? To make that roadmap, you need to first understand where is here. Where are we now? What's the starting point? What are the major impacts of my business, my products today? And then you can set targets, specific, quantifiable targets that this impact in this life cycle stage caused by this process, we need to do something about. And that's much more tangible than just a fluffy statement that will be, carbon neutral in 2050. I mean, doesn't mean anything. So you can set clear goals, and you can then follow up also intermediate goals, and you can follow up your progress towards those goals with the same methodology, with life cycle assessment. You can also, as a result of doing LCAs, you can identify that you might need to revamp your whole business model. A fashion retailer may need to start selling their products again, which is kind of a big mindset twist. Or instead of, let's say, offering dairy milk to your customers in a coffee shop, what if you change the customer behavior to using plant-based milk? You can do that. And that is an impact that's not in your own company. It's outside the coffee shop. It's at the producer of the milk where the cows are. And then, you don't need the cow anymore, as an example. Or move from single-use containers in takeaway to reusable ones. Now, that's a complex thing, and there we get to to again talk about the designing of the business model. How does the logistics work? Does it really make the impact smaller or not? How does human behavior impact that? So, very, very crucial. All right, so to conclude, the topic of today was LCA as an enabler of the green transition. So when you do life cycle assessments, you can design environmentally friendlier, more friendly products, and you can prove it, and you can communicate about it. And in that way, you can even turn it into a competitive edge, which is what I will talk about in a workshop in about 20 minutes. So feel free to join me downstairs. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
So I think it's time to talk about money. Well, to do some impact, we also need some financing. Most impact investments fail because they're solving the wrong problems. But impact investing isn't just about financial returns. It's also about solving some of the biggest challenges our world is facing. So this panel will bring together some of the leading investors and experts driving change by aligning capital with purpose. So please welcome on stage Erkki Ani, the founding partner at SFV, Ilona Gulchak, the chairperson of the board at Commercialization Reactor, Janja Verhove, VP of Partnerships at Plan A and co-founder at Green Tech Alliance, Lynn Indestrand, maritime and fishery expert at Port of Hirtshals, and Karo Hadjuk, the CEO at Growth and Glory. Welcome, and have a wonderful discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are feeling as good as we are in this very theatrical and a beautiful setting. We're going to talk a little bit about washing our dirty laundries, or greenwashing. Now, before we take off, let's get to know the panelists as well. We have Ilona Gulchak, the chairperson of the board for Commercialization Reactor Fund. With over 2 decades of experience in banking and investments, she now specializes in turning cutting-edge research into scalable deep tech startups. That's true. We have Lynn Indestrand, a leader in the blue economy focusing on sustainable maritime solutions, works on circular symbiosis and develops collaborations between the government and the private sector to create deployable, impactful innovations. We have Karo Hadjuk, the CEO of Growth and Glory, which is an innovation platform transforming how businesses approach climate tech and sustainability. And with her strong expertise in building strong business cases, she drives the alignment of profitability and measurable impact. And we have Janja Verhove, the VP of Partnerships at Plan A and co-founder at Green Tech Alliance, connecting startups with advisors to foster impactful partnerships and bringing in deep insights into scaling green technology and ensuring genuine impact in sustainability. So quite a variety of panelists, but you can see that the common denominator is innovation. Now, if I were to be Warren Buffett, I would pound between your ears that it takes 20 years to build a reputation, but only a mere 5 minutes to ruin it all. Today, we're here to tackle one of the most pressing issues in sustainability, which is greenwashing. And there comes a very important question on how do we distinguish genuine impact from clever marketing. My name actually is Erkki Ani. I'm one of the founders of Cleantech Estonia and been working with cleantech startups for now today, I think a decade. Seeing different business models, different startups, different innovations, and also seeing how innovation is being perceived in the public sector, in the private sector, how investors see clean tech or climate tech or sustainability as an opportunity, or maybe at some point also as a tree hugger phenomenon, seeing that it actually hinders, policy making. But I think today we're more or less in a setting that innovation, sustainability, it's a necessity, not a must-have, not a nice-to-have, but rather a necessity. And now to also dive into or set the stage, there was a recent study, I'm going to read it more or less. In the study, the researchers investigated whether it was possible to inoculate people, so prepare people against greenwashing. So they divided participants into 3 groups. There was around 100,000 participants in the study. One group was given information on greenwashing. The second was asked to create their own version of what greenwashing is. And the last group didn't receive any information on greenwashing. So the groups were then viewed 2 green ads for fictional energy companies. One ad promoted the company's green office spaces, distracting from the emissions it created by burning fossil fuels. And the other ad promoted a carbon footprint calculator that individuals could use to determine their personal energy use, pushing environmental responsibility onto the consumer. As you can imagine, the ads were effective among the group that had been given no information on greenwashing. So more than half of them, 57% of them, believed the energy companies were doing right by the environment, by showing that their offices are green, but in fact, the way they produce energy is still harmful for the environment. And what's more, consumers who said they were most concerned about the environment were the most likely to fall for the green marketing. And by contrast, the participants who received the information on greenwashing ahead of time were more likely to be skeptical that the study's energy companies did in fact benefit the environment. So it's obvious that we need preparation, a decent preparation and a decent education to understand and to kind of navigate the whirlwinds of greenwashing. It is a fascinating topic. It's kind of like a brainwashing roller coaster. I'm glad that we have an audience here as well. If you have ever engaged in greenwashing, or if you have ever seen greenwashing instances, please raise your hand. Yes, 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5, 6, 7, 8. Great. At least 8 people have seen greenwashing or think they have. I think let's see after the panel discussion if we have risen the stakes here. Now we have this panel discussion in 5 topics, mostly. We are going to identify greenwashing. Then we're going to understand why it works, building trust in sustainability efforts, the role of policy and regulation, and the consequences for businesses and the planet when we fail to act. We will start first by understanding a little bit about the panelists' backgrounds and how do they perceive greenwashing. Why is it important in their walks of life? We have different backgrounds here. So maybe we'll start with Ilona. You deal with deep tech startups. You try to commercialize research, which is the one thing that we actually need to do, and we need to pound into the universities that, hey, we need fundamental science, we need applied science, and if you have some fundamental science that could be turned into applied science, let's turn this into the benefit of the society and the economy, moreover to the environment. So what's your perception on greenwashing?
Indeed, we are sourcing science in order to start and help in commercializing this science in order to bring this science to market. And there's always the idea that this science should do good for the whole world. And it is actually should be embedded into the commercialization process, let's say from day one, that the impact is in the core. Yeah, it has been gradually growing that way. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it has always been so. Yeah, but we all have more and more understanding on how things should be done. Unfortunately, there are no, let's say, kind of ready-made concepts, steps 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, And I think it also correlates very well with what the previous speakers were saying about the iceberg. Yeah, so we have certain rules and regulations, certain KPIs to what we need to kind of comply, but it has to do a lot with the values and with the culture that we all have, starting from, let's say, the science, continuing with, let's say, entrepreneurship, who kind of helps the whole commercialization process. All of the stakeholders in place, like us as venture builders, as investors, but all of the government institutions, that we all should be on the same page. Otherwise, let's say, if there is no, let's say, cohesion between the stakeholders, we can understand concepts differently and we can emphasize certain things over the others, and we can, let's say, state that we are sustainable, and at the same time we are kind of digging certain raw materials, which, and the process of kind of extracting these raw materials is not very sustainable, or we are not thinking about, let's say, the end product, how we dispose that end product. And we are just telling about, let's say, the middle process, that the process is sustainable. So this is something that we are trying to comprehend ourselves, and we are trying to actually talk through with our portfolio companies, with the startups that are being launched on our platform. So this is kind of a gradual process, and I wouldn't say that we all are there yet, but this is a kind of a cultural shift and the mentality shift that is happening right now among, let's say, the residents and the stakeholders that we are talking to.
So in medicine, you have the Hippocrates Oath, right? That you will, I think it's called Hippocrates Oath.
Yes.
That you will not, I don't know how it actually goes, but that you will not harm or hurt any people intentionally, and you'll do everything or anything that can save the person. Is there any such thing of an ethics protocol in science as well? Because, I mean, our world is built on science. The place where we are at the moment today, it's built on the past inventions and the science breakthroughs. But now looking forward, that we need to be more sustainable, is there any kind of this ethical code that whatever you develop?
We can only name probably science-based this SBTIs. Mm-hmm. So this is something that is important and probably should be embedded more and more into the processes and into the people thinking. Yeah, so this is something that I can mention.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the source. This is the source. Jan-Jaap, how about you? You are managing startups that are already established. So you try to leverage and engage them into partnerships with larger companies, but also at Plan A, you work closely with larger companies as an innovator yourself. So how do you perceive greenwashing?
Yes, and thank you first of all for being here. At Plan A, to start with, we focus on businesses, and what we do, we enable businesses to decarbonize their activities through our software. Now, we focus on businesses because this is where the majority of the impact is to be made. And if you make a parallel to greenwashing, I have a question for the audience. Like, who here is into personal carbon footprinting? I don't see any hands. Well, so it's very hard for me to see right now. I'm asking because actually the personal carbon footprint concept comes from a business. British Petroleum, to be exact, in the early 2000s. What they did is they saw there's a lot of scrutiny on their emission profile, and they wanted to divert attention to a different kind of segment, which were consumers. This is like a sign of greenwashing, where you want to divert attention. Another element of greenwashing is maybe less intentional. Where British Petroleum was very clear, we intentionally want to put something, or the blame in this case almost, on someone else. Unintentionally, it can also happen. What we do at Plan A is we guide companies through a sustainability journey, and in that journey, not every step is as easy, not every step is completely clear. It's a learning process. You need to educate yourself and your environment, and you sometimes make mistakes. So what we try to do at Plan A is not only look into well, we convert the data into emission data, we give them trajectories on how they can improve, but also to prevent them from doing any kind of unintentional greenwashing. On the Green Tech Alliance side, what we do is we focus on companies that have science at heart related to green tech. Early stage, very early stage sometimes, but definitely there should be an entity. And we support them with access to capital, network, and knowledge. And we also try to prevent, similar to Plan A, but very different entities, to make mistakes in which they can be taken off guard by any kind of unintentional greenwashing. This is, in essence, what we focus on. At the same time, we do see over and over and over that there's not just unintentional greenwashing, there's also intentional greenwashing. And when I say unintentional greenwashing, maybe I can give an example. If you're a company and you want to compare yourself to a rival, and you say, hey, we put all the metrics next to each other, and actually we're better from a sustainability perspective than our rival, and I say, well, therefore we're sustainable. But what if you're both on the wrong side of the spectrum? Are you truly sustainable? And that is like one of the unintentional ones where you're not necessarily really aware of the fact that you are greenwashing. And a greenwashing example is in Korea, there's a beauty brand called Inse. They released a plastic bottle, but they launched it as, I'm a paper bottle, in capitals on it. Only when you remove the paper, there was literally a plastic bottle behind it. We created a huge backlash in 2021 and got features on CNN, BBC, even though it was from Korea, and of course was very detrimental to the brand. Now, all these kind of aspects is what we deal with on a daily basis, both from Plan A and Green Tech Alliance.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. Lynn, what's your perspective? So you come from the kind of like a larger industry side. So you still work with innovations.
Oh yeah.
But you try to implement them directly into your work.
Yeah, we do innovation every day. So I don't use the fancy word as greenwashing and all of that. For me, it's common sense. Our everyday, so my background is fishery, aquaculture. I work in logistics and transport and the energy sector. And what I can see is that we have to do better because in many, like my family background is fishery. And what my granddad used to do on the ships was okay then because we didn't know any better. That was the technology, that was what we could do. But we can do so much more now, and we can see the technology, and we can see there's so many things that we can take from one industry and we can move it over. And the greenwashing aspect of it comes relevant for me when it comes to getting money, getting funds, because there's so many banks out there and they need their green portfolios. They need to put their money into something green. And some of them do it with passion and with good insight, and some of them are just shooting in blanks. They're just wanting to find the best green numbers they can put money in. And this is good and bad, because the bad side is every time there's a possibilities and good things to do, you know, the people comes up. You know, not the good kind of people, the guys that want to just, the people just want to suck money out of something that when we try to do a disruption, we want to do a change, there are always these possibilities and they want to grab onto it. But at the same time, when all these possibilities are there, we see so many brilliant young people, and also in the other end of the scale as well, come up with good solutions, and we can take things that we are using in the oil and gas industry and we can put it into the fishery sector or the aquaculture sector. But the good thing with the greenwashing and carbon footprint, all the focus on this now makes people more aware of the numbers, that we have to think in the whole spectrum of it. It doesn't make sense for me to build the most innovative fishing fleet possible, but then on the land side, they are not living up to it. The wrapping, the packing, the plastic they are using is bad. And just for good, you mentioned the plastic. Plastic has a really bad reputation of being bad. If you look at so many of my customers buying fish products, they are still making fire out of wood to prepare their dinner. And if you have the right kind of plastic, that has a higher burning, burning the numbers, it burns cleaner, and the energy there is more than of a piece of wood. So if we do it right, the door-to-door product I can deliver, and when I say I, is the industry, we can do so many things so much better. And that's where we have to take good people like we have here on stage and the people here in this audience here. This is we have to look in and do our best part from door to door, where we pick it up and where we deliver. So the innovation is in all the tiny details in every day, but it has to be common sense. We have to take away the quick money on it, because it's no quick money, it's no fast greenwashing. It has to be common sense that has to make business sense, because if it doesn't make business sense, it's going to die out and you're going to find a loophole to go back to doing your dirty deeds. That's kind of my perspective of it. Yeah.
That's very good. I got the common sense from here. We'll come back to that in the second topic as well. What actually is and what is the common sense today? Karo.
Thank you for having me here. So I represent the venture world. At Growth and Glory, we build and scale climate tech ventures. So sustainability is the very core of our business activities. And I see sustainability as a fantastic opportunity, not only for the environment, for the humanity, but also for the business. And greenwashing would be just a waste. Wasting this enormous opportunity being sustainable presents. Since sustainability is the very core of what we do, we take a good care into evaluating it. So just to give you an example, during our due diligence process, when we are evaluating whether to work with a venture or not, we take into account the team, the market opportunity, the product, the technology, the business model, the traction, and the carbon case. That means that we don't move forward with the venture if we don't see a strong carbon case embedded in the business. Just to give you a more substantial example, we wouldn't work with a business that bases its business model on carbon credits purely. Because firstly, that borders greenwashing for us. It doesn't really solve a real problem. And secondly, we don't really see a strong business model being built around carbon credits. We want to work with deep tech solutions that really address big climate problems, simultaneously opening up new business possibilities, new markets, or reducing cost and improving efficiency. So for us, sustainability and business are closely intertwined. And there is no space in for greenwashing in the growth and glory realm.
That is so true. And as a side note, I think today, you can agree with me or not, but I think today it's like an excellent time for being a sustainability startup. You have so many clean tech or climate tech dedicated venture capital funds, but as well, you have those generalist funds, sector agnostic, who have a mandate to invest some portion of their fund into sustainability. So if you're a clean tech or climate tech startup in the audience, make your business case strong, stay true on the sustainability, and use a common sense, right? Or then educate yourself on what actually common sense is about sustainability. And now coming to this, the psychology of greenwashing, why it actually works, whether greenwashing works. We know how businesses work. They sell something to some people, they make money, and they pay themselves salaries and buy stuff. themselves as well. Now, why do so many greenwashing campaigns succeed in gaining public attention? I mean, we have, what, around 230 or something, that's an exact number, 230 eco-labels in the European Union. You know, those fair trade, am I losing my mic? Nope. So eco-friendly or green or natural produced, but they have those very specific ones that are regulated, that actually have a backing. How do we navigate, how do we understand that if we buy this chicken breast, that is, let's say, like 20 times more expensive, but it has an eco-label, than the ones on the side, and these are, well, 20 times less expensive, and they don't have an eco-label. How can we be sure that these chicken breasts are, you know, actually coming from a, I don't know, happy chicken or a happily grown chicken that died in age, or I don't know how happy chickens are raised. So why do so many greenwashing campaigns succeed in gaining public trust? And how can we as consumers protect ourselves? From your perspective. Would like to go? Janja. Yeah.
I mean, greenwashing in essence is a certain, greenwashing is a certain marketing, right? And you try to seduce the consumer by presenting a picture that is a little bit better than what it actually is. That's the essence of greenwashing. And because of that, when you present a picture that's a little bit better than it actually is, you have an edge. So if you versus your competitor, you present something that's a little bit better, the consumer is already intrigued and wants to know more. But to your remark, Erki, there is like 200 something labels. How do you, as a consumer, know which label is what and what label is actually genuine?
And why are there so many labels?
Why are there so many labels?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, for me, it's impossible to know, let alone for someone who is less educated on the topic. You can't expect it from a consumer. So that is, I think, one reason why it's successful. The second reason is, in a lot of cases when greenwashing is detected, it is just a blip in, in the overall timeline. What I mean here is that nowadays attention spans for people are so short that when a company is caught on some greenwashing, there's a backlash for sometimes a few days, and then it's business as usual. So there's no real consequence in many cases. Certain cases it explodes. The example I gave about the bottle in Korea definitely exploded. I mean, when you suddenly see your brand featured on CNN, there's something that is happening. But in many cases, it's barely go by unnoticed. So there is also not so much of an incentive to not do it. And for that, we probably need some regulation. At the same time, there's so many regulations. How do you go through the whole maze of all the regulations? So I'll stick to those two for now. But one is, it is just very easy to do, and the consequences are not so severe. Go for it.
No, I will just add, maybe that's kind of the same concept that I mentioned in the very beginning, that there should be a common understanding of different ecosystem players on how the things work. Yeah, so again, green tech investors have certain criteria, what they're seeking for from startups, for instance, and these startups are trying to comply. Sometimes they are actually tagged into this greenwashing, yeah? Which means that there is a responsibility of these investors to do a deeper due diligence, to check a bit kind of beyond what is shown, and to check, let's say, and to validate the data that are proposed to them. And the same, let's say, goes to the regulators. And this brings me to the idea that there should be kind of a joint understanding how the KPI should look like and how, let's say, this can be validated. This is one thought, and another thought is kind of training and education, yeah, because this is something that we all are lacking. As I mentioned, we are also kind of gradually building our understanding into how we can help startups that develop on our platform, that all of them have impact, yeah, but how to show that impact and how not to kind of overplay this and overstate this, and that's a very kind of narrow line that you can break. Maybe stating something more specifically to certain investors to win the capital, and that is why I'm also saying that that's a cultural thing, that you need to be kind of very fair to what you're doing. So that's my thought.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just to build on what you said about the customer awareness and education, and also to what Jan said before about lack of regulation, clear regulation, having too many labels out there on the market. I think having a golden standard, something that is super simple, a simple framework, would be a very, very good thing. And having a customer awareness, being aware, being mindful about the fact that lots of marketing campaigns do bend the reality a little bit. Yeah. This is something very, very hard to regulate because it's playing with perceptions, with influencing the customer, selling something that does sell very, very well, especially to the environmentally conscious crowd that wants to feel good about themselves when they fall for certain purchase. And now the question here would be, you know, where do you find the middle ground? Yeah, not too much regulation, having a golden standard, not having to navigate between too many labels, being consciously aware, and picking the right products for yourself. I think the huge responsibility lies on the customer here, yeah, despite of being the market being this maze of different labels. Of course, having a golden standard would be a fantastic thing, but I'm not sure to what degree it would be possible, given the nature of marketing, playing with imagination of the customers. So just a point here, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I also think we have two aspects of this, because one thing is taking a company that are existing and they have already products that are out there, and how to get them more suited into the future, to be lower carbon footprint, being more to the environment side and all of that. But then you have the new companies, you have the new businesses that make sense. The green side of it makes sense. Backstage, I was telling about a company, it's based in the Faroe Islands called Hiddenfjordur. They are making salmon. And what they said 8 years ago is that we are not going to fly any of our fish out from the Faroe Islands. And knowing Faroe Islands being a tiny island out in the ocean, that's a bold statement to say. But they started to move to that. We are going to ship all our salmon out in the market. And then came Corona. Corona put all the airplanes down at the ground, nobody could move anywhere, and they were the only one having a door-to-door solution delivering their salmon to the United States. And the customers in the United States, they remember this. They have high-quality salmon delivered as promised every week, every month, day in, day out. And to this day, they are getting premium paid for the salmon that's 16 days old, compared to salmon that have been flown in, being trucked down to the airports, flown over to the United States, and being trucked around in bad trucks, and being fresher, maybe 2 days old. And the Hiddenfjordur is getting premium paid for this. So their business case, being green, doing all the right things, is now their label. So we see more and more of that going forward as well, and that's why your business case of being green and thinking low carbon footprint, we have to work across the different segments, because it is possible. And when you hit that sweet spot, you really get premium paid for your products. And we see that. We see the customers now, they want to have the low carbon footprint. They want to know where the happy shrimp or happy chicken, where do they came from and how is it done? Because now you cannot hide. Everything is so out there. They go around with the cameras, filming and showing. 2 seconds afterward, the world knows it. So it's going to become really difficult to hide behind. When I hear greenwashing, for me that's a negative sense of word. It should be common sense, and look, we are moving towards greener. We should talk it up. So I think that the people hiding, it's going to be the one that losing, because it's good money to be made, and the product at the end is going to be a lot better.
So it puts everybody in quite a tricky position. If you think about, you got the investors, the capital, you got the producers or the industry that usually tend to have a low-cost input as maximum as possible, and then they can capitalize on their product, on their output. And then you have consumers who demand that you must produce everything sustainably, blah, blah, blah. Use the renewable energy and so on. So it puts the middle player, the industry, the producers, in quite a tricky position. If I'm going to tell, I'm going to propose 2 business cases on the table, right? So I have this company that produces X out of Y, and I have this company that produces Z, X out of Z. The first input is a fossil fuel-based material, cheap as hell. I can import it from China for negligible cost, and it will give me 100x return. And thus the investors as well. The investors look at this business case, see that, oh shit, there's actually money in there, right? If I put in, I put in 10,000 now, I'll get $1 million out tomorrow. And then you have this other company that has responsible sources that already cost. You have to certify, go through all the hassle. It has to be locally produced. It's a limited amount. And you're maybe, I don't know, maybe you're getting something out of it if an investor believes in you. It's a philanthropic investor. It's a visionary investor saying that, okay, you do this, but you really need to scale. I mean, the clean tech startups or companies, innovative startups, their impact comes when they scale. And they have to scale faster, larger, higher than the current incumbent industries. And then you have consumers as well, who kind of vote with their money. And we have this obligation to vote with our money, right? To buy the good stuff, not the cheap stuff necessarily, because we have to think about our children. Yeah.
I would strive for a merger. So there is something in between, and I think sustainable businesses should strive to achieve competitive prices. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that we have to choose between super cheap and super polluting, and sustainable and extra premium. We do work with ventures that are actually very, very close to being price competitive. And I think it's possible if you approach it with the right mindset, right business mindset. And I think this is the way of moving forward. Yeah? Don't separate sustainability and the business case.
Is the right mindset because of what?
Because
is it
human
regulation?
beings are economically driven.
So people actually think forward.
Yes.
Common sense for a person is to think out in the future, right? So you're not going to saw the branch of a tree where you're sitting on, right? Yeah.
I also want to share one example, let's say, from our portfolio. For instance, we have a company named Catalico. They are producing zinc oxide with the wider surface. And their kind of initial focus was on catalyst industry. Then they found that, let's say, they can make a difference in the tire production sector, because there is a regulation coming that tire producers need to use less of zinc oxide in the vulcanization process of tires. So first of all, there was a step one that they kind of focused on, let's say, moving towards sustainability, but they actually went beyond that. And they thought, well, I will not produce, let's say, the new zinc oxide. I will try to look around if there are any leftovers from, let's say, the metal processing industry, so that I can extract and, let's say, use the same method to extract and reproduce the zinc oxide. And actually they created this kind of circle economy loop just by applying this creative thinking and trying to be both sustainable and profitable. So I think this is the way how this thinking should be implemented in deep tech.
I tried to shake it with some negativity here, but it didn't go as planned. We have only 2 minutes left, so let's get into some actionable insights. What do you want the audience to remember about you or about the panel discussion that we had here today? Gather your thoughts a little bit. Janja, if you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, as there's so much on the consumer, right, in the end, like detecting greenwashing, one of the very simple things that you said, like common sense. When something is too good to be true, or when something seems to be good to be true, it's often too good to be true. And that's also very much the case when you see some marketing or greenwashing anywhere. When you find a label and you're like, I have no clue what it is, it's probably right now still your responsibility to quickly look it up. And when you and very quickly you will find on Google or any kind of other search engine you might use that either it is just only related to the brand or a particular sector, but it's not official. And we still need to do that and also talk about it to others. When you see something where it's a bit suspicious, talk about it, because word of mouth is quite strong. So to summarize, educate yourself, be mindful and always be a bit suspicious to that extent right now, and share when you come across, because that's the only way for us to learn.
Be curious. 2 sentences. Lynn.
If they're a business owner out there, don't be afraid to try out new things. Think disruption is okay. Take with the education side of it, science part of it. We have to talk together on it. It's really important.
Mm-hmm. Innovation pushes us forward, right?
Yes, exactly. And sharing.
Sustainability and business can come together. It's not either one or another. And when it comes to greenwashing, remain critical. As Jan said, remain critical. Don't buy everything you are given on the plate.
Thank you.
There should be a synergy between the players in order to support, let's say, the climate change. No different approaches, no different, let's say, KPIs. We should work in synergy.
Thank you. Thank you so much for listening in. If you want to grab some more bits of our brains, then we will be coming out the backstage on this side of the hallway. So I'll meet you there. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Erkki, and thank you, dear panelists, for some wonderful insights into impact investing. Coming up, we're tackling the consumer paradox, how different generations view sustainability and what that means for businesses. This session will reveal some of the current shifts in consumer habits and what they signal for businesses and companies aiming to stay relevant. With insights from one of Europe's most sustainability-driven markets, I would like to welcome on stage Kerstin Lindwall, the Chief Corporate Responsibility Officer at ICA Gruppen from Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. Today, I've been touring around from this stage to the other stage upstairs and to the workshops, and everywhere I've heard talk about the consumer. How do we get the consumer to do the sustainable choices? What are the tricks and how do we read them? I will not give you the one answer, and I might even complicate things, but I would like to take you through one segmentation that I found interesting in consumer perspective, and it's a study made by Ipsos I think most of you know about from last year, where they divide 10,000 customers from 16 markets into 5 categories of people. So we have the uncommitted people, we have the split anxious, the busy spectators, the pragmatics, and the activists. And they are divided in depending on level of worry of sustainability in general, by climate in specific, and also how committed or active they are in doing sustainable choices. So let me give you a bit depth in each of these categories, and we will go from the down left up to the top right. So we start with the uncommitted people. They then have the least interest in doing sustainability choices, and some of them all actually think we're already doomed. So it's really difficult to draw them into sustainability initiatives, and they're not really keen on us doing that as companies either. But if we are to attract these customers, it really needs to be as an add-on to something else that they care about, some values that they do have. This group consists of, in general, a bit younger people and people with quite thin wallets. And they do not ask much from us when it comes to sustainability. The busy spectators are the ones that wished that we had more than 24 hours in a day to spend, because these people are really, really up to speed on everything. They have a busy work life. They usually have families at home. They do not have time to do long planning lists or stay in the store for a long time. So if we want to engage these people into sustainable choices, it needs to be super smart to them. It needs to be instant for them to do that sustainable choice. So their primary barrier to doing sustainable choices is really spending time thinking about it. The split anxious people are the ones that are mostly concerned about price. So if sustainable products are more expensive, it will not attract these people. But if it's a good price and sustainability is an add-on, then they're really happy. This group of people usually also have a much more thin wallet and also general a bit lower in education. And they actually look quite a lot to governments and politicians to solve the climate issue and other sustainability challenge that we do have. The pragmatics, that's an interesting group of individuals. They have a strong commitment to sustainability, but they are still worried about if they're doing enough or not. So these are the people that would be happy if we guide them and nudge them and educate them in sustainability, because they really want to do the right things and they want to understand or get the feedback back that they actually did a good sustainable choice. And they will like us for doing that. So these are people a bit older and they also have a bit of a thicker wallet. They are very concerned, for not say the least worried about climate change. And they also act quite a lot at home in their own households when it comes to sustainability. And they also can imagine paying a bit more for sustainable products. And then, of course, we have the activists. They are normally maybe seen as the key audience, rightly or wrongly, for sourcing sustainable products or buying sustainable products. Still, they won't be pleased if a product just focuses on one sustainability issue. They really want us to understand that the sustainability issue is more complicated than just climate. You also need to solve the social issues and so on. So you can't divide sustainability into single, silos for these customers. You have to think broadly. This group consists mainly of young people and more often of women than men. They see that we're in a critical stage when it comes to climate, and they are actually prepared to sacrifice things in their daily life in order to do sustainable choices, and they're also willing to pay more. So these 5 then groups, and this is one way of looking at it, we all have them in a mix. Now this is based on 16 markets, and I would say if we look at the different Baltic countries or in Sweden, where I am mainly based, it might look a bit different between the categories, but these 5, we all have them. And we all try to meet all of their needs, of course. Then I looked at another survey from YouGov that came out this year, where they rated what are the most common sustainability actions that we do as persons. And when I looked at this list, I was not surprised at all of the top 3 things that we think are the most sustainable things to do. Because of course you have reducing food waste as one of the main actions. I think we all heard loads of on food waste the past few years. And of course it's super stupid to produce things with a carbon footprint or just using the nature's resources and then throwing it away in the other end. And I think we all, as people, has become much more aware on how bad food waste is. And so has all of our customers. Then, eating less meat. Yeah, I think we've seen that one as well, even though there is no super strong trend that we're all going vegan. More and more people are eating less meat because they understand the climate impact of meat compared to vegetables. And then thirdly, eating products that are from your local community or from your country. Now, looking at this with the Swedish perspective on the market that I know the best, we can clearly see that local or Swedish products has surpassed organic over the past few years. Now, organic is on the travel back to where it used to be, but we can clearly see that at least in Sweden, we've been choosing locally or Swedish produced over organic for the last few years. So these are the things we think are the most sustainable actions to do. So what do we think is the opposite then? Things that are really no-no to us. And this list is really not too a surprise to me either, because top is plastic. This is the one most common question that is sent to at least our customer service. Why do you use plastic on the cucumber? Why are you using so much plastic on your products? And no matter if we try to explain that, yeah, we use plastic to protect the product in order to decrease risk of food waste, customers think plastic is bad. And that's what we see in all the surveys we do. So really, it's plastic, and then it's kind of the rest. So the customer really wants it all from us. And this is where I say there is no one single solution, because the products, sustainable products, should also be affordable, of good quality, meet my personal needs and values. It should contribute to my everyday easy life. I do not have much time. I want you to make it smart and easy for me. And it should also make me feel good about myself, and good if other people also think that I am good. And then meet all aspects of sustainability, not just one aspect of sustainability. So this equation is really, really challenging, and we have all these segments or group of customers to take into account. So of course, we need to work with several different solutions and not one single. So I thought I looked in a bit more into the Swedish market, and I wanted to we did this just a few months ago, actually, a survey amongst our customers in Sweden, and also I will try to explain how we meet the needs of the Swedish customers. So we asked them, are you willing to pay more for sustainable products, and 29% says yes. And again, this is what we say and not what we do, because we do not have anywhere near sales of 29% for organic, for example. Organic sales are maybe 5% of total food sales in Sweden. So we say one thing, we do something else. And then we ask them, do you think it's clear when we communicate on sustainability? And they say, no, you use loads of terms and stickers and brands, and it's really quite confusing to us when you talk about sustainability. And these new words that you've been starting to use, like green transition and sustainable transition, it's super confusing for us to evaluate. So go easy, please. And then we ask, who's mainly responsible for for us having more sustainable products out in the market? And they actually says, well, it's really me. I'm mainly responsible for buying these products, making sure to decrease the environmental impact on this planet. But they also look at us. But actually they look more to themselves. So I took some example of responses from ICA, that is a retailer in Sweden. And of course, we have a organic brand. It's called I Love Eco. And what we've learned, especially over these last years when we had high price increases due to the inflation, is that we've been working organic a bit on the top end. So most of the organic products are too expensive in the view of too many customers. So we're really now working on having organic products in all price ranges, going from low price to the premium, because we need to attract all customers' wallets. So that's a learning that we made over the last few years now, that we need to turn organic also into something that could be met in low price. And as I said, the customers call in and say, why are you using plastic? It's really, really bad for the environment. And we still know that we need to use plastic to protect the product. So then it's a matter of trying to use the best plastics available. And on the slide you see one example. It's a bottle of detergent. And the bottle is gray. Maybe not super attractive, but it's gray for a reason. And it's because it's made from reused plastic. And when you mix plastic that we've been using for different reasons, and you collect them, and then you mix it all up, it becomes gray. So that's why our detergent packaging is gray, because it's made out of 100% reused plastic. And then we know not all of us are keen on going vegan or vegetarian. So we've been talking a lot about finding a pathway for this product we called hybrid products. And on the picture, on the slide here, you see a picture of something called, it's household mince meat. It's made out of 70% beef and 30% peas, which means that this product comes with a quite lower climate footprint due to that we took out 30% of the beef and put in peas instead. It also comes with a better health protein mix, because it's good to eat a mix of proteins from greens and proteins from animals. But what's really interesting is that this product comes with a lower price point to the customers. So this product has been received really, really well from customers, and actually most from the uncommitted and the split anxious, the two groups that are most careful about their wallets, because they see that this product still is really good and it's super tasty, but it comes to a lower price. So it's like a win-win-win combination. So there are solutions, but we need to try out lots of things, and keep in mind, as I heard many speakers talk about on stage here today, that you need to combine different values from the customers. Some are looking for price, and appreciate if we can add on sustainability. Some other people are looking for time and speed and appreciates if we add on sustainability. And some just go for sustainability. And we need to handle them all. So thank you so much for taking time to listen to me about this.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Please have a seat. I think this was a very, very interesting topic, and we would like to delve a little bit deeper with that, with a fireside chat together with both Kirsten. And I would like to welcome our moderator to moderate this fireside chat, Zanne Valujeva, the Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Manager at Danone Nordics and Baltics. Please welcome Zanne.
Hello Kirsten.
Hi Zanne.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for the very insightful conversation. Just very briefly on me and the company that I represent. Danone is a multinational company within the food sector offering essential dairy products, plant-based, waters and specialized nutrition, and is a company with quite strong history when it comes to responsibility in business. And very curious then to continue this conversation with you based on your presentation. And kind of, yes, leading on to what you were touching upon at the very end, could you maybe share a bit more what are the strategies and engagements that you have applied when it comes to sustainability education amongst your customers?
I think, as I know also Danone, we're doing quite some interesting work together, and I think we've, as all companies, tried multiple ways of nudging and educating consumers, and it's all the way from trying to guide in stores to more sustainable products. Trying to use information on our website. We have, for example, the biggest recipe site in Sweden is on our website, and for most of our recipes on that website you can actually see how climate smart that recipe is compared to other recipes, and also get recommendation on how to make it a bit more climate smart. So I think we need to think in all dimensions of where we can reach the customer when she's searching for recipes, when she's visiting the store, when she's reading on pack on our products, and also understanding that communication needs to be really, really to the point.
Of course, and I can imagine that it's quite a bit of a challenge. Maybe you could share a bit more on how do you balance like the affordability aspect, which of course is one of the main driving forces for, amongst the different customer groups that you mentioned, and sustainability. How do you go about that?
I think we learned quite a lot over these past years now, where we know the wallets have become much thinner for the customers as we had quite a food inflation. And in some aspects, sometimes you have to realize that you sometimes have to do a step back and understand that this is not the time where we will have huge sales on organic or these maybe high-end sustainability products. Rather, what we at least saw in Sweden, and as I said, we realized that in these times, consumers really started to care about locally produced and nationally produced. So what we did was to really turn to that and use that as our first selling point after price, saying that, yeah, this is a good price, but this is also produced in Sweden, or it's produced locally here. And that has been super appreciated by customers, that we showed that yeah, we want to give you a good price, but we also want to take care of our society, because we're in a very stressful moment together now on the market.
Mm-hmm. Great initiatives for sure. And then maybe again, just kind of focusing more on the challenging part. There are so many individuals within different customer groups. also age gaps and again preferences, wallets, preferences, and so on and so on. How do you go about that? How do you define your strategy so that you can, of course, be as beneficial and valuable to the biggest customer group and again maintain relevance in the business perspective?
Yeah, and I think it needs to be that you do investments in understanding your customer and understanding that we have different needs at different times in life, and also depending on where we are and where we live. So for some customers, I often get from the ones, the activists maybe, or most often, they don't always have a lot of money because many of them are quite young, but they are very dedicated and they are stressed about that they cannot buy as much organic or sustainability labeled product as they would like to. And then I try to guide them and say, well, let's just do the carrots then. Take the carrots as organic, or the bananas, and good job. And then when you feel comfortable in that, add on that next product. So guiding consumers in being proud of doing one step at the time, because nobody can take, from 0 to 100 in one step. So guide customers and show appreciation for when they take a step, whatever the step that is.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you could elaborate a bit on the different age gaps, because you do have different shoppers from different age gaps and also regions. Maybe how do you approach that topic?
Yeah, one very interesting generation that we haven't talked so much about here today, I think, is the Gen Z. The young ones, they're between 13 and 29, so some of them are children and some of them are probably young families. They really haven't lived without a smartphone, ever. They are super digital, and they get information and compare in between each other every day in every single thing they want to do. And this is a generation that is also very well educated. They know about the climate crisis. They know about the challenges that we have in society, and many of them are quite stressed about that. And also this is maybe a bit strange at first when I learned about Gen Z, is that this is a generation that loves the local community. I thought it was going to be a generation that just wanted to out travel because the world is open for them. But they said, yeah, we can find the world digitally, but we really want to stay home and contribute to our community. And a few months ago, I had the opportunity to meet up with a bunch of Gen Zs they were between 16 and 20. Some of them were working, some were in school. And I had this super interesting conversation with them on sustainability and shopping, because this generation is also doing fast fashion, fast shopping. And so I asked them, so if you were to when you go into an ICA store, what do you think about sustainability when you come into our stores? So they said, so everything should be sustainable. You shouldn't have anything unsustainable at all in your stores for me to come and buy or shop with you. And then I said, but you're still going on Shine, Amazon, and those sites just doing fast fashion. And I said, yes, but that's because I tried you first, and you didn't succeed in impressing me. And then at least I tried, and then I can go to Amazon. So it is a very complicated generation. They put very high demand at us, but if we do not please them, at least they tried, and then they can go somewhere else to buy. And then they are not as, detailed in sustainability anymore.
Of course, a lot of challenges in pleasing not only that generation, but in general, the very vast, demands amongst the customers.
Yes.
But maybe then touching upon that, how do you go about it? That there are these kind of, if I may say, unrealistic demands sometimes from the customers. How do you go about it? Because of course, things also don't, come into the change overnight. It takes time. It's a process. It takes resources, sometimes years, to actually prove some results. And maybe the younger generation could be known as the more impatient one. So how
they
do
are
you
very
go about
impatient.
that?
And you can see that in the way they use social media. So because they think, they were on Facebook, and then we came into Facebook and said, no, old. Now we go to Instagram. And then we came into Instagram and said, no, now we're going on TikTok. So they said, you're always behind. So when you talk to us, you're always in the platform that we just left. So today we're supposed to be on TikTok talking to the young ones. But then I think when you talk more generally about, speed and how fast we should please all these different customer groups, I think also us need to understand that we need to take it stepwise. And I know you coming from, production, you might have years in a production cycle before you, or a new innovation before you can, from where you start trying things until they're on the shelves. So I think also that we need to have long-term plans and ambitions and understand that it will take us step by step. But in the meanwhile, we need to still, talk to the consumer and guide them to the things we already have on our shelves, but also constantly doing innovation to put new products out on the market.
Definitely, and I can add from our company perspective that there's a lot of work behind the scenes, and because of course for us health is a very, very big topic and focus in what we do as a company, and therefore with that comes the quality of the products, and I imagine that you share the same kind of mindset that quality is the most important, right? The safety of the food. So maybe you could touch upon a bit upon that as well. Contrast. Plastics, food safety, quality, longevity.
Of course, food safety and product safety comes first every day of the week, because we would never launch products that aren't safe for our customers to use. And we know if we fail in product safety, we need to recall. A recall product from the market is super expensive and super bad for the environment, because most of it goes to the bin then. So of course, a basis is food safety. And then also, even though customers think we're doing over-packaging, and sometimes maybe so, but in general, we're using as much packaging as we need and the mix of material in order to protect the product, for the product to come to the store as it's supposed to be in the right shape, and also being able to travel home to the customer and be stored at the customer's home in shape for being safe for the product, for the consumer to eat or to use. So product safety and always first.
Of course, and time is flying for us. So maybe just would you like to share some last key takeaways with the audience? What would be the actions that you would encourage all of us to take after this event?
Yeah, I think that maybe in the past we've been when we have been doing product development or launching new product that we want to label sustainable, that has been the main track. So the product should be sustainable, and we didn't maybe care enough about other values to that product, like the price or the attractivity or the design. It needs to come in a good combination to attract as many customers as possible. And fewer customers are prepared to pay more for sustainable product, because they do think that it's a responsibility that we have. As more and more customers get educated and they do understand that we also know about sustainability, they want us to integrate sustainability into really everything.
Lovely, and then thank you very much. I guess we can take as the main key takeaway that sustainability is a journey, and it really takes a lot of effort and practice in actually get to the results. So thank you very much for also leading the way and inspiring us today, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Zanne. There are 3 letters that I think are some of the most famous ones in this topic, and it's ESG. Our next topic, with quite a controversial or maybe funny name and headline, is ESG is dead, long live ESG. So we know that the EU Green Deal is rewriting the ESG rules. Our metrics might already be outdated, and the measurements that will make or break our business performance in 2025. And to talk a little bit more about that, I welcome to stage Kelly Kirsch, Director at ESG Europe and ESG AI. Welcome.
Hello. I'm really happy to be here. Well, I'm also here to tell you ESG is indeed not dead, despite a lot of the backlash that you're seeing out there. So to understand what is ESG, what is CSR, I mean, that's probably the place that we should actually start. I'm assuming most of you know quite a bit, but ESG basically is quantitative, it's used to measure. CSR is more qualitative, and it's determined by internal considerations. So if we go a little apples to apples comparison, ESG is specific parameters, and CSR is wider and vaguer. One is focused on monitoring and measure, the other is on responsibility. One is quantitative, the other is qualitative. One is more unified approach, standardized metrics, as standardized as we can get today. The other is relatively individualized projects. And one is risk and performance based, and the other is shareholders. So what are the benefits? Well, it offers competitive advantage, it attracts investors, improves financial performance, builds customer loyalty, it makes company operations more sustainable, and you're in compliance with European and national regulations wherever you are in the world. So ESG does have value. It is not going to go away. And you can't talk about ESG without talking about regulations. This map is old, and I used an old one on purpose. If you take a look at it, this is where regulations are popping up all over the world. Guess who is the gold standard for ESG regulations? We are, the European Union. Everyone is following our lead. It is the one place that is undisputable where Europe is the leader. If you take a look at mapping, reporting practices, and insurance practices, this is from 2022. If you take a look, this breaks it down by country. You can see where ESG reporting compliance is 100%, what's the rate of insurance, and what is the rate of audit by an audit firm like EY, PwC, Deloitte, whatever. So you can see that it's growing. And if you take a look once again in Europe, when this map was done, France and Italy were 100% across the boards. Everybody else is working their way up to that. So what is the EU Green Deal? What is the goal? Everybody asks these questions. Regulations are part of this picture with ESG. Regulations, good regulations, are there to guide, direct, and get rid of anything that's vague. So it's standardizing, transparency, avoid greenwashing, transition to the sustainable economy, and increase financial and economic stability for everyone. So, there are 3 types of regulations in the Green Deal. This is all of the regulations that we have. One is financial impact. It's the first column. The second one is transparency reporting. And the third one is the value chain. So those are all the regulations. So you're getting an idea of how much data we're talking about, right? So to do reporting, this is what everybody has to worry about for the CSRD. This is how you report on the CSRD. It's broken down, and it goes down even more granular as time goes on. So if you take a look at it, it's divided into the E, S, and the G, and there's some general requirements, and there's more coming. There's sector-specific standards, and small and medium-sized businesses will have also guidelines. So they're trying to direct people to make this as easy as possible for you. So these are some broad metrics. These are metrics that apply to anyone. What I like about this is, for me, governance is the glue that holds the E and the S together. Without good governance, it it'll eventually fall apart. You need something to be responsible. So this is an ESG Data 101. So we all know the E, S, and the G are different metrics. ESG data helps to analyze financial data. It's used by investors, asset managers, and firms to identify opportunities and decrease risk. Where does it come from? Companies themselves, NGOs, governments, websites, and the public sector. Data quality, biases. If it comes from one source, it's got a bias. If it comes from many sources, then it's more reliable and more viable. And frequency. A lot of ESG data out there is almost a year old by the time we get it. So how do you manage all of this data? What are the challenges? Well, these are some of the challenges. These are the main ones. This isn't even a secret. Everybody knows this. You know, it's the quality, the scalability, the volume and the velocity of data. It's massive amounts of data. So today, this is how it's collected. Companies produce it. You have analysts that scrub the data coming from the company reports. And then you have companies like London Stock Exchange Group, Bloomberg, whoever, and they sell that data back. Now, this data is now old. I think the way going forward is pretty much what my company does with the London Stock Exchange. It's collaborative. You still get the data that way. Then you can look at it, see what's missing, see what's wrong, correct it, send it back, and have more up-to-date data, which makes it more real-time and more viable. So, why do you need a platform to do this? Because the bigger the company is, the much harder this is going to be to do with an Excel sheet. Excel works when you're starting out, but eventually it gets very unmanageable. It helps. You also need to map to different standards. If you're international, you're going to have to report different ways everywhere you go. It's not just going to be the CSRD. Data collection. How do you collect it? From your supply chain. Everybody has to collect from their supply chain and their clients. It has to be adaptable as things change and get modified. And it's labor intensive. You're taking your people and they're doing a lot of manual labor. A platform will simplify all of this. So what does a platform look like? And I use mine. Mine is partnered with a London Stock Exchange Group. So this pretty much shows you can benchmark, you can see your competition on it. You have to be able to do stuff with the data to make sure that it's good, to update it. So you can see here, you can track it, you can see what the metrics are, you can see what's happening, you can see if it's good, bad, not. And you can track it by different standards, which helps you. So you can find out if you see the zeros on this anywhere under the current score, it means that they don't have any data. If it's a CSRD metric, they have to report that. There's a problem. So it's identifying ways that you can actually improve your data, correct it, and make sure that everything is there. So how do you collect the data from companies that aren't necessarily in the London Stock Exchange? Because, you know, we're talking about small and medium size. Well, this is one use for banks, but the same thing exists for industry. You basically create templates. Now, you don't want a broad template that's got all of the metrics because that's not useful for certain industries and sectors. So you can create different templates where you can send them off to these smaller entities that don't have the information or maybe the money to actually do this. Tell them what you need so that they can fill it out, send the data back to the bank or whoever. It could be Gucci if you're supplying Gucci with fabric or something. That way they have it, because if you don't have ESG data and you're small and you're selling to a big firm that actually reports the CSRD, if you can't give them this data, they're not going to use you. You will lose your competitive advantage. ESG data is not going anywhere. Anyone that does business with Europe, whether they like it or not, is going to have to report. So they have to come up with this data. 90% of companies, whether they're subjected to the CSRD or not, are going to report on it because they know if they don't, they will lose most of their clients. So ESG is most definitely here. You know, and if you look at it and you sort it, you can create new metrics with this kind of thing. This is why you need a platform. You need something that you can actually do it. This also allows you to score on your own. So you can create different weights for the KPIs. So let's say you're looking at creating a new product. You know, kind of like you would do in Excel, you've got all this data for this product that you're using, and you want to see what happens if you make one thing more sustainable than another part. You score it, it has to add up to 1, obviously. So you change the weights, you will see if it's more sustainable or not before you actually put the time and effort into anything to see if it actually would work from a sustainability perspective. These are things that platform technologies can do. It's why this stuff is becoming so valuable out there. It's why technology for me is now really linked to sustainability. I don't think that we can keep doing this manually because things are going to get more and more complicated as time goes on. So let's do a case study real quick. Do you guys know Ørsted? Well, Ørsted's a Danish company. They work oil and coal. They transitioned to renewable energy. They're now known for wind power. Their market capitalization zoomed up by 314%. As far as I'm concerned, you can't tell me that ESG and sustainability is not profitable. They literally changed their entire strategy. They also have one of the best reports of a CSRD I've ever seen to this day. Granted, it's still new. If you take a look here, you can see the EU taxonomy. It tells you where it is. It tells you in the ESSRS what they're reporting on. It also links it to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's very clear. And then you can drill down and go even further. They show their double materiality assessment. They also drill down into the actual metrics in the ESRS, and they go in more detail. This is what the EU is looking for, in my opinion. They're looking for something that's clear, easy to read. You don't have to figure out, did they report it, did they not report it? It's pretty clear they reported on it. They're reporting on what's required. This is probably why they're very transparent. It's probably why their market capitalization went up 314%. They are literally now the most valuable renewable energy company on the planet. It's another example of how ESG. This is literally from a few days ago. If you take a look at it, it's the S&P 500 ESG index. It's the Dow Jones Sustainability Index and the Dow Jones Global Industrial Average, which is the famous index that everybody does. Both the ESG indexes are outperforming the traditional index. Sustainability is profitable if it's done. Is there an investment up front for it? Of course there is. You know, we're talking about changing the way we do business. We're talking about changing how our supply lines are done. We're talking about putting in new reporting systems. We're talking about teaching people to unlearn it. If we look even just at the financial sector, what were bankers taught to do until about 20 years ago? Make the most profit for your people any way possible. We're now telling them, you need to look at this differently. You don't need to look at how to make the most money as quick as possible. How do you make the most money that's sustainable and not going to put them in jeopardy? And it's going to make them last. That's retraining an entire industry to think differently. You know, all of you are here because you're looking to do the same thing. And this is the same in every sector. I use banking just because that's what my background is more financial. But that's what is really happening. We're redoing everything. We're teaching people to change their behaviors. You heard them talking just before about food. We're talking about how you purchase things. We're telling people you need to change the way you do this. This is what this is about. It's about changing the way we're doing things. We don't want to go with just the status quo. We want it to be different. And guess what? An added plus. There's money behind it. How do you convince a business to do something that they have thought for years it's not profitable? It was a lot harder 20 years ago. Today, we have tangible examples like Ørsted. There's more than just that. Patagonia. There are companies out there that have shown that sustainability has made them some of the most sustainable companies on the planet, but they've also become the most stable. They produce really high returns. And as an added plus, if you talk to people who work for these companies, the employee satisfaction is really high. Most people love working for them. When you go in Patagonia, if you talk to them, chances are the person that you're talking to, the average salesperson, can tell you where the cotton came from that they bought this and how the cotton was grown. And they're usually excited about it. That's because they believe in what they're doing. You know, what I'm touching on here is it's becoming businesses with purpose. ESG helps to do that. It gives you a measurement. It gives you a way to verify your progress, to take a look, are we doing this right? Are we going in the right direction? Are we not? That's what the what-if analysis is about with my platform. With my company's platform, sorry. It's about telling you, giving you it so you can do trial and error and see if we change this metric, if we make environmental innovation more important, is that going to make my product more sustainable, or is it going to drag it down? Because when you change a metric in something, you've got to lower a metric somewhere else, so it can be kind of tricky. You've got to verify with the importance and how you're actually going to do things. That's probably quite a clumsy example, but you get the point that I'm trying to make. So, you know, all of this is very, very possible, but I think that we need the tools. You know, my platform with the what-if analysis is we use AI. So when you make a change in the what-if, it literally will update it in seconds. So you can see what will happen to your score. Did you drag it down? Did you push it up? So you have a good sense of what you're doing. Am I going in the right direction or am I going in the wrong one? You know, you can put any algorithm that you want into a platform. You can calculate things relatively if you want to calculate it by sector, or you can calculate it absolutely, which means that you're just calculating it up to 1. So it's up to you and how you want to do it, and that's going to be different for every single industry. But it helps for benchmarking when you look at it relatively. For example, when you go into the platform, you can see very, very clearly on the screens, if we're talking about banking, and I'm saying this because I actually know where this bank is positioned, BNP Paribas is the second most sustainable bank on the planet out of 938. That says a lot about what they're doing. You know, these are the kind of things that you can see when you use these tools. You can't get all of that information off an Excel. And then when you use places that are attached to things where most people buy their sustainability information from, all their data, like the London Stock Exchange Group or MSCI or Sustainalytics or Moody's or whoever, then it's obviously going to be, you know, a good thing for you because you're able to see what's actually happening out there. Or you can do it the old-fashioned way and go and scrub. Scrub the data yourself from the reports. So I'm going to end with this. These are 2 quotes that I really like. One of them is from the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Finland. She said, "The EU has been a global leader in sustainable finance for as long as sustainable finance has been a thing. And this does not mean only green bonds and similar traditional green investment instruments. It also covers more recent instruments such as sustainably linked loans." Raza Naeem from Linklaters. The EU developments mark yet another important milestone in international supervision and regulation of ESG rating providers. He's talking about the ESG ratings law, which was just adopted a few days ago by the EU Council. In 20 days, it becomes official law. He said the EU proposals went much further than any of the other regimes we've seen internationally, highlighting voluntary codes and or regulatory regimes emerging in leading financial jurisdictions such as Japan, Singapore, and the UK. None of them go this far. The EU is setting the standard. We are doing it the way that everybody else will follow. Is it hard? Yes. Are there challenges? Yes. But if you look around at what's happening, China copied the EU regulations to be in line with Europe. Why did they do that? That's a pretty big thing. They did that last year. I hope you guys got a lot out of this and you understand that ESG is important. You need to find the right tools to do it correctly, and that good data leads to profitability, and it leads to the future, and the EU is by far ahead of everyone else. Thank you.
Kelly, I think ESG is still alive and well and kicking, and I like what you said. Good data leads to profitability. Next up, your supply chain is lying to you. Supply chain transparency isn't just about risk anymore. It's becoming a key to market leadership. We want to learn how leading companies, right here on stage coming up, are turning supply chain clarity into an unbeatable competitive advantage. Please help me to welcome on stage Dr. Natalie Tudečka-Purinja, Associate Professor, Industrial Symbiosis Facilitator and Leading Scientist in Circular Economy, and our moderator of the day, Zanda Šadre, Corporate Sustainability and Compliance Director at Rimi Baltic, Kristīna Lazdovska, Sales and Development Lead at CHEP, Leonard Teichert, Program Director at Circular Republic, and Jekaterina Greenberg, ESG Lead at Prinify.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to this, I bet, quite engaging panel discussion on the critical role of supply chain and supply chain transparency within driving the sustainability and corporate responsibility, which is, I would say, quite important here. So during the time dedicated, we will explore how transparency empowers companies to align with their sustainability goals and the challenges they face in achieving these goals. And also, we will tackle the innovative technologies transforming the space we are operating in nowadays. So, well, I bet the panelists will delve into the intersection of supply chain transparency and the circular economy, discussing how data can actually close the resource loops, enhance resilience, and meet the emerging regulations. So we will also examine whether stricter EU sustainability policies present an opportunity for leadership in the global markets or pose challenges to competitiveness. So that's what awaits for you for the upcoming minutes. So let's do a quick intro of our panelists before we deep dive into supply chain issues. Yeah.
Representing Rimi, as you probably already heard at the beginning of this day, and my mission in the company that I work in is to drive transparent and sustainable development of the company, and the upstream, downstream value chain included. And that's a huge mission that luckily intersects with the company main mission, which is actually to drive healthy and sustainable choices of the customers. So, yeah, that's my mission.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine, and I'm representing CHEP, the biggest pallet pooling company in the world. And I am very happy to be here because I understand that for you, sustainability is not just a slogan. And for CHEP, definitely not. We are the most appreciated company in the world in sustainability matters. And I would say personally myself, I feel very privileged to represent CHEP because I can share my personal values in the life and in business with company what I represent.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leo, part of the Circular Republic team at Unternehmertum in Munich. Unternehmertum basically is one of Europe's largest entrepreneurship and innovation centers, and what we do there is basically trying to build multi-stakeholder projects around specific value chains, trying to make materials be kept in loops as long as possible and as productive as possible. And I'm excited to bring this sort of circular economy lens to this stage in the panel, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
My name is Yekaterina. I'm ESG lead at Printify, and a couple of weeks we joined forces with another great player in the industry, Printful. And our mission, our business is print-on-demand industry. Our job is to bring to our customers demanded and made-on-demand T-shirts, cups, bottles, so these badges, so everything. We do it on demand, and at Printify, before this merged, we were serving as a platform, as an e-commerce marketplace for our customers. We had partners all around the globe with many printing facilities, and we were able to offer our customers the many fulfillment options. While at Printful, they have their own facilities, and they have they are fully integrated print-on-demand provider. Now with this combined company, we will be looking into supply chain slightly differently as we did before at Printify. We will see our first-tier suppliers the same as before these printing facilities, and tier 2 suppliers will be blank manufacturers who prepare these products which we later do for using of end customers. And today in this panel, I hope that I will bring the two views to this topic, and we will see supply chain from the both perspectives.
Okay, thank you so much for the intros. I guess we are really excited because all of you represent different sectors, and you have different supply chains and different issues with the supply chains, right? So yeah, let's begin by hearing how the supply chain transparency supported your company's sustainability and corporate responsibility goals. Yeah, maybe Zan, you go first.
Yeah, I think our supply chain transparency actually is a journey that we are still somewhere in the beginning. It started 10, 15 years ago with the sustainability goals being defined on a global level, where we, together with our mother company, ICA Group in Sweden, invented and enforced the first processes to actually ensure that we know exactly where we're sourcing from, which companies across the world, about all the ESG standards in these production sites, and how to make sure that they are being adhered to on a daily basis. So I would say that it has been a journey, and it has made us more able to actually jump on the new EU legislation train, the fast train that's going to take us even further ahead. However, we have understood that the processes that we rely on, that are the product-specific requirements, the social and quality audits, if we look at the further areas in the world, like the Southeast Asia, we work also with third-party audits. It's not going to be enough. We will need to take a step further and to ensure this transparency in a much more high-level, technologically more advanced level, to ensure that not only we can be sure that we can trace, the product down to the raw material, to the critical ingredient and everything up the stream, but also our customer can do it in the store, by scanning the QR code, and they can see in their smartphone, so where's this product coming from, how it has been delivered to the store. So I would say that much work is ahead of us, and it's going to be very tech intensive and investment intensive.
Okay, yeah, so I assume with the number of products you are dealing with on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's 40,000.
Wow, that's quite impressive. Thank you. Christina, how about you?
Following the numbers, I suppose, I've mentioned already that CHEP and our parent company, Brambles Group, is the most awarded and appreciated company globally, and we received in a row for several years top the most sustainable company in the world. So we meet already all these transparency requirements, actually. We are the ones who we are pioneers in share and reuse circularity business models globally. That means with our example, with our supply chain solutions, we can help our partners. That means both the retailers and manufacturers to achieve this transparency and to bring it on a different level. And if we are talking about data, more than with this transparency, for example, in previous year, sustainability report is already published, you can read it. We've been able to save 9.8 million kilometers of empty track fields. So, and this is achievable only through cooperation, open data, and of course, common targets on that. And of course, we are here talking about parallelly in the other part of the world about global warming and CO2. And together with our partners, we've been able to save 1.9 million CO2 of emissions. So it's a huge number, what is achievable only together with our partners.
Okay, yeah, so it reflected me immediately the yesterday's speeches when we mentioned that, well, if there is a mountain, we cannot overcome it. But if we take these small stones and we are doing it together, well, it's all achievable, right? So
exactly.
That's nice. Okay, Leonard, what about you?
So being sort of the system orchestrator, we don't have a product, we don't have our own supply chain. So it's easy to talk about that without being affected by it. But maybe it's interesting to report what our partners communicate with us. And of course, they're busy with all the upstream supply chain things because the regulation is increasingly harsh in this area and pushy, which is a good thing. But the one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is sort of what happens during the usage phase of the product and what happens if at the end of life of a product. And a lot of producers that are producing goods that sort of have a lifespan of 10, 15 years have like real challenges identifying what is actually happening with the product at the point of after the point of sale. So, and I think it's important to think about that because there is a lot of business opportunities lying there, a lot of potential for closer customer relations if you understand how the customer is actually using the product. And it's also the opportunity to think about sort of an entirely new business model. So maybe I stop selling the product if I really know how it's used and just sort of sell the outcome that the product is producing. And there's a tremendous lack of transparency in that sort of realm of the supply chain. Or let's call it value chain in this case, because we shift perspective. We stop just seeing one company in the middle of the spider web, but sort of seeing a collective that works together along a value chain, creating value for the user. And I think that's an important topic that needs to be addressed, and that's becoming a pain point for a lot of partners.
Yeah, but anyways, well, you have to deal with it sooner or later. So better, of course, and more beneficial to start doing earlier.
Exactly.
Okay, so how does Printify cope with that? And, well, taking into account that you're now 2-in-1, becoming 2-in-1.
Yeah, the true transparency in supply chain for us means setting these sustainability and social responsibility goals. And to start with, how we set those goals, we made the materiality assessment exercise last year, and we understand that supply chain transparency and supply chain management as such is a cornerstone for sustainability goals at Printify. And out of this, we have many goals. And to add what Leo has just mentioned, the LCA, life cycle assessment, is the very big challenge for us as a newly merged company. And we are just on the initial stages of this project, but we are looking into this for the next year, I would say. And let's talk about this in a couple of months. Maybe I will have some more insights to share. But to give some other concrete examples of this transparency in our supply chain for Printify, we were able to review our suppliers' practices, and we were able to add some more eco-friendly products and materials to our product catalog. For example, organic cotton or recycled, some other recycled materials. For Printful, transparency in their previous supply chain meant that they were able to measure and report carbon emissions, to set science-based targets, to set these reduction targets and actually act on this. So without transparency, without knowing your suppliers, nothing of this would happen. So we are embarking on this new journey together, and we will see how we can combine and create this really transparent supply chain from both sides.
Okay, so we end up with the importance of the data, right? The data points that we need to assess the materiality, the assessment that we need to do to understand what is the most material for the company, and then end up with these data points to start measuring, because otherwise, well, we can end up in the wrong path of greenwashing, just bragging about some not figure-supported data points, right? Yeah, that's I would say quite interesting. But let's speak a bit about the drivers. What have been the drivers for you to start this transparency journey? Yeah.
I can start maybe.
Okay.
It's hard to define what one of the drivers. So what is the most important one? We see it from many perspectives. The first of one is customer demand. And for sure, we receive more and more requests from our customers, from our partners as well, because we're also a part of supply chain of our partners. And we ask them about what is important for them, in which sustainability aspects we should look into. And of course, many mention sustainability and environment and this E part of the ESG. And in the end of the day, many of them focuses on supply chain, about labor practices, if child labor is involved, if diversity and wage levels are equal for both genders. So this is how we see this driver, and we need to report on this, and we need to act on this. And of course, I cannot not mention the upcoming regulation and evolving regulation within EU. And compliance with the regulation is just one part of the pie. We need to make some action. We need to deliver the results. As Natalia mentioned, the data. We cannot just say that we are a sustainable company without any proof there. And we cannot report the same data year over year. And we need to actually make some changes there. So these two factors, I would say, are the priority for me, at least. And of course, investors' requests, market requests, competitors' actions.
But I guess also one important thing is how to verify. Well, you mentioned, for example, child labor or other, I would say quite critical topics. So how do you, maybe if you can share, how you can do it in practice? Well, okay, I am as your supplier, I tick all things that I'm doing it right. So do you have a mechanism to audit or to revise?
Yeah, this is a very good question, and this is the easiest part, right? To prepare the supplier's code of conduct, to get it signed by all partners and say hey, we are all good. But it doesn't work like this. If for some smaller suppliers, they don't even have tools for reporting and preparing any actions. If we talk about suppliers within European Union, then more or less we are covered and we can be more or less sure because we are under the same regulation. But if we go slightly further to Asia, to Latin America, to Africa, Australia, and all these different countries under different compliance and regulation, it's not that easy. And we see this process as building the surveillance programs, and we are just in the beginning of this process. We cannot just come to our providers and say like, hey, starting from the 1st of December, you need to be like ABC. We see this, our suppliers code of conduct as a tool for self-audit for our partners, so they can see like, okay, do we employ children? No, check. Do we have a waste management system in place? No. Should we look into this? We don't have resources. Hey, Printify, we don't have resources. And then we come with them as a partners and we provide them resources. We provide them some tools, maybe templates. And we are, like, again, we are only in the beginning of this journey. I cannot tell that our supply chain is fully transparent, and I cannot sign the paper that all these practices are in place at our supply chain. But we are looking into this, and audits, certificates, all this will do the job.
Okay, so basically it's engagement and work with your supply chain, and also supporting them, right?
Yeah.
So in this transition, because, well, if you really need them as a supplier and you're interested in it, so you are there to help them a bit.
Yeah, exactly. This is the question of what we will do if they won't sign it. So are we going to cancel the partnership, or better to partner with them?
Okay. Nanda, what about Rimi case?
I think two factors are very important. We do everything that we do for the customer. If it doesn't make sense for the customer, then we don't do it. And second factor is very similar to what Ekaterina said, is this dialogue. It's about building the future together with our value chain partners. We are not a controlling institution like the, I don't know, police or something like that. It's a dialogue, and we need to find solutions. But if coming back to the customer, if it doesn't happen in the stores, it hasn't happened, is our kind of internal slogan that we lately use quite a lot. And I want to highlight one important thing. We are very much focused on actually talking about health. As a food retailer, we all need food, and you are what you eat. So we, as a food retailer, we have been investing a lot into transparency about the food origin, contents, all kind of information that you need to make the right choice for your health requirements, for your diet needs, for everything around your health metrics as a customer. So this has been very much into focus. And then the E part came, the environment part, which is another area. They're both of them are kind of related, because if you eat healthy local food, that is the majority of the fresh assortment in Rimi stores, you also have a smaller CO2 impact as a customer. Nevertheless, the environment part is something where I feel that it's a bit required by the process, and we just launched the first, I would say, very hands-on transparency project about the environment impact for our customers, where every e-commerce customer in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania can go to a Rimi e-store and see the CO2 footprint of dairy products and egg products. It's 3,000 products, so from 40,000 you can calculate the percentage. It is a pilot where we are giving the transparency about the environment impact of your shopping basket at Rimi. So this is something where we are just starting, and the health part, I think it's quite covered. If you shop in Rimi, it's quite clear, you know, what are you buying, where it's coming from. And then the second aspect about the dialogue, of course, we also have, as Valdis Turles mentioned earlier today, the sustainability appendixes. Most of our suppliers have signed them, but it's not like it's a wish for the future. We don't request to have science-based targets today. We understand the complexity and the investment needed and the mindset shift needed, but if we won't start today, we won't move that mountain. So it is a journey to be embarked on together in a dialogue. And we have supplier forums once per year or a bit longer period, where we try to have that dialogue, you know, how we can tackle and support our suppliers into this journey.
Okay, yeah, so again, support and dialogue, that's the key points that I'm hearing from you. And actually one question about this customer part that you mentioned about the pilot. So basically, how are you going to proceed with that one? So is it like, I don't know, a feedback collection from the customers if they liked it and want to see for other products?
Definitely, we'll have a customer survey, and we still have a comms campaign in the pocket to actually inform properly the target audience about this possibility. But yes, customer survey, and then we need to see also the traffic. Are the people actually clicking? Because customer survey is something that you say you do, but we also need to see if they actually do it, if they click on the CO2 information and read the data.
Okay, nice. Sounds good. Christine, so as you mentioned, CHAP is like international company, international player. So what about the drivers for you for the transparency?
I would say that in our company, sustainability is not just a slogan, what I mentioned, and we measure in three directions: planet, business, and customer is, of course, is the core for us. And this is what Anders well mentioned. It's about dialogue, and transparency is about the dialogue. Without transparency, we would not be able to measure I would say, incompleteness or problems or challenges what customers face and what they are looking for to be solved. And we are there to understand, to measure, and of course to offer this complex solution for supply chain, because supply chain is extremely complex. And of course with new EU regulations, we are happy for that, because it will meet all our certifications and targets what we have at the moment, and we will be able to help our customers to meet their KPIs, to meet their solutions, what needs to be improved on that stage.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds quite impressive and promising. Leonard, let's speak a bit about circular economy. So what do you think? How does this supply chain management as such, and especially transparency, if we're speaking with respect to supply chain management, how this, if at all, impacts or adds some added value for the circular economy?
Yeah, I mean, it is basically one of the essential drivers to understand where you can pick the stuff up that you like shut out there. Right now you have this fire and forget mode where you just sell something and then it's not your business anymore. That will change also regulatory, right? At some point you will need to understand how to get your batteries back in order to recycle them properly. But I would also like to address the question with regards to the drivers. I think there have been two that have been mentioned. So one is the customer demand on one hand, the other one is regulation, obviously, right? I think there's a really important third one, and that's resilience. I think we've seen that such a little ship as the Evergreen blocking the Suez Channel, that killed world trade within seconds for almost 2 weeks. And then Corona came, then the war in Ukraine came. So we're seeing that our supply chains are really, really fragile and that they're prone to disruption. And I think, or at least from our partners, we hear that one reason why they think about transparency in these supply chains, why they think about understanding how the products that they're selling can be resources again at some point, why they think about circular economy, is supply chain resilience. And I think that's a really crucial pivot point, because right now we're not talking about sustainability for the sake of sustainability anymore, but we're talking about sustainability from a business perspective. And I think that's the powerful shift that is happening right now. So sorry for not answering your second question. I really wanted to say that because I think that's crucial for all of us. We're suddenly at a point where we're not doing it because we're from a conviction point of view, but because we can sell it from a business perspective. And I think that's a really nice change. Yeah.
And I just want to add what just Leonard said, that I truly believe, and we at CHEP for sure, that sustainability is measurable. It's not emotional word. It should be measurable. These are actions, what we take, and we measure at the end of the day. And I think we all, if we put this in priority, we will start to see the things what needs to be improved from a different angle, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, of course, because, well, if we don't measure, we don't
Yeah.
know what has to be improved, how, and what are the next steps, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, but but on the circular economy part, Ekaterina, maybe you can, you can just reveal how the circular economy fits in your, I don't know, daily business, and also on this supply chain angle, if at all.
Yeah, to some extent, at Printify, it didn't interfere that much because we were, again, just a marketplace. And of course, it was somewhere in our suppliers' tiers, but not to the very close loop. But from Printful side, and they already have some initiatives in that direction, to, as I already mentioned, to measure this life cycle of the products. And the circularity, like how to achieve circularity. We need to measure what materials are there, what we put to, what we give to our customers, what they sell to their end customers, how they, if they recycle these products, what these programs are in different parts of the world where these end products end their life cycle. And in this aspect, we will still do this exercise. We will still see how we can give feedback back to manufacturers of these products, maybe to improve composition of the materials, maybe to improve the design of products, maybe some buttons or some elements which are not recyclable, maybe we can eliminate them, maybe we can change them. But we need to gather, again, data to be able to implement this, and of course this won't be a target for 2025 rather than 2027 or even 2030, because the work intense is massive there to achieve this and to have some data.
Okay, yeah, so I guess, well, you have quite a challenge because you're working, you're linked to textile industry as such, and it's, well, we all know that it's quite polluting, a third pollutant in global scale. So, yeah, so of course, and it's again, I guess it's about cooperation, because it's not only the supply chain, you go one step further, it's the extended producer responsibility, it's, I don't know, engaging in the waste collection schemes and such, so to have it all, basically to control the full cycle of the product, not only like, well, we sell it, that's good, but also have some responsibility of what happens next, right?
Yeah, exactly, and this would be super great to achieve the target of putting the information, what to do with the product in the end of the life cycle to the customers, because like I think we all know that customers are not that much interested in that. I mean, I recycle waste since, I don't know, 15 years ago. But for average customer, it's not a brainer, so they just throw away or they donate at the better scenario. So we need to put this information and we need to educate them and we need to cooperate with the recycling facilities. We can do it somewhere in Europe. Again, I'm mentioning it a lot because we are under the same and we are in the same boat. But if we go further, for example, in Asia, this is challenging for us and this would be challenging for everyone, and we will see how we will succeed there.
Yeah. Yes, Anda.
Yeah, on the circularity, I think there are two levels you can look at it. It's the systemic level and maybe the company level. And on a systemic level, we are really happy to have been the co-founders of Baltic Circularity Hotspot that was just 2 weeks ago founded in Helsinki, and also the memorandum signing today. Because why we are doing this? We don't have data about material movements, resource movement in the Baltics. And we can learn from the Nordic countries and actually gather that data and have a proper analysis of what is going on in our region in terms of circularity. We don't have that data, we need that data. So we're happy to contribute to that very important task. And on a company level, there are two things. Of course, waste is a resource, or potential waste is resource, either for us or for somebody else. And there are two things that Rimi is working very actively on is to prolong the life cycle of food products. And we have managed to reduce our food waste in our operations to bare minimum, so it's around 1%. And it is a huge surprise to everyone when I mention it, because there's the perception that the most waste happens in the store. Fortunately, I have bad news, it happens in your homes. Most of the waste you throw out in your kitchens due to not planning right, due to not freezing products, and it's much harder to control. But in our operations, we're interested into minimizing the waste percentage because we're losing money through that. So there is incentive. And so waste is very minimum. It's either a resource for us in the smoothie bananas or some mix box where you can buy the very ripe fruit and make some sauce or something out of it. We've had pilots around that, or maybe some frozen bouillons or something like that. Or it's a resource for someone else. So we've been donating on a Baltic level close to 3,000 tons per year of close to expiry products that actually fill the purpose of actually having a meal at all for tens of thousands of Baltic inhabitants. So that's very important for us to prolong this life cycle. And if we speak about circular economy, of course, we are integral part of the deposit system. We are a place, a community center actually for all the battery recycling, for all the core processes that the customer needs to contribute to.
Yeah, well, that's quite important, and I really appreciate that you understand well your role in this all, and well, tackling the waste issue. You are basically it's either your expenditures or you optimize your costs. Well, basically you optimize, you find new products, smoothies or something similar, and there maybe is a niche for the potential, well, and for a new product. So that's really nice.
And if there's someone who has ideas what to do with ripe vegetables and fruit that contribute most to the food waste, we're welcome to have a chat.
Okay, perfect. Christine, maybe just in a couple of words, the link to the circular economy. I bet you have a lot to say on this one.
Yes, I will just remind once again, CHEP is the pioneer in share and reuse business model. And we are the ones who are delivering those goods to Rimi. We are the ones who deliver those goods all around the world. So imagine 360 million pallets moving now all around the globe. Between almost 500,000 customers, 60 countries. So we are the ones who measure, who see this supply chain kilometers, saved CO2s. We see what happens at the end with pallets in the retail, in the warehouses. And I can say with being 100% sure that our pallets, and this is what I'd like to share with Latvians especially, because we are very sensitive to the wood. Each pallet, what we must produce, because it's not usable anymore, of course, we reproduce it and we use for some technical stuffs. We plant 2 trees for each pallet what we produce. So this is our commitment to the planet, to all of us, thinking in a different direction. And if I just may say the last word, that the theme of this panel discussion is that supply chain lies on us and on all of us, and especially on retail, manufacturers, and each of us here who are working somewhere. We are making these decisions. We are making decisions who will be your supplier, how sustainable it is, and what is the impact at the end of the day on your supply chain.
Okay, that sounds, well, a good takeaway. And turning to takeaways, so based on your, well, basically your previous experience, what would be the takeaway that you would like to share with the audience? How can we secure a sustainable, transparent, and reliable supply chain? Yeah, Maybe Ekaterina can start. Just
Yes,
in
so
one
for
sentence.
Me, yeah, supply chain is lying to you. They will try to lie to you, but being open and transparent in your own operations, you can partner with your suppliers and you can actually make an impact, and you don't need to perceive them as enemies, but rather than partners.
Okay, perfect.
Think about supply chain transparency as a de-risking case and a sustainability case in one. And try to shift perspective from like mere supply chain towards a value chain where you collaborate along with other partners.
Yeah, I think that my one sentence would be that transparency in the supply chain is good for us as a business, it's good for the customer, and it benefits the environment and society at large. It's a win-win-win.
Perfect. Yes. And
I will keep reminding to everyone that we must think this action from talking to doing, and I think this is why we are here as well, to understand in what direction and how is better. And transparency in supply chain is about being open about your question, what needs to be answered, and we are all here to listen and collaborate and to achieve better and more sustainable planet.
okay, thank you. I guess I will just add from my side, but based on the things that you mentioned, I would say that it's all about the trust and really seeking this win-win, be it 3-win, the better it is, right? So we have to find these solutions because, and I really like the de-risk, because we decrease the risk with the transparency. So it's something that we have to work on. And of course, maybe the supply chain is not ready yet, but while engaging them more and more, they will also understand the benefit that they may have from this transparency. So yes, with this, I guess we are right on time with the discussion, and I would like to thank you all. I guess it was a really nice and quite fruitful discussion with a lot of things that we can write down and put on our to-do list, how to how to make the world and our businesses more sustainable and more efficient after all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, ladies. So, how are you feeling? Yeah, I see some smiles there. Can I get a bit more of those smiley faces? Or are you guys very tired of these very serious and crucial topics? I can understand that for once. But all right, so we're continuing, and just before we get to the next session on the main stage, I'd like to inform you guys that there's loads of other content happening in different other rooms. So for example, in the workshop area, currently, already like 5 minutes ago, started a workshop about unpacking the double materiality assessment under the SRD and ESRS, so limited assurance, essentials, and must-have elements. And within this workshop, you'll be able to dive into the core of the double materiality assessment with a step-to-step breakdown of mandatory reporting elements. So this workshop is something that will guide you if you're an SME or a corporate on new mandatory sustainability reporting requirements that are based on the European sustainability reporting standards. So it's essential. Also, probably everyone's not very much looking forward to this, but we'll have to fill the shoes in anyways. So it's perfect for clarity on the complex definitions and these actionable requirements that the EU will, from now on, ask from you. And the workshop is led by our dear partners, EY. They were the ones with whom we built also the methodology for the awards, and Elaine Vahi jointly with other colleagues. All right, so now we're skipping to the next session, Rethinking the Future, Sustainable Living. And in this session, we're going to be able to explore how we could transform the way we live and redefine communities to create a foundation for sustainable living. Sounds interesting. So from rural innovation and nutritional awareness to sustainable urban planning and global green growth strategies for building resilient, adaptable communities for the future. This sounds very futuristic, and I cannot wait to hear what's the essence of it. So with a round of applause, let's welcome on stage, hopefully they're ready, Vicky Nagari, who's the founder and CEO at the Ruler Retail, Marilis Mia Top, CEO at Raw Age, Kasia Spilling, Development Manager of City of Helsinki, and Jovita Tomasaitet, the Senior Knowledge Officer at Green Growth Knowledge Partnership. Welcome on stage, ladies, and please, round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, so we know innovation, sustainability, and community are not a separate thing. And if there's one thing that ladies know how to do, is multitask. It's actually proven and has been recorded in several studies that when women are in leadership, there's better conservation outcomes and there is better greenhouse gas emissions, carbon emissions. So I am very excited to present these amazing ladies next to me who are in leadership. Marilis Mia Top, Kaisa Spilling, and Jovita Tomashita. Marilis is CEO of Raw Edge and Bicycle Mayor of Amsterdam.
No, Tallinn.
Right, so I didn't even know that there was such thing as a bicycle mayor until this event, but Marilis has a deep passion for food systems, sustainability, food tech. She has a food tech company that transforms the way we think about nutrition and wellness through probiotic fermentation. And as a bicycle mayor of Amsterdam, Marilis is driving the vision of making half of all city trips by bike by the end of the decade. Her innovative approach to both food product and sustainable transportation showcases how biodiversity through our own individual health is interconnected with biodiversity in approaching sustainability across all sectors. Incredible. Kaisa, Development Manager of Forum Virium Helsinki, a city-owned innovation company in Helsinki. Kaisa has over 13 years' experience in driving urban innovation, fostering public-private partnerships, and she has been instrumental in shaping sustainable urban futures, including her work in developing the smart city of Kalasatama. Am I saying it right? Kalasatama district in Helsinki. And an example of how cities can use technology and community-driven solutions to create livable, sustainable environments. Her work focuses on co-creation and collaborative problem-solving, taking experimental approaches, which she applies to scale solutions for cities globally. Jovita is a Senior Knowledge Officer, Green Growth Knowledge Partnership, UNEP. Jovita is an internationally recognized expert in sustainability and AI's role in tackling the challenges, the triple planetary crisis. So you have to break that down for us. Her work focuses on financial inclusion, stakeholder engagement, and driving green growth strategies. With 15 years experience managing international projects with private organizations and NGOs in diverse regions like Nicaragua all the way to Scandinavia, Jovita brings a wealth of knowledge on how different cultures and perspectives when thinking about AI and sustainability for positive change. So let's jump in. I'm going to start with you, Marilis. Let's be honest. Every day that we go out and we're choosing our food, it always feels like a negotiation in terms of nutrition and convenience. I get angry because I think there should be more options for more nutrition, more sustainable options. Whose responsibility is it?
I'd like to come down to the question that you asked. It's not only about convenience, but it's also about constant battle between something which is healthy and or sustainable, and also something that is tasty. So there is this battle between, you know, doing the right thing for you or the environment, or have something which is really easy to consume. And I think it's like there is this interesting debate that we constantly take, and that's actually not something that we willingly took, but it's something that the big food has kind of faced us with.
Yeah, there's definitely certain supermarkets I want to call out, because I would go into a supermarket, I will find a wonderful brand that I am committed to, and a few weeks' time, the supermarket converts it into their own brand.
That can happen.
That happens a lot, but how can consumers play a role in that? Who can change that? Because I would like to support the brands that are there.
I think at the end of the day, to make a better system, a food system, because really it's a mess right now, it comes down to collaboration between the retail, between the SMEs, between scientists, and between the regulation or regulatory bodies. Because when we look down to the history, then roughly 50 years, science has worked in favor of food companies or retail companies, mostly food companies, making the food extremely hyper-palatable, kind of sabotaging how we feel about food. And I think that we need to take a step back from that. And for that, we need different bodies to work together. Because I understand why retail may take a product and turn it into their own product, because it always comes down to the price, right? So there needs to be collaborative point, I guess.
But I think as consumers get more educated on health, our own individual health as an incentive, we start to doubt that what's in the ingredients, because we know more mass produced means less quality in our foods. I mean, Kaiser, I'm sure you have some perspectives on a food system since you've been developing the city.
Yes, well, actually, we've been working in Helsinki with food for quite a while, not so many years, but however, in Forum Virium Helsinki as the innovation company, and really looking into how we can build the kind of local ecosystem for food and near-produced food, and how we can also help the small players, the SMEs and startups, really to have their role and have their possibilities in creating the market and possibilities, and then also the new products that enable then also the citizens to make sustainable choices in their everyday life.
That's a good example of collaboration, actually,
Yeah.
that the incentive comes not only from the consumer, but also from somewhere else. And I think this is also a valid point, that the food or the consumer need or requirement that the food is more and more local. We want to know where the food is coming from and what's inside of the food, and that comes down to education.
Absolutely, and I think we have the privilege in regions like this to be educated around our own health and the global impact as well, the health of the ecosystem. Now, as bicycle mayor, your goal is for everybody to be riding bikes half of the year?
Well, first of all, I'm a bicycle mayor of Tallinn. Amsterdam would be lovely. But actually, bicycle mayor, like the NGO, is from Amsterdam. So Amsterdam, we know, is a capital of cycling, I guess. But I don't think it's about everybody should cycle. I think it's about multimodality, because people move, and different people have different needs, and different cities are built differently. I guess there is a huge difference between Tallinn, Stockholm, and also Helsinki, that
you know, when you can and the infrastructure is built in a way that it enables you to move in a different way, that's the kind of way we need to think towards. Because I think that it's not about you cycling and me cycling both, but maybe when I cycle and you drive a car, you sit in the traffic jam in less time because I have other ways to move. So I think it becomes down to how we move and what does it do for our health.
So, Kaija, I'm very interested to find out how it's been in terms of implementing such strategies across a whole city and what it's like to engage different stakeholders and get their buy-in from the people living there to the businesses to policy level.
Well, Forum Virum Helsinki, we are running different projects that support the city strategies, for example, always the climate strategy and digital strategies. And especially I've been working with the Helsinki's innovation districts from the novel districts like Smart Kalasatama, the model area for smart city development, and then also the Helsinki regeneration districts a bit further away from the city center that are under infill construction while the city is growing. And of course, we want to pilot new solutions to make Helsinki as sustainable as possible. So, for example, in the neighborhoods, I would say that, for example, sharing solutions are a way to kind of bring new possibilities to kind of be sustainable, make sustainable choices in everyday life. And for example, shared e-bikes in the neighborhood or in your own housing company or in the block are a way kind of to take the first step, maybe like kind of switch to e-bike instead of car, or not own the drilling machine but kind of borrow one. So those are kind of ways that when piloting new solutions that of course then also use technology, like you need the service. So this is a way to kind of change the habits of people.
It sounds like a dream town that you live in, and I'm sure idealistically we would love to have a community where everybody's in for sharing and in for getting nutritional food. But the reality is, I think this region is, I think there's something special about Scandinavia and the Baltics where there is an automatic respect for nature that you just don't get in bigger cities like London, America, everywhere else. And even places like in Africa, in Kenya, even though that there are communities, indigenous communities, who have a natural wisdom with the nature and connection to the ground, the normal living day to day, necessarily, it's not a reality for people to be thinking about living sustainably or as a community or sharing. And Jovita, of course, you've worked in Uganda, Nicaragua, you've had on grassroots level experience with this. I would love to know from your perspective what it's like being implementing such strategies and what tools you've used, and also comparing that experience abroad to back here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Vicky. That's a great question. And actually, I love hearing the importance of local voices, which is very important stakeholder group, communities. And when we think about communities, it's very important, even using these data technologies and AI, to give first of all, give them resources where we can track and see data about the causes we care about. For example, real-time air pollution or municipal waste, in order to see and also push from the communities the decisions and solutions for the causes we're caring about. Another example of technologies and voices and communities is also empower technologies for sharing transparency of the data. If we talk about possibility for communities to track the progress of the programs, policies which are already on the ground. That makes also policymakers, program developers more accountable to the communities. So that's like a two-way circle. Another one, platforms to use, like, for example, the Green Forum platform, which connects different stakeholder groups that we come together and raise problems, causes we care from very, very rural areas. So these can be more seen and more adaptable to the future of sustainability.
Incredible. Kaizo, if you wouldn't mind telling us about your Helsinki's carbon neutral goals. I know that that's been pretty highlighted.
Yes, well, I think in all the cities, carbon neutrality goals are highlighted at the moment. And for Helsinki, the goal is to be carbon neutral by 2030, and net zero by 2040, and then carbon negative after that. And I mean, we all know that climate change is happening now, so the city needs to adapt to climate change and find also new ways, for example, to survive extreme weather. I mean, we just saw the floods in Barcelona when there was a Smart City Expo, so not such floods in Nordic countries yet, but who knows. And then, for example, we lay quite well today with energy, because one of the largest coal energy plants in Helsinki was decommissioned last year. So at the moment, what is making the most part of the carbon emissions in Helsinki is transportation. So that's where we're looking at. I mean, biking can't solve it all, but also looking into other ways to minimize the emissions from transportation.
I mean, it is super scary, even for me. I think Scandinavia is very cold, but I'm shocked. I'm happy that it's a little bit warmer. My wardrobe is happy, but it's really scary. I'm genuinely afraid, in between being afraid and being like, okay, it's warm, we can just wear one layer. Obviously, biking, it's pretty okay for biking this weather. But what is it like in Tallinn?
I was gonna comment on Kaisa. Kaisa, actually, you said that it should be highlighted everywhere, and it's kind of like natural always. But if I'm comparing, and I'm gonna be really critical here, if I'm comparing Tallinn and Helsinki, then you can, it's 50 kilometers apart, but you can so vividly see the, how would I say, different mindset of leadership, I guess. And that's the very basis of all those changes that cities are taking. I guess at some point I was looking at Vilnius also, because you saw the changes happening really, really quickly. I think it was post-COVID. And I don't see that understanding yet in Tallinn. And for me, it's surprising because, as you said, the climate change is really here, and we don't really necessarily understand it so well, like in a nationality level or national level, but we should understand it in a leadership level, and that's scary for me.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I think that we have a really climate privilege in Baltic countries because we don't feel as human beings, as individuals. But if you look globally to the countries or small islands development states, for example, Mauritius, Maldives, Seychelles, Fiji, we more, when we hear these names, we think about probably destination of our next travel. But actually, these countries are very, very fragile because of geographically, because we are more far away from the mainland, we are low-rise countries, so we are affected by the sea level, then we hit stronger by the storms, and etc., etc. And most of these countries actually are the least contributors to the global gas emissions, but they are the most hit by the climate change, and they have very, very limited sources to fight these climate change impact. So it's important to understand, like even in Baltics, we in more privileged climate zone, but we need to think globally that it's an even natural climate change impact. So like that collaboration is very, very important. And from yesterday, we saw so many great examples on being already on the ground in Baltic states. So this could be scale up to other countries' needs.
Climate privilege is real, and I think even the Baltic Sea is such a wonderful ocean, and so many people are. I mean, one of my greatest things is that if we're eating fish, it has to be from the Baltic Sea, because we have that privilege here to have less polluted fish, less microplastics. But the fact is that we could lose 90% of the world's coral by 2050, and the shipping industry transports 80% of goods on our shelves. But it does bring it back to does that mean that we also have food privilege? And I wonder if you have any takes on that.
I think we have a food privilege, definitely. It's a different topic, but I have a friend who lives in Italy, and he was joking around that, you know, you don't have so many good wine areas anymore, and it's like going down again.
Not
and maybe
the wine.
Not the wine. But then he said that he should buy land in Estonia, and maybe that's a future wine land. But at the end of the day, we are facing food scarcity, and it's really, really near. And I think the Barcelona was a really good example, or Madrid, because it's just so close by, and we don't just yet understand the magnitude. But in October, I was in Taiwan, and there's lots of typhoons. And we were there with my company RoEdge, and we were also asking, like, how do you grow carrots and vegetables? And they said, like, we really don't, because the typhoon is, kind of making it a mess. So it becomes increasingly expensive to grow vegetables or other things that we take so for granted. And I think we realize that more and more as we try to use all the biological raw material that there is in the form of vegetables and make it into something more valuable. But at the end of the day, we also need to consider that in some areas maybe we don't have this material anymore. And also when we talk about soil conditions and topics like that, that becomes really scary. And we don't think about it here in the Scandinavians or the Baltics so much, I guess.
It makes me wonder that we can think about urban development and think in our own local communities, but if we are privileged in one area of, let's say, food and underprivileged in others, I'm a fruit girl, and it's very hard to get exotic fruits here unless I'm buying from a crowd farming platform and I have to wait for it. What does it look like to share and exchange with other regions of the world? What does it look like local, urban, sustainable communities all over the world, and we all exchange? Can we think radically here? What do you think it look like for you guys in terms of engaging, doing what you're doing locally, but engaging globally? Maybe your Vita, you could.
It will very depend case by case and country by country. Yeah, it's very depending on that because if we talk about rural areas or faraway areas, so how much do we spend in shipping, which we know the shipping industry is the worst on gas polluters away. It's entire supply chain, so it's difficult to answer. From the individual perspective, of course, it's always the best to choose from local markets as individuals, and because we know that that will shrink the supply chain, so it will be less consumption. But I understand personally that this age we have very wide variety. So I love the ideas from the last conversation and panel, where it's a lot of about self-education and awareness rising in our communities. Because when you think about, in general, sustainable living, it's not individual effort, it's actually collaborative efforts. So one, educating yourself personally, but also different stakeholders, businesses, policymakers, governments, scientists, researchers, educators, working together, even like media influencers, they hold strong power actually educating, raising awareness and making change for sustainable values.
Of course, culture changes everything. So I would love to leave the audience with some real practical steps, some real accountability. It could be something that we can do individually, something we can do with our families, something we can do with our organizations, etc. Can I ask you to give 1 or 2 points of what we can leave and do next week?
I can take this. I will leave 2, and I choose 2 directions. One is the nutritional side, and the other one is how we move. We didn't go into nutrition all that much, but I think that people should think about the things that they put into their bodies, because the food we eat can change literally everything from our personal health, and we don't really see the connections all that time, and it can change a lot from the societal and environmental point of view, because when we buy something, we also send a signal to the producers, to the retailers, and it becomes an incentive. So I think we should take a hard look on what we eat and is it good for us, first of all. And on the mobility side, I think we should maybe expand our horizons in terms of how we move around, because I guess I can talk from the point of view of Estonia, and I think in some ways we still have that mentality of I need to be better than the neighbor, and the better the car, the better I am, or I'm perceived. So I think in Estonia we still see a lot of movement towards having an awesome car as opposed to...
An awesome body.
An awesome body, yes, indeed. Yeah.
Awesome. Kaiser?
I think cities can really act as platforms for making change. We have something that we call the Agile Piloting Program that has actually been taken into use in the Nordics and also wider in Europe. So that's something that helps the cities to co-create and experiment together with the companies and, of course, the local residents for, really kind of experimenting the novel innovation first time in real life environment. And what comes then to what everyone can do in their life tomorrow, for example. So, I mean, it's the Black Week now. So you can make your own choices. Do you need to buy something new?
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Don't buy anything during Black Week. Black Week is like Black Friday.
Just to piggyback what's already been said, and maybe more addressing to the audience, which has been with today's, because a lot of the audience came from as leaders from different organizations. So leading by example, setting the more ambitious goals towards sustainability, also pushing for policy changes and the programs that these policy changes would be developed down on the ground. That would be my takeaway from today.
Thank you so much, ladies. There we go. We are at the crossroads of location, technology, innovation, and it's now a necessity. I believe we still have time, but we definitely need to have that conversation right now. We need to collaborate, and we need to innovate beyond borders. And if I'm going to leave anything with everybody is, you know me, diversity. Talk to people that maybe not look like you. Include them in your companies. Reach out to them. Ask questions. Reach out to them if they're putting themselves out there to be reached out to. Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you for having me, Vicky Ngari. I've been your moderator.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, ladies. All right, so we're continuing our last bits of agenda for today, actually. Only 2 sessions left and one short keynote, and then we're gonna have some drinks over there, so don't rush straight home. We'll be super glad to see you over there and network finally with everyone. And yeah, before we continue, remember that all our speakers are listed in the agenda on the web. Just scan the QR code, and then during the networking, they'll be able to meet and greet you. They've come here from all across Europe, so make sure to catch them. And now we're continuing with one of the last panel discussions actually for today, and it's about AI, something that we have heard a lot these days, and I don't think that the hype cycle is going down anytime soon. And yeah, about the session, so beyond this hype cycle, we think that lies revolution. And in terms of also how to tackle the climate change in this context. So in the next session, we'll be able to hear some real use cases, how this technology has already been adopted to fighting the climate change, and what have been perhaps some of the pitfalls that have happened over the process of implementation, and why most companies actually get it wrong. So for this session, we're going to be joined on stage by Gerda Žegienė, professor and sustainability strategist, also a board member at Lava, Niklas Maus, founder at Circular Republic, Matthias Wikström, CEO and co-founder of Deconomy, and Nina Shariati, founder at Circular Transparency. So round of applause to our beautiful and insightful speakers here.
Hello. Hello. Hello, guys. Well, we started a very interesting conversation before we came on stage. So, but still we have something to say here. And welcome to this panel on AI and how it can disrupt or help towards sustainability. And in fact, we have 2 buzzwords recently, AI and sustainability. And sometimes they are overused. And talking with companies, I feel like sometimes they experience this fatigue or resistance. And they say, don't talk about sustainability. But it's here to stay. And today we'll explore some tools, how we can foster sustainability. Of course, it's very important to assess the ability of technology to be involved, because sometimes we have very utopic ideas of using AI, or sometimes there are very particular solutions. So a couple of weeks ago, last week, the grandma Daisy was introduced to the world. Maybe you happened to hear. And this AI solution was to waste scanners' time. And Daisy says, I am your worst nightmare. And this solution, I found it very clear. So very clear problem, right? Financial scammers, very clear solutions to employ AI to waste their time by talking and talking and talking endlessly. And beneficiary is also very clear. But when it comes to sustainability, right, circular economy, we have such a complex problems, such a complex solutions as well. So let's try to discuss the possibility of employment of AI, of accelerating sustainability goals, optimizing resource use, supporting circularity, enabling better financial decision making, and fostering scalable solutions to combat climate change. So let's get to the chase, starting with circular economy. While my example with Daisy is targeting very specific niche, the circular economy is very complex and it involves various stakeholders throughout the whole supply or value chain. So Nicholas, in the morning session it was mentioned that the future lies with SMEs and in their interaction with large companies, right? So closing the loop in the circular economy, it's not possible without this collaboration. And in your work, you are looking for solutions to bring large companies with SMEs, startups to achieve some particular goals. And could you elaborate how, on both, how you achieve those win-win situations and why it is important to look for connecting the dots? And also the second one, how artificial intelligence can be deployed while looking for those very, very complex solutions.
Yeah. Thanks for your question. Yeah, starting with what we do, basically we act, and my colleague Leo, who was on stage earlier, also elaborated on that a bit. We act sort of as an innovation and collaboration platform for companies to work together, because if you want to close the loop in your business, in your industry, you're never going to make it alone. You need to work with the partners along that entire value chain, and that is something companies are not used to do. In many cases, they don't even know the partners right now that they will have to be working with in the future, and that is where we come into play, sort of as a neutral ground also for those companies to work together. And we do that in a sector-specific approach in batteries and vehicles, in electronics and ICT, in packaging and in textiles. So basically 4 of the 7 key product value chains of the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, and try to create proofs of concept of how these companies can work in the first step, and then scale those functioning win-win situations that we hopefully created. And one example that I can give is a larger project we've been working on for longer with our founding partner BMW and SAP, MAN, another large German truck manufacturer, Webasto, a supplier, and a couple of startups where we identified the process steps that we would need to close the loop for battery materials for end-of-life EV batteries. And there's really bad news right now with Northvolt for like the European ecosystem. But still, we need to fix the process. And in contrast, for instance, to the Northvolt example, where we would have one player that provides the single solution for the entire chain, we took a more decentral approach and asked ourselves who would be different actors along that chain who can enable that, and brought them together. So that means reverse logistics you need to manage, analytics you need to manage, then the question, what do you do with an end-of-life vehicle battery? Can you actually use it for a second life, for stationary storage, for instance, or do you have to go into recycling, or sooner or later you're going to reach the end of use anyways. And then in recycling, we found one player who does automated disassembly rather than manual disassembly, and then different players who do hydrometallurgical recycling, gaining back much more lithium, especially in comparison to the old state of the industry. And in all those single steps, the companies never had worked together with each other in such a setup, but we simply took 20 tons of old EV material and pushed them through that cycle in order simply to create a proof point how it can actually be working. And 80% of that, I would say, is not technology, but say change management or collaboration, basically. 80%, yes, definitely.
Wow.
And then for each step, of course, you need certain technologies, but for that, AI is not going to be the silver bullet, but it's rather maybe enhancing it. But that's exactly something we see. For instance, if I want to understand the state of life of a battery, AI can tremendously improve this process, along with other digital technologies, digital twins, and so on and so forth. If I want to disassemble a product, be it a battery or anything else, AI, in the form of machine vision, for instance, is going to be the key enabler for me to actually achieve that. So I believe AI, as said, is not the one silver bullet, but substantially enhances the technologies we need along the processes. The collaboration itself, probably we're not going to fix it with AI, but we're going to fix one core aspect to it, which is information sharing, or we're going to enhance one aspect at least, which is information sharing and gathering data all along the product value chain.
Okay, see. So for now, you can employ some small steps, right, alongside with the 80% of human work, right?
Yeah, after all, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nina, one of your takeaways from Web Summit was the statement that instead of further development of EGI, we should focus on utilizing existing AI tools to drive sustainable innovation, right? Could you please explain what's behind of your statement? And after that, maybe you can share some examples of successful adoption of existing AI solutions in circular economy or other examples.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. That has been a conversation starter ever since I posted that. But I just want, how are you all feeling? It's end of the day and you've been listening to a lot of incredible panel conversations. You feeling good? You're with me? Thanks, the brave bunch. So I really feel like I need to put it in context. So I've worked for many years in the intersection of business, sustainability, and technology. And I've been exploring, as many of you have done as well. I mean, you mentioned how you use AI, something that is more of a called narrow AI, the one that we are using. And many of the startups that were part of the challenge yesterday and today are using AI. And I have seen how powerful and incredible this tool is. And I feel like there is this false notion that we can reach climate solution, enable circularity, create operations efficiencies, support workforce, etc., only through AGI, which is AI. It's a general AI which mimics basically us humans. And that's just not true, because we have such a huge potential in the existing solutions and existing startups, and I would rather see more force behind scaling these solutions and potentially slowing down the development as well, because, I mean, even with the current solution, current AI, we are facing a lot of challenges from ethics perspective, for instance. Just a simple perspective of who's developing the AI, who is feeding the AI with the information, and the biases that they create. So majority are men from a certain background, age group, etc. And you have all been on internet, and if you would just scan the internet, I mean, these tests has been done, then the AI turns pretty racist very fast and very chauvinistic. So we are still in huge need of guardrails and control system connected to this extremely powerful and important tool. My worry, and I think a lot of other people's worry, is that if we would just push through with the next level of AI, that we might put out an extremely powerful tool without any guardrails. But I have a but to that as well.
Okay.
I have a but to that. Because it doesn't mean that, from an EU perspective, because we are in EU is great at creating legislations and being quite fast and setting quite robust legislations, but EU is not the whole world. And the majority of development connected to AGI is happening, surprise, surprise, by Elon Musk and Tesla, robotics, and it's happening in China. And if we don't invest in the R&D and we are not part of the, let's say, game, we could lose the ability to be part of creating those standards and guardrails, and for EU to lose its voice in those conversations. So I don't necessarily mean that we shouldn't do it. I'm basically saying there's huge opportunity in scaling the ones that we have, and a slowing down on the development to making sure that legislations and the guardrails are in place would be a preferable solution.
Building on your point regarding gender, I've read that the World Economic Forum announced that 22% of females are specialists in artificial intelligence industry. So at least here we have 50-50, right? In this panel. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I think there's also quite a lot of misconceptions as well in terms of who understands AI. I think I mentioned for you backstage, I was at Web Summit recently, and I could walk, and it's such a huge, I mean, it's a beast of a summit, but I could go from one stage to another, the majority of stages talking about the financial questions and AI and the things that people back up with a lot of money. Majority were men talking about it. While the stages focusing on the softer things of things, there was even a stage with, it was called, not advocacy, but, now I lost the word in English, but let's say advocacy. And they were all female. And there's this misconception that women don't understand AI, they can't talk about it, they haven't worked with it, and that's just not the truth. And that alone should be a kind of a signal in terms of, okay, maybe we should slow down with how fast we are pushing this forceful tool that will disrupt our society. I'm sure of it. I mean, it already has.
And it's true that we have a lot of ethical issues. With ChatGPT, it's not so visible, but if we talk about Alexa, Siri, and a lot of chatbots or service providers, they usually have female appearance or voice. I was digging into that particular field and wrote one article in mass media about why AI has female appearance or voice. So there are a lot of ethical things behind. By the way, in Scandinavia, I can't say particular country, but it was developed the genderless voice called Q. So if you are interested, you can listen, and it's really hard to recognize whether it's female or male voice. 1 second it seems female, the other seems male, but yeah, so we have a lot of different issues. But going further, I have admit, you also touched upon finance and data, I have admit that I am suspicious to the point of paranoia when it comes to corporate sustainability information, right? Credibility of this information. And we still have 50 shades of green, right? So the previous panelists presented some options for advancing of artificial intelligence. However, each development, each project needs funding, right? And as financial institutions channel financial flows, it's essential to assess the sustainability information of projects and data. So now my eyes on Matthias. I came from finance background, then fintech, then sustainability, then fintech for sustainability. So I follow fintech global rankings, and I just checked before the panel ESG fintech 100 ranking, and I can see the economy among others. So how can AI solutions can help financial institutions identify greenwashing or social washing or gray washing? We have now the list of terms describing this washing, right? To make informed decisions for funding.
Yeah, thank you, Gerda. And thank you for bringing up the ranking. I think rankings are like tombstones of your previous performance, because it's basically recognizing something that you have done, not necessarily that something that you're going to do. But I mean, it's a good marketing thing, right? AI can help us identify irregularities or abnormalities in claims. Layering the onion, peeling the onion in regards to what makes sense and what does not make sense. But at the end of the day, greenwashing is about lying. And it's quite easy to see if someone is lying in regards of greenwashing, as it is corresponding with a very basic financial analysis trajectory. Follow the money. Is it only talking or is it only walking? So if people are talking a good deal, but they're not funding it, investing in it, and fulfilling to what they claim to do, then it's bullshit. And I think it's interesting to see how that technology is going to be very helpful. I don't think technology is the issue, though, in finance and funding and getting sustainability metrics front and center, increasing transparency, engaging, empowering, enabling everyone to step up. What is missing is leadership. So if you're sitting here today thinking about your next startup or a project that you want to create that inspires, I think leadership space is the most empty quadrant that we have. Looking at the world today, AI, no AI in the world is going to fix that. And if it will, that's going to be super scary. So I think it's interesting to hear. It's like sitting here listening to you guys. So Niklas mentioned briefly fixing the process, and that's exactly what it comes down to. We have all the tech. Basically, we have all the tech we need. We have so much tech that we can use it to kill each other. Imagine what we could do with it instead. We have all the data to illustrate where we have been and where we're going. Forecasting models are becoming very, very precise, looking at what Johan Rockström and the guys are doing at the Potsdam Institute. So the data is there and the tech is there. The only thing missing then is the leadership. And the leadership is unfortunately not with us. So if you are to do something, I suggest you go out there and lead. Because that's the exploration, coming back to what Nina said, that is the most needed one. And if you are going to lead, I had the great fortune to sit in on a conversation 2 days ago in Stockholm on AI, military, NATO, and surveillance. And it basically came down to the very notion that you need to be nice to your toaster, because you don't know how intelligent it will be one day. But it came also down to ethics and morale, and looking at how we apply the knowledge that we have through using greater and greater efficiencies. And Basically, that's what AI comes down to a great extent, also as an educational tool, increasing and accelerating the abilities to take climate action. The more mindful you are, the better educated you are, the better of a citizen you can be. And being a citizen is probably the finest form of consumption, because you consume power by going to elections and electing the leaders that you want to see in office. So it's a long, I understand it's a long journey coming back from your question, Dada, which is a very good one. But I think if we are looking at the very, very easiest component, and that is what we know. And what we know is what history teaches us. And what we don't know is what it is tomorrow. But if we look at what history has taught us up until today, and where we are in the state of the world, my sincere hope would be that the future is female. Because the male population has got us into a lot of shit. I hope that the female representation will get us out of it. No. That's not the point. The point is, and this is a very important one, it's not either or, it's both. But we see a total underrepresentation. And it can be three, with respect for transgender and everyone else, and identifying how they want to identify themselves. That is not none of my business. And it needs to be none of anyone else's business either. But we need to look for female leadership. Because female leadership, to my personal experience, is much more compassionate, much more curious, and much more supportive. And if there is one thing the world needs today, it's support. So that's, I think, to your point around looking at ethics and morale, one of the outcomes of this conversation on military application of AI is that every founder of all tech companies in the world would really need to have an education in morale and ethics, because that's where we will see a shortcoming. The opportunities around everything else will be massive. The guardrails, to your point, are going to be instrumental, and the guardrails missing, when we look at history, has been predominantly rendered by male. So let's try something new. And that, I think, we can do together.
Yes, but still we have 22% only female experts, female specialists in AI. So it comes to education again. Right.
Oh, we can be here for hours. I love the educational component, because what we educate for is what we become. And if we don't educate for what we want to be, how do we expect to become something else? So the academia, the universities, the transition of understanding in between generations, it needs to be much more efficient. It needs to be democratized. And that's where I believe personally AI has a massive job to do. Amazing opportunity, having AI elevating the understanding, the respect, and the ability of mankind, not just helping me understand which hotel I should stay in London the next time. I think I can do that myself.
Thank you very much. But if we go to particular use of AI in financial sectors. Let's get back to the core, right?
Okay.
It's good to have this broader perspective for sure, but could you tell us maybe some particular examples? Because I know one very important aspect is data. Because without data, we can't use models, and data are not collected properly or collected very fragmented in companies. Of course, in Europe we have CSRD, SRS, it's coming, so at least we have some system in place. But we are quite the small part of the world, and the rest of the world lies with different standards, different regulation. A couple of weeks ago, I was teaching in Lyon, and one of my students, he came from Florida, and I was surprised, I was shocked, because he said that in Florida it's forbidden by law to reveal ESG data from the companies. So I was really shocked while talking about financial flows to foster sustainability. So investors and capital providers, they do not have any chance to assess if companies are not providing data. So how do you deal with the data and different standards, different regulations aspects?
So, how long do we have?
Yes, so. Here's the time, so.
No, but okay. First of all, Florida, hey, you can't even be gay in Florida anymore. What's the point? It's a very shaky kind of environment to be in to begin with. The ESG backlash that we saw in the US with BlackRock and everyone pulling out because of the pension funds, threatening with not doing what they've been doing for quite some time. The regulatory component, if you start there, which I think you're absolutely right, the regulatory component in the reporting mechanism of companies' impact is among the strictest in Europe. What is good with that is that a lot of companies that want to export to Europe will need to adhere to those principles and reporting metrics. Otherwise, they will not be allowed. Carbon borders will come into play, carbon taxation, and we will see customs utilized as a force for impact reduction. We will see a bit of leakage of companies putting high-intensity production in potentially emerging markets economies instead. But that reporting is the foundation for all of the data and all of the transparency. And exactly to your point, once that data is adhering to the principles of what's into play in the EU, outside of AI actually, where EU, to your point, has a little bit of a fluffy perspective. So we now see a lot of talent migrating from Europe to the US because they're concerned with what they are allowed to do, because the rule work, the framework is not really that precise. But the reporting component is the most important one. And once that is adhered to, in order for you to make money, which is the prime driver of sustainability, if you can get rich by saving the world, everyone will want to save the world. Basic,
yes,
basic
same we've
rhetoric.
heard from the very beginning today in the morning.
So I think that's brilliant, right? And that's where reporting comes into play, because if you want to get rich, you want to sell to those that have money. In Europe, we have money. As long as it is those that have a strong import economy that set the rules for reporting, we're in a good place. If the US, there will be American companies now seeing deregulation, and they will go like, okay, screw Europe, we will just take care of our domestic market. That's perfectly fine, but they will never be relevant export outside of US to an economy that is more developed in the regulatory perspective. So I think we have EU to thank for a lot when it comes to reporting, transparency, traceability, and understanding what decisions that can be made on the base of what input that we see. And I think, Nina, with your experience coming out of H&M, also knowing transparency in the full value chain, not only on the operations side, but down on every line item data, is also going to be accelerated. But full circle back to my point, it comes down to knowing what to do with that knowledge, because the data is there and the tech is there. But how do we fix the process? And that comes back to leadership. So I think in your point, I know it was just a side note, but fixing the process is basically what mankind, which is also humankind, is the better definition, what humankind need to do. And transparency will be driven by increased regulation that sits with those that has a strong buying power is going to be respected. Unfortunately, that's the case. If we can utilize this opportunity, sustainability is to either bridge the gap between the north and the south, the east and the west, or we can increase that divide. And that's where regulation out of political perspective, I think, is super interesting. Climate fintech startup, I know it's but it's you have to have the eye on the horizon, otherwise you end up just staring at your toes.
Thank you. Maybe, Nina, you could elaborate a bit more from your experience at H&M. Any tools you already applied AI tools or other digital solutions, because fashion industry is the second polluter after oil and gas altogether. So it's...
Yeah, absolutely. I think one important note, if I may add something that hasn't been said, is that AI is extremely energy heavy. So there are a lot of big tech companies or companies in general that are pulling back on their goals and targets connected to CO2 emission because because of AI, they need to use so much more electricity that they know they won't be able to hit their targets. I think that's an important notion, and as you mentioned, sustainability is a conversation of trade-offs, but also it's a very complex and what's called as it's a complex problem. It's a wicked problem. So you could be creating a lot of cool solutions and like directing finance and creating a circular ecosystem and creating that operations efficiency. But on the other hand, you will need, there are coal mines being opened around the world to be able to support the AI usage, electricity that is needed for AI currently. On top of it, it's also extremely water, in need of a lot of water because of you need to cool down the servers, etc. So I think that's an important notion to walk away from here. But from a, let's say, industry perspective, and maybe a win-win opportunity that a lot of businesses, besides if we don't look at the energy challenges, is the efficiency that AI can create throughout the supply chain. I mean, in textile industry, there is something about around 40% overproduction just to make sure you're securing your sales. That means for every 100 products, there are 40 products, almost like 50% more, like produced, just to make sure that you're not losing sales in wherever your customers are. And then that's brought down quite heavily with reductions in sales, Black Fridays, Cyber Mondays, you name it, it's never ending, right? And by the end, we are standing with somewhere like 20% or garments that are never even sold, and some of them just end up on landfills.
Yeah.
So
1 truck per second, it's estimated.
It's a lot.
1 truck per second.
So it's a lot. But imagine if you could create your hit rate towards your customer demand and become more accurate on that. That's an important area where AI is being used internally in many companies, including fashion companies, to making sure that your demand and supply are connected to reduce that wastage. But there are multiple places. I think we underestimate how high broadly spread AI is currently. A lot of your existing tools today have already AI in it. So yeah, there's multiple places that could be it. But I just also want to share, talking about EU regulation and leadership, I think sometimes I feel like we focus too much on what the US is doing. I think we need to also focus on what Europe is good at. I mean, we have been defenders of democracy, we have values, we have guardrails, etc. And while US might focus on short-term gains, I think there's a huge opportunity for EU to start focusing on, I mean, how can we have that long-term perspective and cover up where maybe China and US is not covering? Because it's just not, I mean, climate change is real. So we will face huge shifts in climate challenges, disasters. I mean, we have seen it. I saw some video just now. There were Antalya, it's a resort town in Turkey. There has been heavy snow, while there's like 15 degrees in Copenhagen. There are huge challenges, and I think EU can take that and run with it and I listened to the new EU Commission's 3 focus areas, which made me quite hopeful, which is, one is that EU will focus more on innovation and scaling innovation and making it easier for startups to get financed, which is a challenge. It's like 27 different laws that a small startup needs to apply for, while in US it's just like one country, right? The second one is the climate will still be there, decarbonization will still be there, and the third is defense and security. And if you think about it, AI could be applied on all 3 of them. So I think there's a huge potential for Europe to take back its leadership and beyond.
Great, thank you very much. So, closing thoughts, right? Christmas is just around the corner. So could you please share one insight or prediction for AI in the sustainability field for the upcoming year? Maybe one example, one prediction, one insight.
Can it be 2?
Yes, of course. If we fit in 1 minute 50 seconds, then go on. So maybe Nicholas, you could start because.
Prediction for the next year, mine would be that we're going to see lots of incremental innovation in leveraging AI for existing applications, and going to have great progresses all along the value chains that we look into, or in many other fields. At the same time, AI for the time being will remain a bigger problem than a solution right now, given the energy consumption that we see there. On the long run, we need to fix our energy system at the same time if we want to make sure that we can actually afford to go for AI. Maybe one point, given the discussion on regulation and the role of Europe and so on, and the really important point that you made with the earning money. The role that we play as Europe ultimately relies on our economic strength, right? And so we really need to make sure not to fall behind there, because probably that's sort of a male thinking, but that's true nonetheless. We can only do that from a position of economic strength, because otherwise others will not hear, so we really need to accelerate our innovation efforts, I believe.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. I don't think it's a male perspective at all. I think we just need to do it in an ethical way, and otherwise we will lose our edge towards the ones who don't care. I think one area that I would like to highlight is, learn how to use AI, and I think if for a long time creating new tools and systems, so you have an expert and you have to have someone between the expert and the one that is a developer, and so it becomes quite complicated. But now you don't need that. You could actually take help from AI to code the solutions that you see as an expert. So that's it's 0, 0, 0 here. I don't know.
Skip the expert.
Yeah, so I see a huge potential, and that's short term, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Matthias.
I think AI is going to accelerate renewable energy, the renewable energy transition. We can't all be Microsoft and Google and invest in nuclear instead as backup. So that's a very good accelerator. I just hope that it didn't come too early and renewable energy expansion didn't come too late, so that there is a glitch. I hope there is just this precise overlap. That's an amazing accelerator, because we're going to love everything AI can do for us. It's going to increase the efficiencies of us doing bad, but it's also going to increase the opportunities for us doing good. So I think what I wish for Christmas is for everyone to be nice.
Okay, thank you very much. With that bright note, we're finishing our discussion on AI, and I'm happy that it was not so much on tech side, but on leadership, thought, right, gender balance and process. And with that, I really believe that we need to use this as a tool, but not as an aim or utopia, right? So let's employ it as a tool for our sake and our prosperity. So thank you so much. Give a round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you.
And yes, let's leave the floor for other speakers. See you around.
Thank you so much to our previous panelists who talked about artificial intelligence. I have to agree, I also think that artificial intelligence is mostly a tool to get the results that we need. It's definitely one of the most trending topics of the year and in sustainability as well, no less. I truly believe that we can use this technology as a great opportunity to us all. So before we move forward, a few maybe notes and reminders from us and from the organizers. First of all, you might have seen there are a few photographers running around. Think of it as an opportunity as well. Feel free to actually catch them later, not right now, but maybe a bit later during the networking, catch them by the hand, ask them to make a photo of you as we will afterwards send all of you all of the photos and it will be accessible to you all. So please do use this resource and this technology as well. And of course, we've had quite a lot of very interesting content here on stage today. I'm sure that a lot of you also took part in some of the workshops and took the opportunity to network with amazing people. So if you missed anything, we will have videos of all of the discussions on YouTube later, so you will have access to that as well and listen to the amazing stories and discussions and keynotes you might have missed during the day. And last but not least, don't run far, because we still have two very interesting agenda items left for today. However, after is the most enjoyable maybe and the pleasurable part of our day, which is the networking. We promise drinks and snacks, so please do make use of that. Talk to all of the amazing people that were both on stage and the people you can meet. These are the like-minded people who are also interested in the same things you are, which is impact and sustainability and making a change. So do use this opportunity to meet new friends and catch up with old ones. But now I think it's enough for me to speak. I will give the stage to the next topic. It's quite an important and serious one, and I hope we will have some challengers and challenges in this topic, because it's government versus business versus society. How do we solve some of the hardest problems working together, hopefully? We will discover some insights on where new regulations will strike hardest, how forward-thinking companies can leverage compliance, which is quite a tricky thing to do, as a competitive edge without, of course, sidestepping the interests of society and societal responsibilities. So, without further ado, please help me to welcome on stage the Minister of Climate and Energy of Latvia, Kaspars Melnis. Our moderator, Līnas Dičpetris, Government and Infrastructure Market Leader, CESA region at EY. Nora Pastore, Development and Sustainability Officer at Signet Bank. Raivis Bremšmits, Deputy State Secretary on Economic Issues at Ministry of Economics of Latvia. And last but not least, Zaiga Pūte, Director of the Secretariat of the Society Integration Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and hello to the audience. The topic is indeed very interesting. We will probably start with a very quick intro on why we would like to speak about this and why it is somewhat controversial. So since we have the discussion on the business, government and society together addressing the topic of sustainability, we of course are aware that the drivers for each of them are somewhat different, and of course we have businesses trying to generate profits, hopefully responsibly, and of course the government representing the public interest and issuing regulation. and then of course society having societal needs and public interest in front of them. So because of that friction, we need to think on how the different aspects collide or cooperate together. So maybe 3 inputs to our discussion first. On the regulation side, we've been speaking about this throughout the day a lot, and there is regulation already in place. There is more regulation coming, and some of the regulation that actually comes into force in the next year as well. So, we have the CSRD, of course, that we have been discussing quite a lot, eco-design regulation, deforestation regulation, then the carbon removal certification framework, and a number of others. So obviously it's not going away, it's there, it's strengthening, right? So that's one big input to remember for all of this discussion. Now, at the same time, the second important input for our discussion is that quite recently the Draghi report came out on the competitiveness of Europe, and called out a big issue is that European competitiveness is decreasing, that we have are falling behind the US and China, and that we need to do something about it. And in particular, 3 big things have been mentioned as recommendations: more flexible regulatory framework, investing in innovation, and also integrating sustainability with economic policies. So kind of making more effort on competitiveness and sustainability working better together. And then maybe the last input to our discussion is that we now, as of today, officially have the new European Commission approved. And if we look at the structure of the Commission, we actually have Teresa Ribera from Spain approved as the Vice President for Clean, Just, and Competitive Transition. At the same time, she is the Commissioner for Competitiveness. So again, we see some shifts here in the potentially in the policy and the need to improve competitiveness. And just to finish, all of that is in the context of the normal, volatile, challenging world out there for the companies that need to deal with a number of things apart from climate change, technological changes, societal changes, customer preferences, employee preferences changes, and all of the other things. So it's a very volatile, very changing world with different tractions. So, given that introduction, we have a few questions to discuss with the honorable panel here. And I would like to start with the question with reference to the Draghi report. Since it does emphasize the European competitiveness as the main goal that needs to drive us into the future globally on the global scale, then what changes does that bring to the balance between competitiveness and sustainability? And in particular, I think it's interesting to the possibility of discussion of this specifically, the impact of that to the Baltic region. So should now the competitiveness take precedence over sustainability or not? And I will start from Zyga to answer that first question, and then also will ask Raivis to contribute.
Thank you very much for the question and for possibility to be here. I would answer that, first of all, I wouldn't choose between one another. I mean, that's the main goal in Draghi's report, that actually we can gain this competitiveness through sustainability. But what we have to do, we have to be clever on that, and we have to find the way how making things sustainable or doing sustainable business practices wouldn't be slower or more expensive than if we wouldn't do like that. And I mean, what we have to Also in the Draghi's report, there are already some answers for that, what we have to do. And one of the things, or two things that I catch my ear was intensify the investments, also the ones that government is providing the businesses to be more sustainable. So European Union and the government should help businesses to get more sustainable. And the other thing is that, 5 years ago we were talking that consumption is something bad. But I mean, if we are looking on the things that, well, people are people, and we know even the Generation Z, they still want to buy a new phone or a new computer, right? And they want to live in a planet that is not burning up. So, I mean, if we would use consumption in a positive way, that we are driving that through sustainable products or through sustainable businesses. So, I mean, that would help to get both of the things done.
Thank you, Zyga. Raive?
Yeah, thank you. From the beginning and introduction, it sounds like some kind of storm of regulations coming in. So we have to be prepared, ready, and usually from the business point of view, so it's a bad time. Like, it's nothing good, it's not good news. But I like it how Zyga started, actually. A little bit different angle. So we have to start about the consumption power, for whom we actually are producing our products and services, and what kind of consumer it is. And it's true, actually, that the consumer demands more sustainable, more greener products, and the price of those products in the shops. So they are already with a higher price, and most probably will be. So the question is, are you ready to be there or not? And when we look even for the regions, I know in the United States, for example, in Texas, where oil companies with 100 years legacy, they are also looking for the green products. So they are looking for the future. So they see also that the consumption is changing. Economy is driven by consumption. So it's more about the future price, where we would like to be. Of course, regulation usually also stimulates some kind of changes. It's also expenditures in certain time. But if answering correctly to your question, the balance between competitiveness and sustainability, I will say the answer is another question: what kind of price you would like to have in the future, and for whom you would like to sell your product. And this is the answer of the balance.
Very good, thank you. And just a quick remark on this. I think what I am hearing when I'm working with the businesses, in particular in Lithuania, I come from Lithuania, of course, this is the big issue now, because many of them see that the greener or more sustainable product is not necessarily being bought at the same time when you have a less sustainable, cheaper product on the offer. So, of course, this is the big dilemma, I guess. Moving to the next question, colleagues, and I will ask Minister Milneson to respond on that. So the Draghi report says suggestion of more flexible regulation, in particular, of course, in sustainability perspective. So could that potentially mean that the sustainability becomes less of a focus, and maybe this is a risk to sustainability if we have more flexible, whatever that means? Maybe you will have an opinion on that as well. And then again, maybe that's an opportunity, especially for the Baltics and the Baltic companies and the Baltic economies.
First of all, sustainability is here and will be here for the next years. That's for our understanding, because from one side, if the business is turning for sustainability, you can't turn the ship so fast away. It's going that way. And of course, it's here. The biggest challenge in all this sustainability, new green technologies, investments, is behind all the business, behind all society, there's a person. And for each of us, it's very challenging to change thinking. And here, of course, flexibility helps us, but also like devil in the details. If you talk about different flexibility, where sometimes it helps us for small countries, for small regions, but sometimes it don't help because other countries use the same flexibility. So it's very hard to say. From one side, yes, in some positions it helps, but in some positions even not really helps because we understand from some support for government, like small countries like Baltic, we don't have so big support because we don't have so financial possibilities from the government side. And that sometimes even don't help. But if you talk about sustainability, yes, it's here for staying, but it's very important to understand the biggest challenge, even if we talk about, it's not about society or business alone. We must look for the whole picture together. Of course, if you even take some few sectors like agriculture, because you're saying the agriculture they don't want change. But if you look for the youngest new farmers who are in the business, they're working totally different. Yeah. And if you say, look, one of the biggest challenges, like for agricultural sector, we talk about average farmer in Europe is about more than 56 years old. So, and you take the same person, put whatever business. If you're more than 56 years old, you don't want to change anything in your business because you're thinking about your different ideas, you think about pensions, you think you don't want to take new risks. And that's the answer. That's why the change is coming, but it's going in that sectors where more younger business per people, like renewable energy, why it's so fast, developing so fast going. Behind those are looking really young persons with new ideas who is ready to risk and take the risk. So challenges will be a lot.
There will be a lot, and it's almost a generational shift that needs to happen here.
I would say definitely that will help some generation. We see it's already changing. We see like in here, like the young people just more looking for new technologies, the new investments, and yeah, it's generation change.
Super. Zaika, do you want to add anything to this one?
I mean, one thing maybe about the regulation, what you started, Linus, to say that, sorry, Rives, was it that sometimes we wait that there will be a lot of new regulation. But I think what we could do, sometimes we go from one side straight to the road's other side, you know, and maybe to make this regulation more flexible wouldn't be so bad in this case, because I think with the Green Deal, when it started, we were very strict on some points, and I think it was necessary in that time. But now I think maybe we know already what is working and what businesses know that they are actually wanting to do by themselves without someone standing behind them, right? So this would be one thing that I would say is positive, but the next thing that the government should do, I mean, and not just in Latvia or Lithuania, but in the European Union, that's why the Draghi's report is there, we should think more how to coordinate our policies and also that they weren't this fragmentation and we all know that there is a directive which should be applied in the same way in all the countries, but it's not. So, I mean, this would be one job. If we are talking about one united market, this could also help. And when we go to the flexible regulation, but in the other side, we do understand the regulation the same way in all the countries, I think that would be one good thing.
Super. I also very often hear from the businesses that I work with is that it would be ideal that the regulation provides the level playing field for everyone so that we can play across the EU and in our countries that all of the businesses have the same set of rules, so to say, and because they feel that it's not always the case yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So since we are on the regulation, I would like to pull Nora into the discussion. You are representing a bank, and of course banks are some of the more heavily regulated businesses these days, I think. So maybe, you know, from the banking perspective on the regulation, but also because regulation requires the banks now to actually even you know, reshuffle their portfolios going forward into the future to be more sustainable. How do you see this interrelationship between the regulation, heavy so far, right, and the need for competitiveness of Europe and, of course, of our countries here? What's your take on this?
Okay, so first I would like to say that I actually really hate using words regulation, obligation, mandate, duty when speaking about sustainability, because I think that this puts a very wrong starting point for the discussion. And I think we can admit that we have already failed in communication about sustainability because the voice that we see from society about sustainability being something that is threatening the well-being of humans, it is completely like wrong in the essence. Like sustainability is actually about people well-being. And I'm also quite confused when I hear this sustainability versus competitiveness dilemma, because from where I stand, how I see it completely different, completely the opposite. Like, from my point of view, sustainability is about being efficient in your resource use. It is about being innovative and using innovations to become more productive. It is about choosing the suppliers and partners that have good business conduct, so it means eventually you will not have reputational or operational risks. So from my point of view, I think that being sustainable, it is being competitive. And I really try to emphasize this, and wherever I have an opportunity to speak, I think this is how we should actually also, all of us, business and government and everyone, how we should address these questions, because otherwise we are going in a very wrong direction, to my mind. Yeah, so that was like an intro. And yeah, and regarding banks, so actually the situation is very simple. We are very pragmatic about things. We look at everything from risk and opportunity perspective. And the same applies also to sustainability. And we look at the companies, how they are, or to which risks related to sustainability they are exposed. Do they understand those risks? Do they have some tools how to manage those risks? And also the same goes for opportunities. Do they have these opportunities? Do they understand them? Can they capture them? And actually there is no regulation that says we can't finance a company who doesn't have this good business conduct. It's not there. We can finance a company who pollutes rivers. We can finance a company who treats maybe doesn't treat their employees in the best way. We can do it. Do we want to? No. But again, that comes from this risk and opportunity perspective.
Super. Thank you so much. I just, as we were speaking about regulation, I just remembered a joke I read somewhere recently, which said that globally there are 3 leaders. US is exporting AI, China is exporting batteries, and EU is exporting regulation. So, so that's a joke, okay? Because I think this was a good discussion earlier that China was adopting EU regulation, so maybe it's not right.
May I actually add to this? I think regulation is a very good framework. It's a very good guideline. Also in terms of sustainability, when we started in banking implement sustainability practices, like regulation is the one which gives you like the priorities that you should look at. And then afterwards already how you implement these things, how you take this risk and opportunity approach, it already is depending on the company.
Great. So switching gears to the next question, I would like Minister to maybe start on it. So we did mention government support. You actually mentioned in the first question that government support is not so, big as possibility in the Baltics generally, but there is still some EU-funded and still some national possibilities, I guess. So how do you see government support as a vehicle to promote sustainability more, maybe to promote both sustainability and competitiveness at the same time? What's your take on this, especially for talking about our countries?
First of all, I would say we're looking from opportunity side, definitely, and we don't put on two sides, competitiveness and sustainability. They both go together, and that's like first of all, if we go looking forward for some support or some programs for that both go together. I think the same, like I said, from the bank sector, nowadays you can't even think about for the new business who will go, like, will be unsustainable, who don't think about the future, who don't think about the employees, about what will be after them on those places, because if you even look for society, society have quite power to say what kind of business they want to see near them. And from sometimes, and even have secondly, even we have already some challenges to explaining for society why we needed business at that time, why it's so sustainable, but the benefits for it. And so it's even make more harder. For our side, if you, from the government side, we always look like in the middle between the business and society, for here both sides, to find the balance, and it's challenging to find the balance, because the best balance is when nobody is happy. And that's where we see it mostly what goes out. Yes, and that's what I talk about. But to find it is really strange and really hard sometimes. But yes, we are working, and for small countries, the most important to make smart decisions and smart. From the government side, we make the first impact for some, but mostly after business go by himself. We can't always support some business lines. It's collapse. If you build your business on ideas that government will support you, sad, but we can't. And that's why sometimes I even a little bit worried about that we all knew there could be more flexibility. Other countries will use the same, the flexibility. And for big economies, they use sometimes flexibility better than us. That's the reality.
They have the space for flexibility.
Exactly, because they have more space for flexibility. Sometimes for small countries, it's even better when you have regulations by rules strict, because for us it's easy because our target sometimes is smaller. It's easier, but for bigger countries, first of all, they have flexibility higher, and they play sometimes smarter than us because they have they find the better way of flexibility in those rules. And that's a little bit dangerous from my side, so looking from the Euro perspective for the future. But first of all, yes, of course, is smart decisions, but to take those decisions, you must hear definitely the business side, you must hear the society side, and then both sides find the best rule what to see, because we see that like a lot invest about new technologies. Of course, we try to support the business in new technologies, in green technologies, and we talk about renewable energy. Is one of the, I would say, first question on my table when I started work about green energy. And we see we need to make a lot of change in regulation of wind energy, just to understand, just to be clear rules for wind investors to go here and invest and build energy. But it wasn't about sport, it was to make clear rules for everybody to go. And still we have the same question about one of the biggest challenges, the same as called not in my backyard. We all want cheap green energy, but not in my backyard. So, and the government can't really help. We just can explain it, go inside, we have this conversation with society, but in the end of the day, yes, it change. It will change the view. And that's the biggest challenge.
So only the sea is the option then?
Not even there.
Not even that.
No, forget it. That's even not working so good. That's even worse.
It's very close to Sweden.
Too close to Sweden. Did you want to add anything on the government support?
I wanted to add one thing about society. If we are talking, today's name of the discussion is also like government versus business versus society. But what I want to note that, for example, Society Integration Foundation, we are also working with diversity management and also the standards and everything. And what we see and why do we start to work with businesses at first? Because business is the part of society. And business, it's not like, a judicial form of something that we don't know what is it. It's people there. And businesses are also the leaders of the society sometimes. And if we talk and explain maybe even some regulations or listen to them, which of the regulations, I'm sorry, are stupid and not good for the business development. This is also the first step where we can talk to society and explain them why some things like, for example, wind energy would be better than we have used to things that they were. So this would be the aspect I would stress, that talking about society, we can also reach the society through businesses.
Super. So maybe since we talk about society, and that of course includes consumers, and that's where in the beginning we also said that this is the biggest power that we probably should leverage. So maybe question to everyone here, but do we feel that in the Baltics we have sufficient pressure coming from the society for the sustainability of the businesses and the economies? And I see some heads shaking.
Not
so
yet.
if not, then should we do something about it? Should the government, business, and society, NGOs, should we do something about it? And if yes, what? Who would like to start?
Maybe I can start with one thing that it was just a personal observation. When there were meetings in Brussels, Fridays for Future, with the pupils there, students, have you noticed that we didn't have one in Latvia? I don't know how it was in Lithuania, but we didn't have one. And I mean, that was one aspect. And I know from this personal thing that the students were asking the teacher, can we go to one, or can we organize the meeting? And the teacher's answer was, why should you? What would change? And I mean, this is what you mentioned, Linus, like NGOs, and also schools, education institutions like universities, and also the businesses as the leaders. They should tell more about that, why it's important, and why should we raise our voices about that. So, I mean, that would be one thing that I see. But if we are talking about Baltics, I mean, from my point of view, so obviously it's not enough. The society is not vocal enough about that. But I mean, it's also a generational aspect. And if we will do right by our youngsters, and we will teach them that their opinion matters. And what we see actually in our cohesion radar, we see that the societies believe more that their opinion matters than it was like 3 years ago. So that's a good thing. Then maybe we will be there like after some years, but we should do more so we would go there faster.
Super. Any other inputs on this one? Societal pressure, right?
I will say that it's more important about society, how it's reacting to the markets where we are selling. If you look at the Baltic countries, those are like a local market still. So when we look at our GDP on export for the last year, it actually was decreasing, not because we were producing less or something like that, but because our markets were decreasing GDP in Scandinavia. 65% where we are exporting, there was a decrease of GDP by 1.5%. So it's not that we were doing something bad, but actually in those markets. So it's more, my answer is more, it's more important the reaction in the markets. The second one, we can discuss how we are ready our society, but I will say that it's not so bad, maybe in general lines. Some things are in our DNA. We sometimes think that it's naturally, it's okay, so it's normal practice to do so. And I think we have good preconditions actually to use those benefits of our natural resources, about where we are, wood, sea, everything what we have here, and I think we have acknowledged we are a smart green nation here, all the 3 Baltic countries, so we can use those as benefits for future. But it's more important, I will say, that how react our markets where we are exporting. Yes.
Yes. First of all, I would say one of the things government is the mirror of society. There isn't anything different. But I would say what the consumers and society don't understand the power what they have. Because basically just take just few things. I think in Latvia we have a lot of sometimes thinking that somebody else will change, somebody else will do. If you have here discussions, we all would say, yes, we want to buy local products of Latvia made here. But in the end of the day, if you look and everybody goes to the shop, you're buying what we're buying. And that's the biggest problem, because if you understand, like society, Latvia would say, not we really want to support Latvian products. I would really go to, just take the vegetables. There won't be any import vegetables in the shops, because business, they just can sell what consumers are buying. And that's the biggest, I think, what Latvians don't understand, the power what we have like consumers, the same what we power about elections. We are always like, the same as the young people is very sometimes afraid about somebody else will do it. And then you ask the question, okay, whose will be it? I think really like the same question. I have a lot of conversation with students ask the same question about the windmills, about energy. There are all these students about 70–80% want the green, cheap energy. When you ask where, they say, but not here, about 90%. Then I will ask, okay, but where? And then start it somewhere different. In the sea, near the sea, they say, no, something somewhere in the woods. And the question is always, who will go and change?
Can I quickly jump in? Yeah, so I wouldn't be so optimistic as you actually. And I saw some couple of months ago there was a research done also questioning Latvians, and the situation is actually getting worse. So people are, the question was not asked about sustainability as such, it was about climate change. And nowadays, or this year, it was already for quite a time. This research be taken every year, and the support is actually decreasing. And I think that's quite a concerning sign that we should ring a bell that it's not good. We're not going in the right direction. And I will just repeat what I said before. So we need to also be very careful about how we speak about sustainability, that it's, let's speak about these opportunities and speak about the essence of the sustainability, because also I think in the public space there are a lot of emotions and quite a few facts. But climate change and everything related to environment, that's science. Those are facts. And let's base our perceptions on facts, not on emotions, which actually I think is happening at the moment mostly.
So some things to do. Thank you. So maybe wrapping up, we've got just a few minutes left. Maybe with the reflections of what we have discussed, and I think there were some good thoughts about not confronting the competitiveness with sustainability, speaking in a language that produces opportunities and driving the positive change, right? From the last question, probably also thinking on how to mobilize the society with that, right? So what some of the closing remarks would you have? And I don't want now to say competitiveness versus sustainability, but more like how do we make the business, the society, the government work together better towards, what we maybe just discussed. So shall we start from the minister now?
I would say we are trying to change. In our ministry, we are more changing because we have much more discussions with governments, with NGOs, if you take about our decisions, where we're going. And we are trying to change how we make politics together to move forward. How it's going, we'll see, because it's just beginning for the 1 year or more. I would say it's going pretty well, but in the middle, you understand, and you have discussions, you see both sides are sometimes really different views where we want to go. And that's the biggest challenge. Even if it's also in some governments, we understand for some business sectors, even the business sector don't know where they want to go all together the same. They have different views. Yeah. And that's really unhelpful for politicians to make the politics, to make regulations, because even sometimes in the middle you don't know where even there isn't one way. Yeah. Sometimes one go for export, some go for the local market, and they need totally different views. Yeah. And that's really challenging.
So more dialogue, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nora?
Yeah, I think everyone is responsible for this. Like, for example, Financial Association in Latvia, we are quite active in the sustainability working group. And we see those things that we are missing, and we just don't wait while the government will think of it. We go to you and we say, hey guys, this is not working and we need to fix this. And I think that is exactly what we all should do. Like, also not only like companies or associations, but also as citizens. Let's be active citizens. Let's show that we care. Let's go and say, guys, this is not correct. We should do like that.
Super. So more dialogue, more initiative.
Initiative.
And Raive, a few words?
Very shortly, just do it.
Exactly.
Just do it. Okay.
I would say the cooperation between all the sectors would be the key, what we are talking, and not talking just with the business representatives, but also with the real business and listen to them.
Super. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you very much for the good discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks once again to our esteemed panelists talking about government, business and society, and sustainability, of course. And on to our last but not least agenda item of the day. We want to talk about nature, biodiversity, your next market crash. While everyone focuses on carbon, biodiversity loss is creating the next wave of market disruption. Right now, we want to discover how leading companies are turning nature positive into their next competitive advantage. Please welcome Madara Merle, Nature and Climate Advocacy Team Expert at WWF.
Hi, thank you. I was actually quite nervous, but there's only a few of you, so it's okay. It's a little bit interesting for me as a representative of environmental NGO to be here amongst businesses and startups and innovators. I don't think I qualify as an innovator, but I'll try to add my 2 cents to the discussions happening today and also awards yesterday. I'm not going to give some sort of tree huggers lecture. If you want to hug a tree, that's totally up to you. You do you, as they say. But this is about you, me, businesses, and the only planet we have to run those businesses on, and not even taking into account what Elon Musk might say. We have only one planet. Something to start for. 55% of global GDP relies on nature. This is about 55 trillion euros that rely on nature, and that's a lot. Nature is not a side character in our business stories. Nature is a major partner in that. And it's very important to understand, because at this moment, this partner of ours is tired, overworked, and doing something that Gen Z knows quite well, quiet quitting. We see that nature-related risks are happening everywhere. We've seen increase in extreme weather events. We've seen decrease in crop yields. We see a lot of climate-related and nature-related extremes happening everywhere, and catastrophes that we have to cover later by financial means. Many states are also losing their economies and livelihoods. 5 out of 10 global risks are environmental, says World Economic Forum. I would say that from these 5, there are others also that could be linked to climate crisis and biodiversity crisis. For example, number 7, involuntary migration. But no business really is healthy on an unhealthy planet. I think you know all about that. Just to give a little bit of the scope here. Quite soon, if we don't solve services like pollination, fisheries, and timber production, we can lose a big margin of our economies. The WWF 2024 Living Planet report is not just another red flag. This is a major red flag. And it shows that there's been 73% of wildlife population decrease. Imagine 73% leaving from your workplace, from your businesses. 73% from workforce just gone. That would be a lot, but we don't notice that quite so much, and we don't pay attention to that when it happens in nature. What happens after is that we are really on the brink of several tipping points. There are many, and tipping points can be quite confusing, but think of them as big giant Jenga. When you keep pulling out little blocks, at some point, you know what happens. And those tipping points are very, very crucial to pay attention to, because when they happen, they can be irreversible, and they can just lock themselves in some sort of perpetual loop. There are just a couple here because I'm short on time. If you want more information, you know where to find me. I have an email. You can read this in detail. But just a couple of examples. For example, the forests, including Amazon. But it's not happening only in Amazon. Also Finland, Estonia, and the Czech Republic and Germany has lost their forests as carbon sinks, but also turning their forests right now into carbon emitters. Coral reefs, another one, huge ecosystem that really supports a lot of life organisms, and a big ecosystem that we also rely on. Also, different weather patterns are being changed, and this is quite dangerous for everyone involved on the planet. But just a little bit livelier thing, because I know that I went quite deep into the depressive narrative. I will ask you to move a little bit, just the arms, if you would. We see here three hypothetical populations, community A, B, and C. And I would like you to raise your arm if you think that community A is the most biodiverse. No one, thank you. I know that you're smart. But what about B and C? Are they similar in diversity? Are they equally biodiverse? Can you raise your hand if you think that they're equally biodiverse? Still no one. No? One? Oh, thank you. I need some diversity as well myself. And community C, do you think that community C is the most biodiverse? If you can raise your hands. Yes, okay, well, you know everything then. Of course, this is exactly what we talk about. We don't need just 2 pandas in a zoo. We need a lot more species, but also in larger numbers. We need those ecosystems to be healthy. And what is biodiversity? Let's cut short. It's variety of life, genetic biodiversity, species biodiversity, and also ecosystem biodiversity. We need different species, we need different ecosystems, and we also need different tomatoes. Because if we rely on only one genetic species or genetic variation, we put all our eggs in the same basket, and that's not good. Now, this is biodiversity. Well, no, obviously it's tights, but this is biodiversity, okay? We're all in the same network together. All the pandas, all the corals, everything. And we've been, now, humanity, pulling and twisting and doing God knows what with this network of ours. Even the best tights in the world, I think Swedes make that, even the best tights in the world at some point will rip. And we have to be very, very careful what happens next, because maybe at least half of you will know that once you rip the tights, they are beyond repair. Why do we need biodiversity? Well, pretty much everything. Resilience towards climate change, food diversity and security, building materials, textiles, paper, also pest and disease control, medication, illnesses, cosmetics, different products, water and air filtration, and of course, leisure and also recreation. We are really, really depending on biodiversity. And this is not just about CO2 or different kind of numbers that usually in businesses we can crunch. This is really a big, big network that we have to make the viewpoint of ours much larger. And those tipping points that I mentioned, we have a blueprint to solve them. We already have good plans how to work on this. I think yesterday we saw very good examples, we saw innovations. Today we also heard many different ideas and discussions. But I don't need to tell you, we are falling short of those aims. And we are also falling short when it comes to biodiversity. Because if we know what to do with carbon, we don't know what to do with nature. We need really that network to be together. We cannot keep pointing fingers, right? That we need government to do this. No, but the government says that's the municipality. No, but the municipality says it's the NGO. We need everybody in it together. And as some of the speakers said, and I love this idea, we have to be maybe the ones that go and initiate those relationships. We cannot just wait that someone else is gonna do their part if we don't ask them to, or if we don't make our wishes clear. Let's show openly those partnerships that we want. The scale and challenge demands transformation. There are many different areas. I'm just going to mention 4 here that we need because of the lack of time as well. But there are a couple of examples that I want to show how businesses in the world are doing this. So in conservation, again, the numbers I can send you by email, but the conservation really needs to happen, and nature restoration law is a great news for us, but we are still hoping for better execution there. For example, businesses going together on Coalition for Global Plastics Treaty, or by businesses using our biodiversity risk filter and water risk filter that allows to assess different risks in different supply chains in the whole world. In energy, we have seen the best advances. I think this is because largely when we talk about decarbonization, we are concentrating on energy. This is good, but it's also bad news if we forget the other spheres. But in energy as well, there are movements right now that say, we could just get more energy somewhere. So let's not let them, because we don't know what kind of effects these kind of actions will bring. Deep seabed mining, for example, businesses coalition against deep seabed mining until we know for certain that there is no other way, or until we know for certain that the environmental impacts are not harmful, and they are. Food. Everyone likes food. I'm, I guess, one of the only persons standing between you and cocktails later on, so I'll speed up. But food also is very, very important. Yesterday we had two great nominees. We had food innovations and regenerative agriculture, and those two working together can bring some nice ideas to the table. For example, making sure that all the seafood is well sourced and that we are combating also the microplastics that by seafood get down to our plates as well. And finally, finance. You've maybe followed COP29. We need money for everything, and there's not enough money, or someone doesn't want to share enough money. There's always the big question of finances. Of course, we need finances to make things possible. At the same time, it cannot be the only excuse for doing something or not doing something. In finance, there are many different kind of frameworks that can be used that are together with nature, and that can also provide many opportunities. Another example is funds, and these funds, they need to be much more large. We cannot just expect a little bit of investment and the dirty work happening somewhere else. These funds need to be much more massive. And business and finance has a big, big role, and it's an important one, because this really directly involves all of us, but also businesses and finance are often they're the vector that can change consumer behavior, and often they are the vector that can kind of influence the market paths. And while of course the challenges are really big, otherwise I don't think we would need sustainability awards if the challenge was not big, the opportunities are much bigger. We can really, really benefit from this and gain, and not just morally, but also financially. So what we're looking at right now as nature activists and nature defenders and whatnot, this is nature-positive economies, nature-positive businesses and startups. We're no longer talking about do not do harm or some other zero baseline. We're looking at positive, because this is what we really, really, really need. And I would like to finish on this image. I think in the backstage, the organizers are already doing some signs at me. So this image, I think, for me, is one of the most descriptive images of this day and age. It shows neutrally, factually, without telling anyone what to do. It shows the situation, it shows the bed that we have made for ourselves, year by year. And it really does not look good. I don't want to express my hope anymore. I am a little bit tired of debating, and I don't need to be inspired anymore. I want to see clear, certain action that is up to the scale. And in Baltic countries, we often say that we are very close to nature, and I think we are. But are we really, really close to nature? Are we there for sure? don't we just take her for granted? Because to be in real relationship, and this is what I would like to see, to be in real relationship is to understand that a relationship is based on respect, on honor, on kindness, and reciprocity. And this is what we want to see. Us having relationship with nature, with reciprocity. So please, don't let her rip, okay? Thank you.
So with that, basically, our today's forum is finished. And I hope that Madara's keynote really inspired you to think more about the nature, because I think that's one of the things, if we look on the sustainability, is, as she said, we take it as granted and we don't really pay attention to that, at least in Baltic states. So that's one thing. And the second part, again, I'm grateful that all of you are here. You are those who really drive the change. And while I would say, publicly, kind of everyone is talking about sustainability, in reality, much less number is doing something really in sustainability. And today's forum and this year's awards and forum, I want to finish with the video which we started this day and this forum. So, but before that, I want to say thank you to the companies who support this initiative, because without them, in reality, we wouldn't exist. And all the companies as partners which are here, all the companies as media partners and friends which supports sustainability is the key driving force. So one, let's applaud them, because without them, we wouldn't sit here. That's one part. And the second, we will finish this session with the great video which we started this day. And the final thing which I want to say is you all will have opportunity to get back to these sessions. We recorded every session, every panel discussion. You will be able to enjoy all the knowledge gained here again as a video format. So spread the word, be part of next Baltic Sustainability Awards and Forum, and let's see a movie, take a pause, and a little bit remind ourselves why this is really important to drive change and not sit and just wait that everything will happen. So let's see.
could save time in a battle. First thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you.
Are you guys seriously this calm?
Relax, Stuart.
Remind you why we are here. So let's meet and see you in 2025. Next Baltic Sustainability Awards and Forum will happen on November 25th and 26th next year. So enjoy the networking, make connections useful, and let's drive the change. Thank you.